deep belief that we as a community absolutely do have the ingenuity to solve them. So yes, think individually, think locally, but also think big. Think systems wide. Bring your insights, your ideas, your aspirations, and let's make this moment count. Which reminds me, please post everywhere. Keep the conversation going on all your platforms using hashtag #TurnItAround and our handle @SDG Action. Shall we get started? Kicking us off today, we have a message of hope and action from a dynamic young woman who's challenging established systems every day. Please welcome from Namibia, Africa's youngest serving minister, the Honorable Emma Theophilus.
A very welcome to all participants to this SDG Global Festival of Action. Currently, more than 20,000 participants have registered from 186 countries and territories. The world faces the deepest global health, social, and economic crisis in a century, coupled with the growing destruction of biodiversity, the worsening impacts of the climate emergency, increasing and intersecting inequalities and threats to fundamental rights. Hard-won development gains are at the serious risk of reversal today. The COVID-19 pandemic has seared the lives of people everywhere, and to assure the survival of people and the planet, we must turn in a new direction, embrace different ways of living, and earning, consuming, and producing. The SDGs embody this transformation that we so desperately need. To achieve them, major shifts lie ahead. Many were considered too costly and difficult before the pandemic, but now they seem not just doable, but imperative. With first-hand experience of what happens without a dramatic change in course, leaders from governments, the private sector, and across societies are reimagining and redesigning jobs, finance, mobility, health, technology, and so on. New understanding is also emerging around the inextricably links among these, and the not issue by issue, but across entire systems. This offers real hope for unlocking rapid action on daunting challenges such as pandemics now and in the future, along with the deep-seated inequalities and climate change. COVID-19 has shown how interconnected we all are and how threats that touch us all require global action and solidarity. Also evident is the profound power of individuals, people who have done the right things, from wearing masks to staying at home, have collectively constrained the spread of the COVID-19 virus. They demonstrate how actions add up and will take us past the turning point onto transformation. They showed how each one of us can start a butterfly effect where individual actions ripple outward to influence the world in achieving the SDGs. The theme of the session today is to take a hard look at existing systems and power structures that perpetuate inequalities and still leave so many people behind. Myself being the youngest serving minister in Africa, as appointed by His Excellency Dr. Hage G. Geingob, the President of the Republic of Namibia, I am an example that long-running systems can be changed and power structures challenged to make space for new ideas, fresh thinking, innovation, and leadership from every sector in our society. We must turn around. We must turn it around for inclusive systems and sustainable finance, because we must rethink the global economy and power structures, achieve inclusive financial systems that align with the SDGs, and stop perpetuating wide-scale discrimination and exclusion. We have lost a lot of time, but working together with the SDGs as our North Star, we can make this turning around point for people and our planet.
Thank you, thank you. And now for a very special guest. She's been a civil society leader, as well as Sweden's State Secretary for International Development Cooperation and Climate. And now she's part of the key leadership team at the UN Development Program. Welcome, Ulrika Modir. Ulrika, from what you've seen over your amazing career, what systems need to shift if we want more fair and resilient societies?
Thank you, Nadira. It's a big question, but we also have big challenges ahead of us. But with each challenge, there are also opportunities, and we certainly need system change. I think it's evident. I mean, we live in a world where a tiny virus has been able to capture our society. But it's not because of the virus, it's because we have not been able to develop resilient, strong systems. And taking us back to 2015, the international leaders under the leadership of the United Nations took a really bold decision. They decided that we were to have an agenda, a roadmap for sustainable development, taking into account, as you were saying previously, inclusive economies, but also that we needed to look at social sustainability and respect of the planetary boundaries. So for the first time, we really had a comprehensive agenda, a system change agenda, a roadmap for development, for sustainable development. And I think that what the Agenda 2030 has told us is that we need to look at these three aspects at the same time. Because if we look at the spread of the virus, it is really because we see increasing inequalities across the world. In each and every country, whether we speak about rich or poor countries, the virus has been able to spread more in suburbs, perhaps in a rich country where people live in small apartments. In these small apartments, the kids have not been able to be on online schooling. So really, I mean, the increasing inequality, whether we speak about a rich country or a poor country, is really what has allowed the virus to spread. And at the same time, we know, of course, that the virus has also been able to spread because of the forest being cut down. So environmental sustainability is also something that we have to take into account when we look at the spread of the pandemic. And the Secretary General at the time, 2015, he said that the stars must have been aligned when the world leaders really looked upon the world from these three different lenses of social, environmental, and economic sustainability. So for me, it's quite obvious that the system changes that we have to take into account, they have to do with this. They have to do with respect of nature. We have to protect our biodiversity. We have a massive biodiversity loss taking place as we speak throughout my life, but also for the coming generation. We will actually destroy the very nature that protects our economies at the end of the day. And of course, then the climate crisis, not least. As we now speak about building forward better, we have to take into account that the packages, the economic packages that we speak about, they need to be inclusive. They have to take into account how to address the increasing inequalities, but they also have to take into account that we need to invest to also combat the climate crisis at the same time as we take our economies back. Well, not back then, because we need to take them forward in a different way. So I think that the roadmap laid out in 2015 is the map that we need to use to make the system change. The Agenda 2030 is a whole of society agenda and a whole of government agenda. And I also wanted to mention the importance of governments, because as we also look at the world of today, there is a problem. There's a loss of faith, I believe, in decision makers across the world. And we need to re-establish the social contract. Because I truly believe, and as UNDP, the United Nations Development Program, when leaders can deliver to their societies and build stronger and more resilient societies with less inequality and stronger protection of nature and so on, people will actually also see that they are part of something that builds forward. They are part of building a future to long for. And then there will be much more support. And then finally, I just wanted to mention, because we have also the World Commission of Women taking place in the UN right now. And the Secretary General, he speaks quite a lot about the pushback and that we have to push back against the pushback. Because of course we will not have inclusive economies or a sustainable future if we don't take into account that we need to have more of gender equality. We need to see more female leaders, also as we look at the programs that will take us back after the pandemic and the crisis. So gender equality is incredibly important in all of this.
Thank you so much. And it's so true. I mean, baby steps are not the way forward here. We need to take incredible, huge leaps forward together, as you said. We're not the only ones who think so. I'd actually love to hear your thoughts on this clip from a conversation yesterday with a young climate justice activist. Here's Fridays for Future Philippines co-lead, Mitzi Janelle Tan.
Now more than ever, we need to join hands and really get society to change for the better on both the individual and systemic level. The COVID pandemic showed that our system right now is not working and is leaving a lot of those from MAPA behind. The same is true for the climate crisis. This moment can be, must be, a turning point for the whole world for us to change our ways and to break away from business as usual and fundamentally change a lot of what we take for granted in society. To everyone listening, I hope everyone would take a step back and listen to us in the most affected areas, recognize the problem as a global problem, and to channel their anxiety and emotions into changing our shared planet for the better. We must do this for the love of our planet, for the love of our people. It is through love that hard decisions are made, through love that we stick to these difficult tasks. It is through love that revolutions are won.
Yes, and I for one learned a new acronym there. MAPA stands for Most Affected People and Areas. Did Mitzi's statement hit home for you, Ulrika? And do you think this is a turning point?
Yes, it did. And I mean, it's just such a good sign that we have so many people who want to turn it around. And I think that this year has really given us the opportunity to think about the future and that we need to build a different future. And if you think about all the people that can actually be part of that, it's incredibly promising. We need to turn it around, and there are people who are ready to do that. And I actually believe that we will see a lot of change onwards, a lot of resistance, but also a lot of good ideas how to do this differently. So very much and very inspired by her words.
I love to hear that you're inspired, and I love this message of hope because it's exactly the right one to take us forward. Thank you, Ulrika Mudir. Now,
Thanks.
Our next speaker has been a journalist. She's led the Department of Global Communication for the UN. She served as SDG Commissioner for the Spanish President, and she's now Secretary of State of Foreign Affairs for the government of Spain. I am always so happy to see her on the agenda, and you will definitely see why. Here to give us her take on this turning point, welcome Christina Gayak.
Dear participants, it is such a pleasure to be with you again. This festival is so dear to my heart. I have had the opportunity of being with you on several occasions, and I still remember the first time in 2017 when then I was working for the United Nations. But however, these times today are very different. The COVID has literally turned upside down our lives. It has exacerbated the pre-existing inequalities and has especially have a strong impact on women and girls around the world. There is therefore a sense of urgency to rethink our future, to address the threats upon us. And we have now the possibility to shift policies to ensure that we make 2021 a turning point for the people and the planet. But we have to do it now. We are running out of time and we need actions to protect the planet, the natural resources. Spain has recently put in place some important measures. We have a national climate change adaptation plan and a just transition strategy, and these are ways towards a more sustainable economies and also societies. We need also to focus on people, and we should make sure that our actions are inclusive and leave no one behind. We need to act in solidarity and reinforce the essential role of multilateralism and the value of multilateralism as well. As governments, we are committed to do our part. We need to have everybody on board, to join forces, from business leaders to activists, and we aim at 2030 to claim inclusion as the norm and not the exception, to revoke the climate change as one of the biggest threats to our lives, and to live in a more equal and fair world. There is no time to waste. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. That urgency in your message just gives us all hope. Now, before we move on, I have to say a huge thank you to the government of Japan for hosting the first ever spin-off festival, which hopefully everyone's seen on the Japan stage. You really are true SDG champions, and we couldn't be more grateful. That brings me to our next guest, who's been a member of the House of Councilors of the Liberal Democratic Party of Japan since 2010. And in that time, he's held several high executive positions, including having served as the director of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defense. It's my pleasure and honor to introduce Japan's State Minister for Foreign Affairs, Mr. Uto Takashi.
日本の外務副大臣の宇都隆です。まず SDGs グローバルフェスティバルオブアクションの開催をお喜び申し上げます。特に今年はドイツ以外の地域、国として初めて日本でローカル版のフェスティバルである SDGs グローバルフェスティバルオブアクション from Japan が開催されることを嬉しく思います。本イベントの実現に向けた SDGs アクションキャンペーンチーム、UNDP、神奈川県をはじめとする関係者の皆様のご尽力に対して、日本政府を代表して心から感謝を申し上げます。新型コロナウイルスの拡大で世界は一変しました。世界中で人々の命、生活、尊厳が脅かされ、特に脆弱な状況にある人々が大きな影響を受けており、人間の安全保障に対する危機です。国際社会は新型コロナによる感染症のみならず、貧富の格差の拡大、気候変動の影響で頻発・激化する自然災害、デジタル格差、テロ等の新たな脅威や地球規模の課題に直面しています。このような状況下、経済、社会、環境の3側面から統合的に取り組み、持続可能な社会の実現を目指す SDGs の役割や多国間主義、国際連携の考えはこれまで以上に重要です。ポストコロナの時代に向け、私たちはコロナ禍に打ち勝つだけでなく、より良い復興に向けて取り組む必要があり、そのためには誰一人取り残さないという考えのもと、SDGs を重要な指針として臨むことが大切です。日本政府は総理を本部長とする SDGs 推進本部の下、国内実施と国際協力の両面で SDGs を積極的に推進してきました。国際協力の面では、保健、教育、女性、質の高いインフラ、防災・減災、海洋プラスチックごみ、気候変動の SDGs 主要分野で、開発途上国の支援を通じて国際社会の取り組みを先導してきました。これらの中には、UNDP やユニセフ等の国連機関を通じた支援も含まれています。しかし、新型コロナによる影響は大きく、世界的に SDGs 達成に向けた取り組みの遅れが深刻に懸念されています。この危機を乗り越えるためには、政府、国際機関、地方自治体、民間企業、市民社会、そして個々人がそれぞれの立場で、また互いに連携しながら SDGs を推進していくことが不可欠です。この点、神奈川県と UNDP が連携主意書を結び、今回のイベント開催を含め、具体的な連携を進めていることは先駆的な取り組みであり、パートナーシップによる SDGs の推進および SDGs のローカライゼーションの進め方を検討していく観点から、世界のロールモデルになり得ると考えます。今回のイベントを機に、 日本をはじめとする各国の SDGs 推進の取り組みの共有を通じた新たなパートナーシップにより、SDGs 推進の取り組みが世界に広がることを期待しています。SDGs が達成され、しなやかで強靭な経済と環境の好循環のあるウィズコロナ、ポストコロナ時代を実現するためには、社会全体の行動変容が必要です。日本政府は、人間の安全保障の理念に立脚し、誰の健康も取り残さないという考えのもと、ユニバーサルヘルスカバレッジを推進しています。また、気候変動の対応は産業構造や経済社会の変革をもたらし、大きな成長につながるという考えのもと、グリーン社会の実現に最大限注力し、2050年カーボンニュートラルの実現を目指します。今回のイベントテーマである Turning it around, think big, think systems に表される通り、社会システム全体を考えて、それぞれのアイデアをもとに創造性を発揮しつつ、行動変容を促していく。今回のイベントがそうした契機になることを期待しております。ありがとうございました。
Thank you, Minister. It means so much to hear you saying what we all believe, but it's especially meaningful because we're seeing you and your government living your values too. Just check out the Japan stage to see what I mean. Well, what an awesome start to day 2 of the SDG Global Festival of Action. I hope you've been posting about it on all your platforms. And don't forget to, say it with me now, use hashtag #TurnItAround and tag our handle at SDG Action. There's so much more to come, but we've got something extra special in store before we send you off to enjoy the entire festival program. Coming up is a rock and roll legend and feminist icon, an artist, author, and tireless campaigner with countless awards, the one and only Patti Smith. And she's joined by composer Jessie Paris Smith, who also happens to be her daughter, and cellist Rebecca Foon. These two incredible musicians founded the trailblazing Pathways to Paris, bringing together activists, experts, and artists to, quote, turn the Paris Agreement into action. We can all get behind that. So get ready to be inspired. And as always, stay tuned because there's so much more coming up on the other side.
Hello, I'm Jessie Paris Smith, co-founder of Pathway to Paris, and we are so proud to be part of the SDG Global Day of Action. As for one of the songs that we're presenting, co-founder Rebecca Foon, my mother Patti Smith, who is a supporter of Pathway to Paris, and I performed a song of hers called Wing, and we hope you enjoy it. Thank you all for tuning in, and thank you everyone for being part of this incredibly important event. This is a very urgent time and our last chance to act feverishly and with great ambition, and we're so happy to be collaborating with you all. Thank you.
I was a wing in heaven blue, and on the ocean soared in the rain, and I was free. I needed nobody. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. I was a pawn, couldn't make a move, couldn't go nowhere, no future at all. Yet I was free. It was beautiful. And if there's one thing could do for you, you'd be a wing in heaven blue. I was a vision in another eye, and I saw nothing, no future at all. Yet I was free, I needed nobody. It was beautiful, it was beautiful. And if there's one thing could do for you, you'd be a wing in heaven blue. And if there's one thing could do for you, you'd be a wing in heaven blue. And if there's one thing could do for you, you'd be a wing in heaven blue.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
September 2020. The world is still in the grip of a global pandemic. There have been more than 27 million confirmed cases, and more than 900,000 people have died. Billions of people have been in lockdown for months. Lives and livelihoods have been threatened and lost. But as some lockdowns are easing, people are emerging into a different, uncertain world with a new appetite for change.
Today, we feel the weight of history on our shoulders. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown how fragile the world is. A microscopic virus has put us on our knees. And that fragility should make us humble.
COVID-19 has been likened to an X-ray, exposing fractures in the skeleton of the societies we have built. A world with great inequality, which must be righted. And a world which must win the battle against climate catastrophe.
The whole planet is at stake. So this is a moment to recognize that the way we have been moving leads nowhere, and that we need to change course.
Whatever it is, coronavirus has made the mighty kneel and brought the world to a halt like nothing else could. Our minds are still racing back and forth, longing for a return to normality, trying to stitch our future to our past and refusing to acknowledge the rupture. But the rupture exists. And in the midst of this terrible despair, it offers us a chance to rethink the doomsday machine we have built for ourselves. Nothing could be worse than a return to normality. Historically, pandemics have forced humans to break with the past and imagine the world anew. This one is no different. It's a portal, a gateway between one world and the next. We can choose to walk through it, dragging the carcasses of our prejudice and hatred, our avarice, our data banks and dead ideas. Or we can walk through it lightly, with little luggage, ready to imagine another world and ready to fight for it.
I can't help if it's this way. I can't change the fact that this is possibly one of the most pivotal moments in our evolution, or our self-destruction. It needs to be heard and understood, for no other reason than to understand that we are but one of many organisms sharing this planet, and we all play a role.
The longer she sat across from me, the less I understood what all this had to do with me. The less it made me feel like I had any say in the matter, as if my being human was not relevant, and instead it was forced into a structural understanding of being part of.
But if it takes convincing this guy about the urgency of all this, I'm still up for it. But it would seem so much easier for the whole planet that this generation dies off quickly, so that the true emergency confronting us can be understood and acted upon by the next generation of humanity. Not through an understanding of humanity, but biodiversity.
Hello, I'm Sasha Walz, and I'm very happy to share my new work, In C, music by Terry Riley. This piece marks the beginning of minimal music, and as minimal music opened a new chapter in music history, also we are standing now globally at a turning point. And with your own choice, you can make a difference. This piece marks an experiment to give the power to the ensemble and the individual. It's like everybody makes the choice every moment in the benefit of the whole group. It's an improvised work on a very fixed structure, thinking on what is the best at this moment for everybody. Please feel inspired for your own choices for the good of everybody on this planet. Enjoy.
Hello and welcome back. It's time for me to hand things over for today's first big picture plenary session. But don't worry, you could not be in more capable hands. All you social media fans will probably recognize our next moderator as the host of Know This, the trending news show from Now This News. She's an award-winning filmmaker and correspondent who's interviewed a host of luminaries and garnered millions of views doing long-form news stories on everything from Black maternal mortality in the pandemic to the destruction of sacred native sites at the border wall. Please welcome the wonderful Zincle Esamoah.
Thank you so much, Nadira. I am so happy to be here this morning on the East Coast, moderating this big picture panel, turning it around, thinking big, thinking systems. In the last year, I know that the global pandemic has become the biggest development emergency in our lifetime. It's exposed the vulnerabilities in our communities and systems and really exacerbated the flaws in our economies. Knowing all this, it's brought up a lot of questions. We're now asking, how do we ensure a just and green and sustainable recovery from the pandemic? We're also asking questions like, what systems need to fundamentally change, not only to move forward from the pandemic, but also to supercharge progress? In this session, we're going to talk about some of these questions, and we'll ask what's required to make the kind of systemic change that reaches every person around the globe. We'll also explore the ways we can transfer the resiliency and the fighting spirit that we've seen from so many individuals and communities, and really translate that to the broader development agenda. Of course, this is no small feat, so I'm joined by a stellar panel. We've been calling it the Women Power Panel backstage, and I'm excited to introduce you to our amazing panelists. First up, this member of our panel has worked with the international movement of local and regional governments since the late 90s. She's led various programs, including those on the empowerment of women. She's also collaborated with the working group of local and regional governments for the post-2015 development agenda. Please welcome Secretary General of the United Cities and Local Governments, Amelia Size. Thank you for being here, Amelia. Next up, we have an international speaker, social justice advocate, and next-gen social impact consultant. She's made it her mission to improve the lives of others, and it hasn't gone unnoticed. I can attest to this. I've moderated many a panel with her. The Obama White House recognized her as a champion of change. Forbes selected her a 30 under 30 honoree, and she also holds the title of 2020 Oprah Magazine Visionary. Please welcome the head of youth engagement and skills for the Global Business Coalition of Education, Jamira Burley. Thanks for being here, Jamira. And also joining us is a passionate diversity advocate and One World ambassador. Mail and Guardian recognized her as one of the top 200 young South Africans. South Africa has a soft spot in my heart. My first name is South African. And she's no stranger to the world of marketing. She's Google's head of marketing for South Africa and head of business to business marketing for Sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you for joining us today, Asha Patel. And finally, last but not least, we have a speaker on a one-woman mission to make farming a cool, fun, and fashionable lifestyle choice for young people. She shines a light on the trends that turn young people away from farming and then combats those trends through programs such as glamorous camping, or what I like to call glamping, healthy eating, ICT, and school gardening. Please welcome the president and founding farmer of Agrea, Cherry Atiliano. Thank you all so much for being here. And as I often like to do with panel sessions, I want to start off with a prompt to everybody. I'm going to start with a sentence, and I'd love if you could just complete the sentence for me. And that is, we'll only supercharge progress for people and the planet when, and then I would love to hear your thoughts on how we do that. So Amelia, I want to start with you first. How would you finish this sentence? We'll only supercharge progress for people and the planet when?
Sorry for that. When we put creativity at the center of our societies and not only productivity. That's how I would end it.
Yeah, that's powerful. Let's turn to you, Jamira. I'll read it again. We'll only supercharge progress for people and the planet when
we put young people at the center of change. We are faced with the largest youth population the world has ever seen, 1.8 billion young people, and the vast majority of them are living in very dire situations in communities around the world. And so when we put them first, we'll see amazing change.
That's a powerful point. Asha, how would you finish that sentence? We'll only supercharge progress for people and the planet when
all communities have access to the internet and when women are given an equal opportunity to contribute to societies and to economies.
Thank you. And Cherry, last but not least, how would you finish the sentence?
When we put mindfulness, consciousness, and inclusivity in the picture, especially for the young, the women, and the marginalized.
You're all highlighting such important points, young people, women, and not neglecting the marginalized communities in our world. And that's just scratching the surface. So let's start digging a little deeper. I'll come to you one at a time now, and I'll start with you, if I may, Secretary General. I know that your global network of cities and regions is working to make a pact for the future. And that pact looks to go beyond mayors, seeking a human and planetary commitment. Knowing that, what are local and regional governments doing to achieve this vision?
Well, they are doing a lot, actually. I mean, local and regional governments is what makes our world turn. I mean, when you are in a lockdown, they allow you to still have running water. They allow you to have your waste picked up. They provide services. But most importantly, for this Pact for the Future, what we realized is that you need a transformation, that we are at a foundational moment where you need to question the relations with almost anything. And in order to do that, the role that local and regional governments can play in making sure that the world that we construct is actually built on the expectations, aspirations, dreams of the extremely important. Saying need to dare conceive a different type of world, a type of world where, look, most of the future are going to be jobs that we don't even see yet. To be creative about it. And and rethink productivity and creativity hand in hand. We need to change the way we want it to be this is we think the basis of the Pact for the Future. And we think yes, I have very good friends to work around that.
It's a powerful point, right? So the we don't even know what they will be based on the speed of innovation. Local governments and historically, local government is behind many of the daily actions that we have in our every
technology, right? We all have a cell phone. Compare that to the last 100 years of education. It's not moving at the speed in which it should. And so one of the things that we're trying to encourage, actually looking at cities, is how can cities create ecosystems that enables for young people to not only gain the skills that they need to meet the new demands of the workforce of the future, but also what are the things outside of just workforce development, everything from public transportation to safety to Wi-Fi or high-speed internet that will enable for a wide range of young people, regardless of what communities they come from, to still be able to participate in this economy. And so we're actually going to be launching a youth skills, a skills-friendly city initiatives that works with local governments to be able to cultivate these types of environments, because we recognize that local governments oftentimes have the flexibility, the intuition, and they're not more tied up to the political constraints oftentimes as federal elected officials are. So we're excited about the opportunities for the future, but it's really important for us to remember that young people are suffering, and unfortunately they don't have the same type of decision-making power as adults do, and that it really requires all of us to be all hands on deck when we're elevating the issues impacting young people and ensuring that their stories, their voices are being heard in some of the highest places in the land.
I'm glad you highlighted that specific work. I know you got some applause from the other panelists highlighting the progress that needs to be had in the realm of education. I'm glad you pointed out cell phones and the development around that. What do you think is getting missed by institutions and groups and world leaders when it comes to making sure all young people are getting the same access to equal education?
I think one of the things that are being missed, to be absolutely honest, is we have gotten so far beyond what we considered the purpose of education, right? We knew years ago we were training young people to work in factories. Those jobs no longer exist, right? The need for skills now require for innovation, for young people to be able to think problem solving and critical skills. Many of those skills we've taken out of the classroom because we were trying to create robots who were sitting at a desk for 8 hours at a time. And that's not what the workforce of the future requires. I also think in our effort to create more access digitally to folks, we actually exclude communities out of those. Even here in the US, right, a developed country, we didn't realize that the vast majority of young people didn't have access to broadband internet until it was too late, until many of them had to go home and have school from their cell phones or oftentimes from a laptop from a neighbor. And so I think we have to, if we don't have young people at the table sharing their stories, being a part of the process, we're going to miss out on critical viewpoints that will enable for us to be more inclusive, to bring those stories in. Because we know when we invest in young people, we actually prevent large scale problems like child marriage, infant mortality, other health related issues, as well as war. We actually create safer communities when we invest in young people at a really early age, especially girls, because we know that girls reinvest back into their communities. And so I would encourage anyone who's working on behalf of young people and or who are creating solutions for the future is how are you engaging the next generation of workers, the next generation of policymakers to be a part of that process now before it's too late.
Thank you. And I want to quickly turn, I know that you recently interviewed Secretary Hillary Clinton, and I'd be remiss not to ask you about that. Is there one particular takeaway from that conversation that you think members of the festival watching now need to know?
I think one thing I took from that conversation is that she also started as a youth activist because she realized the power of her voice. And so for anyone who's listening, who's a young person who's been told that they are too young, that they don't have a political title, that they're not smart enough, that young people have always been at the forefront of change. And I think she drilled that into me very throughout our entire conversation, is just, never think that your voice, your perspective is not required or needed to create the kind of change the world deserves.
Thank you, Jamira. And now I want to turn to Asha. It feels like an apt segue. When we think about changes to systems, we often naturally think about technology. Jamira alluded to this a bit. And from where you sit in South Africa and on the African continent, what barriers do you see to the promise of a digitally connected world?
So I think we need to first start by understanding why this is really important. Digital inclusion is critical for individuals and communities to be able to fully participate in society, employment, learning and education, as you've just heard, and to even just gain access to essential services like healthcare. So to put this into perspective and to give you an idea of how important this is, Zintle, imagine you and I are both under the age of 25 and living here in sub-Saharan Africa. At least one of us would be unemployed, as in this region with 420 million youths, 50% are jobless. Now, for everyone that's online and watching this live stream, at some point in time in your career, when you were in the job market, you will have likely scrolled through and applied for jobs online. 800 million Africans living in sub-Saharan Africa are entirely excluded from that experience. So to achieve digital inclusion, excuse me, there really are 4 factors that need to be in place. The first is affordable, robust internet access. In sub-Saharan Africa, we have a population of 1.1 billion people, and only 27% have access to the internet. And we know that data costs are exorbitant. In some parts of sub-Saharan Africa, the cost of just 1 gig of data is 36 times the cost for that same gig of data in countries like Indonesia and India. So to give you an idea of what a massive impact this can have, in India, when the mobile operator Reliance Jio dropped the pricing in December of 2016, within the first 170 days of launch, they had brought 100 million users online. And in 24 months, they 20x the number of mobile data subscribers. Now, the second is affordable internet-enabled devices. An entry-level smartphone in sub-Saharan Africa ranges between $75 and $100, which is a sizable portion of incomes. In countries like Tanzania, for instance, where people are earning less than $2 a day, this accounts for 16% of their annual income, just to fund an entry-level smartphone. Now, the third is access to digital literacy training. And the great news is that tech companies like ourselves at Google, the Microsofts and the Facebooks of the world have all been doing a lot in this space. And there's been considerable progress here, but there's still so much more that needs to be done. And then lastly is applications and online content designed to enable and encourage self-sufficiency, participation, and collaboration. And again here, we need to consider the role of tech and media players like ourselves at Google in local content creation, which takes factors like local language into account. Now, the first 2 that I mentioned are absolutely critical, and these are infrastructure prerequisites, while the last 2 are over-the-top requirements that naturally will fall into place once users have access. And so there's a responsibility on the public as well the private sectors to work towards overcoming these barriers through initiatives like subsidizing the cost of data or devices like governments have done in many parts of LATAM and APAC. And without this, really, the gaps between the haves and the have-nots will only continue to widen.
And I'm glad you began to touch on what needs to happen in order for this progress that you outlined to take place. What is the way to build technological systems that leave no one behind? Can you also just clearly identify those for us?
So I think, diversity definitely does need to be mentioned here. I think teams need to hire a diverse employee base. You need to have a workforce that represents the diversity of the users and the consumers that you're trying to target and reach. So in my mind, that's absolutely critical to have diverse and inclusive workforce in place. And we need to also consider all use cases across Google. In our industry, we have a team called Next Billion Users, and we design for users in emerging and developing markets, clearly to take local market insights into account and design and develop for people that don't have internet access, have only come online recently, and will only ever experience the internet through their mobile phones.
Thank you. And quickly, I know that you do a lot of work at Google around fighting gender stereotypes in advertising. You mentioned the importance just generally of diversity in progress as a whole. Can you explain how this feeds into the wider change we desperately need?
So this is an area that I'm really passionate about. Advertising and media play a significant role in teaching people what to accept as the norm, including gender norms. Now, interestingly, analysis that was done on creative work that was submitted to Cannes Lions over the last 13 years shows that not only are women appearing less in work that's actually submitted to Cannes, but when they do appear, women are depicted as sex objects who lack humor and power. And the very same study showed us that female characters are 5 times more likely to be shown in revealing clothing than male characters, and twice as likely to be shown as partially nude. Now, male characters, on the other hand, take the upper hand when it comes to roles that entail work, leadership, and authority, which just simply reinforces stereotypes that men should be in charge. And so it is my view that the lack of powerful female characters and the sexualization and the objectification of women go a long way in normalizing gender-based violence, and especially so in South Africa, which is, the rape capital of the world. And so I have a responsibility, not just as a marketer, but also as a mother of a young daughter and a son, to ensure that women are portrayed powerfully. The risk is that if you don't portray women in powerful roles, you deny girls the opportunity to dream of themselves beyond patriarchal gender norms, and you deny boys the opportunity to grow up, to learn to respect, support, and encourage girls that have these dreams.
Thank you, Asha. Now I want to turn to you, Cherry, to talk about food systems. I know that the success of food systems or the failure of them is directly linked to a whole lot of things: health, economy, human rights, education, peace and security. The list goes on. And there isn't a person in the world not affected by food systems. Yet, in the mission to, quote, turn it around for people and the planet, it's rare to actually hear food systems spoken of as a priority. Why do you think that is?
Thank you very much for the question. Just to give you a context, I've been in this sector for more than 2 decades. I started teaching farmers at the age of 12 in the Philippines. Speaking of these farmers, these are smallholder farmers who are earning around $40 in a month. And, I'm looking forward at these food systems, being me as a champion. I really look that food systems should not be transactional. It will be transformational in the process. That's why I was sharing a while ago, right, that we can change the world if we are more mindful and conscious of all our actions. This Food Systems Summit, it's a golden opportunity for all of us to learn best practices from other countries who are doing interventions, not only, elevating the power and the voice of the food producers. For the past 2 decades in this sector, I always emphasize the fact that It's a crime against humanity that the food producers in the food chain, the farmers and the fisher folks, are the poorest and the hungriest. They should have the food on their table. They should be the most, nourished people on the planet. But somehow it's not what's happening, right? They're always the victims of vulnerabilities. They're always the victims of shocks. And this pandemic just compounded the vulnerabilities in the food systems. It also awakened the effects of climate change and the disaster we created to our natural resources. So the Food System Summit, I was saying that it's a golden opportunity for us to learn. It's also an opportunity for us to retract and review what have we done to this system to build it better, to build it bolder, to build it with more resilience, that it will give more respect and dignity to the people in the food supply chain. More importantly, the most vulnerable. The smallholder farmers who are earning very little but sacrifice too much. The women in the food supply chain, they're actually supporting 40% of the workforce in the world, but unrecognized. The women in the food supply chain are our invisible heroes, the unsung heroes, and the voiceless. And lastly is to really put the youth in the sector, because right now, even the young people are not interested in agriculture. And given 10 years from now, who will feed the world? If these young people are not given a seat on a table to speak their mind and their contribution. So this UN Food System Summit, I'm really looking forward that it will, bring us all together, because I strongly believe that food is the nexus of everything. It's a nexus of human rights. It's the nexus of how we take care of our planet. It's the nexus of how we take care of ourselves. It's the nexus and the foundation of our economy as people. And more importantly, as we use food as the force for good, hopefully this summit will enlighten all of us, our government leaders, our decision makers, more importantly, the private sector, on how they will recognize the fact that without the food producers, no one will feed this planet and no one will take care of our resources. So moving forward, this UN food system will really help to enlighten us what's good for us in the next 10 years to complete the sustainable development goals, to deliver it with a collective action, a more mindful action, and a more transformational one. Coming here from the side of the Philippines, every day I've been fighting on hunger. I've been fighting on malnutrition, because right now 7.2 million people in my country are experiencing involuntary hunger. And no one is allowed to be hungry in this world where we have resources. And if we try to care for each other, not only for our people, but more importantly to the planet where we thrive as individuals and as a whole in a community.
Thank you so much, Cherry. And I'm also glad you highlighted the ripple effect that food production and these food systems have. And I know that a lot of your work centers around making farming accessible, especially to women and young people. What is your overall goal there?
My goal is to really bring a lot of young people in this workforce. For example, in the context I work in the Philippines, we've been putting a lot of programs for young people to be part of, not only in the workforce, in the agriculture sector, but more importantly in the supply chain. We are mentoring social entrepreneurs to really not only put value on the produce of the farmers, but really be the center and the forefront of the change in terms of starting this agribusiness with a heart. Because I think for the longest time we've been doing agribusiness, but we need to put heart in there. And I'm so hopeful that putting young people in there, putting young women in there, it will bring a lot of nurturing in the process.
Thank you, Cherry. And somehow we are nearing the end of this panel, but there's so much good being discussed. I wish we could keep going, but I want to begin wrapping in the same way we opened, and that's to pose a question to you all. So Amelia, let's start with you. I know we've covered a lot when it comes to the systems that we may need to reform or reimagine in order to really progress and overcome this pandemic. What's one thing that you've learned from this morning's panel, or this afternoon, depending on where you are? What's one thing you've learned from this session that gives you hope for a more just, sustainable, and equal world and equal societies?
I have learned that there are many individual commitments and individual forces like Yamira and Sherry and Asha were presenting that really can contribute to collective efforts. There is nothing that we cannot change together. All the models there can be transformed. So I'm very hopeful for that. And I also let us not forget, we have a very good, global, ambitious agenda. We just need to dare take the next stride to make it happen. The SDGs are a good framework. We just need to be more daring about how we imagine our future.
That's great. And I think it's important that you highlighted, right? SDGs provide a framework. It's about the action that's taken in pursuit of those. Jamira, what stands out to you? What's a point that you're going to be taking away and maybe amplifying in your communities?
Well, I guess it's a reminder, this panel has reminded me, but also the last few months during COVID, is that the countries that have done really well are ones led by women. And this panel right here, all women who are leading the work in their individual communities. So when there is a crisis, when there is a problem that women can lead and solve. And so I think I'm hopeful that people will realize that it's really important to put impacted communities, particularly diverse and marginalized communities like women, at the forefront of change to be able to lead the work, do the implementation and evaluation, because then and only then will we'll start seeing new and innovative change that will move all of our communities forward. But yes, let women lead, move out of the way, stop talking.
Thanks, Jamira. And Asha, would be great to hear from you about what gives you hope for the future based on today's panel.
So, to touch upon what I had mentioned earlier, I think the internet has been a powerful tool in connecting people and allowing for business as well as educational continuity when the whole world went into shutdown. And now more than ever, there's a massive responsibility on policymakers and the private sector to build inclusively and to solve for some of the access problems that we experience across the world. And this will help in lifting populations out of poverty, out of hunger, in emerging and developing economies. And ultimately, I think systems do need to change.
Thank you so much. And Cherry, what were you able to take away from your fellow panelists and just overall from this discussion?
Well, I have so much takeaways, but for me, the most powerful is the power of collective action is very important. The first step forward. And at the same time, it's really important to realize that it doesn't need to be $1 million game changing to take an action. It just needs a very simple action and a commitment and a more collaborative action to make the SDGs, happen in the future. And more importantly, I agree with Emilia, Asha, Jamira, the power of women, and also Zeli. Those countries that are leading really good in this COVID pandemic response are women. So I think we need to give more chance for women to take seat on our table.
Thank you. And I want to thank you all again for joining and providing your insights so much. Again, this has been a big picture panel, turning it around, think big, think systems. We covered a lot of ground about the need for accessible technology, about food systems, about reforming, reimagining education so that young people around the globe can have equal access and opportunity to learn and contribute to our societies. I know, and it's not lost on me, that it has been a very difficult 12, 18 months, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic. And so I hope we all take these learnings from what we called our Women Powerhouse panel and implement them in your communities and in your organization. So thanks so much for joining this discussion. Again, my name is Zincle Asamoah, and we want to thank you for being here. Stay safe and stay well.
So colleagues and friends, thank you for joining us to this conversation with Violet Bafour and Otto Schormer and myself, Laurel Patterson. I'm our lead of SDG integration at UNDP. I'll let Otto and Violet both introduce themselves. What the three of us are going to be talking about today is systems transformation, and how do we identify, how do we start to notice where there's potential points for change? We're calling them acupuncture points for change, and something that Otto has written extensively on. What I want to start with is a reflection on a gap, which we're exploring in the UN system, and we think is an important part of the conversation for you to take forward with your constituencies and colleagues as well too. And that's this: why is there a gap between our individual values and our beliefs and collective action? What happens in that space? Why is it that we can feel committed as individuals to climate change, but as a collective, our behavior doesn't reflect those values? So we're going to explore that a little bit in the conversation, both with Otto and Violet. And I want to make a suggestion on 3 things that we think you may want to consider, potentially take forward in the discussion with your colleagues as well too. And so framing this is really about how do we align our attention with our intention. And so what does it mean to start to take our individual beliefs into our agency, into a feeling of empowerment and action confidence, and a connection with others to be able to drive systems change? And we know that systems don't change easily. Status quo often prevails. Power structures prevent or limit shifts in many ways, certainly towards positive change in some areas. So we want to propose 3 main ideas for you to think about. The first is, can we make shifts in the way that we measure? How can we measure outer conditions of well-being differently? So something that you might want to consider is measurements around psychological well-being, around time wealth or time poverty, and around community vitality. What does that mean in your context, and how would you measure it? Because sometimes we do need the data and evidence behind these concepts and ideas so that we can drive action. The second, and something we're also working on at UNDP and the UN system, how do we create open spaces that are multi-stakeholder spaces so that we can start to discuss these challenges openly? What would it look like to take a participatory process that not only enhances your individual agency, but the agency of others? So how can we create and hold those kinds of spaces? How can you do that actively with your constituencies? And again, we'd be happy out of this conversation to share more details about what we're thinking about in that space. And the third is really around leaving no one behind, which is so critical to the decade ahead. And here our challenge back to the group, and something Violet and Otto will be talking about together, is this concept of understanding systems from the periphery. Who are we not hearing? Where are our blind spots? And how do we start to be comfortable with a level of discomfort to really listen into that space, bring people into this collective? And without an ability to do that, we think it'll be fundamentally impossible to drive change. So those are some initial thoughts that I wanted to leave you with. And Otto, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Laurel. You mentioned the knowing doing gap that we all know exists and we all collectively enact. And I think that's really something we should really. Here's what we see there. We see a situation in most big systems today where we collectively enact what nobody wants, right? So we collectively enact results that nobody wants. Examples is, includes massive environmental destruction, loss of biodiversity, inequality, polarization, and also all the mental health and burnout issues that we know are so rampant. So we collectively create results that no one wants, and how actually can we bridge the knowing doing gap that you mentioned? And I think there are really 2 leverage points. One is when you have this knowing doing gap, which is kind of a disconnect between the head and the hand on the level of the collective. The only way of bridging that is obviously to activate the intelligence of the heart. So there is something we need to do in terms of a different kind of leadership. So that's one thing. But the other thing has to do with the transformation of the collective. And in particular, I would say that it's transformation of our economy. And I just want to list for our conversation here the 7 acupuncture points that from an economic perspective, I think really require our attention, because very interesting things are already going on. And yet they require more attention so that we can accelerate the transformation in each of them. And most of them will be quite familiar to you. So I will just kind of name them with one sentence each. Nature. And as I go through the 7 acupuncture points, it's really just going through a modern day production function. So we start with nature. Nature really, we see a shift from a linear to a circular economy, particularly in terms of agriculture, right? From a factory farming and industrial agriculture to regenerative agriculture. Then in terms of labor, we move from jobs or the lack thereof to purpose-driven work or to meaningful work. And I think it's really interesting, UBI, kind of universal basic income. The administrator, Achim Steiner, mentioned this number the other day, that I think it's a fraction of the debt service of the Global South that's currently in 2020 was transferred to the Global North financial institutions, would have been sufficient to cover universal basic income, basically for the population in the Global South. I think it's coming. It's just a question when, and it's another leverage point here on that dimension. Capital, from extractive to regenerative. Regenerative meaning focusing on the regeneration of our commons, ecological, social, cultural commons. Technology is number 4. From creativity diminishing to creativity enhancing technologies. A distinction rarely applied today, but very applicable when we deal with the issues and the promises of technology. Number 4, management. From hierarchies, hierarchical management and silos to ecosystem leadership and co-creativity. And then number 6, on the consumption side, from GDP, or bigger is better, to well-being of planet and people. Rachel, kind of, you mentioned kind of time, as a dimension, right? So if you go to Bhutan, the GNH metrics has time, right? So as a key resource there, we have the HDI kind of in the UN community. There are other metrics. I think really kind of metrics for capturing economic progress in terms of well-being of both planet and people. And then lastly, of course, we talk about a transformation of governance, a transformation of the coordination mechanism that we apply for our onto our systems, from only relying on markets and hierarchies towards something we call awareness-based collective action, by which I mean bringing together the key stakeholders of the system and taking them on a journey of deep sense making of what's working, what's broken in the current system, and how we can realign attention and intention in that system towards creating results that are more aligned with the intention that the key players in the system have. That's something we see already. We see it in CSA, kind of community-supported agriculture. We see it also on a macro scale. Say, take the Paris Agreement. Yes, we are at the very beginning, but that is a dimension of evolution of governance, which is really at the heart of the current transformation we are all in.
This is so interesting, Otto. Thank you, because working in Liberia and having worked in different parts of the world in development, this is exactly what we as UNDP are now focusing on and working more intensely in. And really, what is it? It's our work in terms of moving from the individual to collective action is for us to see ourselves, seeing ourselves, UNDP, as an individual. And how do we build partnerships to influence the right things for change. And I think this is, for us, what we do at country level. And maybe what I will do now is to say, for us, the acupuncture point in UNDP requires building coalitions for change and transformation. And here I want to say, I want to ask a question, right? How do we do this practically at country office level? And we see this done at corporate level as well. And practically, just looking at our experience here, it is by looking outside of UNDP. We must, and we use approaches that leverage our work to multiply for transformation. So what does all of this mean? And I want to take a very practical example. For us in Liberia, the latest or most recent issue that we're working on, to put in practical terms what we said earlier, is identifying the issue of women's participation in the political sphere. And here it's a fundamental change in Liberia, where we're asking, or we supported the national counterparts, the Electoral Commission, as well as civil society, to make a change in the electoral laws. And here what they're asking for is a 30% quota for women to participate in political decision making. It may seem like a small number, but here it's huge. It is significant, and significant enough that we're seeing some resistance. And what we're doing is supporting national counterparts to build their coalition. And we as UNDP are building a partnership with our development partners in country to support this national movement, to drive this change. And this is a typical example of what we're working on now, and how we build partnerships to influence the right things for the transformation that we want to see.
Violet, thank you. I mean, you've made it very clear and practical and applied, the way that these coalitions need to be considered and nurtured and sustained. And Otto, back to an earlier point that you had mentioned, I want to put this back for this constituency as well too, that understands coalition building, I think, very well. You talked about, in this gap of knowing and doing, a gap of the head and the hands, that the solution is in the heart. And I want to put back to this group something that is a little radical, I would say, the work that we're exploring with our colleagues in the UN system, which is reimagining the role of passion, of emotion, of feeling in shifting systems. And Otto, I think you've pointed to the fact that without that, systems don't change. I doubt any of you listening into this can think of a social movement, think of a major shift in society that happened without emotion, without heart and passion and feeling, and the commitment of a collective to something that was beyond something that could be measured or could be implemented within a certain timeline. This is what we think is needed, and certainly something we want to vitalize in the UN system. So Otto, here's my question. Coming out of the disruption of COVID, people are tired. So COVID is an opportunity for change and transformation. We understand that people are tired, and we're asking them to show up fully. We're asking them to show up with their whole selves and hearts and passion. What would your advice be, or what are your insights and reflection on what it takes to sustain these kinds of movements and collective action?
Well, it's interesting, Laurel. The problem today is not that we don't have emotions in our systems, right? So the problem is that we have destructive emotions. So it's hate, it's not compassion and empathy. And and yet we as human beings and any kind of system is capable to both, right? So we are not one way or another kind of human beings, we know that from our own lives. So I think leadership, what is leadership there? It's kind of, can we activate, can we create environments, Violet, that does what you were describing, which is building coalitions for transformation. And so the polarization that we see in so many countries advancing, right? So that's not gone, so that's advancing. How can we meet that, right, with really infrastructures that activate the human capacity to co-sense, to really connect. And so I want to share an experience and then, close with a question to you, Violet, because I have been doing that really for many years, right? Helping multi-stakeholder groups with very different, if not conflicting interests, to move from a more antagonistic to a more co-creative way of operating. That's hard to do. But the trick is usually not talking about emotions. It's not talking about all the nice values that we may share or not, or ideologies, right? Because the ideologies will be different. But what I found most effective is taking people on a journey, make them meet other people, particularly at the margin of the system, with their own eyes, teach them how to listen, how to dialogue. And that instantly shifts the awareness from a silo view, me, to an ecosystem awareness, where I begin to see how unintentionally my own behavior is impacting another person and what might be done. So it creates a more co-creative environment. And I think, so that's what I have been seeing by basically getting out of your own bubble, getting out of your own silo, getting together on the ground and activate these deeper fields of co-sensing and listening. And that's hard to do because often the supporting infrastructures for that are missing. So my question to you is, where have you that seeing going on? So you mentioned two examples, youth and women leadership. And what are the enabling conditions for that? And what's missing for you? If, let's say, the headquarters from the UN or someone else, what is missing for you on the ground to make that happen more at scale?
Okay, thank you, Otto. I mean, that's an incredible question. And I would say maybe a couple of things. For us, working at country level, you're absolutely right. Making that shift, putting different groups together to co-create is not an easy task. I wouldn't use it's challenging or difficult, but it's not an easy task. And what we're doing here in Liberia with the two examples that I've given is really asking one question, which is, what is that future that you see for Liberia? And the term here we use is Mama Liberia. So what is that future that you see for the youth in Mama Liberia? How do you see this future? How can we co-create that vision together, or that path together to get to where you see? Because more often than not, they have the same vision. It's just the emotions, and you said it right, the negative emotions that come from different divergent interests that get in the way and create this noise. So how are we able to tap into or reignite the positive emotion and energy and patriotism that drives sustainable development? And that's what we tap into. I think what UNDP is doing, and we need more of this, and I would say two things. One, I would say the sense-making initiatives that we're doing now, not just in UNDP, but in the spirit of building coalitions for transformation. We need this, not just the UN, but beyond the UN, our national partners, civil society, so that we're creating these powerful movements and moving the needle in the right direction. That's one. The other, I would say, would be building at scale an initiative that allows us and provides the tools, and in a way it's linked to sense making, provides the tools that we can share with our partners for how you begin to co-create, i.e., how do you begin with the end in sight? And that's exactly it. So how do you come to that part where you say, this is that vision that we want for whether it's Liberia or Rwanda or Tajikistan, this is it. And now how are we able to get there? Because it is a continuous journey where you will need to check in and keep people on that path where they're tapped into the positive energy and emotion that is needed to drive that change. Laurel, with that, I hope I've given you enough to help us at country level.
Violet and Otto, thank you so much. There's only so much that can be said or done in 15 minutes, but for colleagues that are watching, I hope this gives you a sense of what's on our mind. I hope this gives you a sense of some of the entry points, some of the acupuncture points, the nudges in certain areas that we think have the potential to transform systems. And I hope we've also empowered you in a way to act in this space as well, to create these spaces for yourselves and others, and be courageous. Ask yourself those difficult questions about who's not in the room and who's not in the table. And as Otto said, you know, ignite your own journey in this respect and bring colleagues along with you. And I think this is our work in the Decade of Action. So Violet, Otto, thank you both so much. And for colleagues listening, hope you all enjoyed and have a good day and afternoon wherever you are.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm Marina Ponti, the director of the UN SDG Action Campaign, and I'm delighted to be joined here today by CEO and Executive Director of the UN Global Compact, Sanda Ojambo, for a Turning Point dialogue. The COVID-19 pandemic has turned our lives upside down, and through these dialogues, we want to hear from leaders and champions across sectors how we can make 2021 a turning point for people and planet and build together more just and sustainable societies. In other words, how we must turn in a new direction and embrace different ways of living and earning and consuming and producing. Hi, Sandra. Thank you so much for being with us. We are here today. Yes, thank you. So we are here today to talk about the power and the opportunity of this moment. When we last heard from you at the SDG Action Zone in September, you said that the business of business should no longer be only business, but must and should also involve societal transformation. So in light of this statement, which was quite inspiring, what role do you think business can play in the face of the social current crisis to facilitate societal change?
Great, thank you. And I think that the quote that I gave then still stands. I firmly believe that business should be involved in the business of societal transformation. And I think that over close to the last year, all of us have lived through the COVID pandemic, and we've seen the role that business has played. Business has coordinated very prompt and large-scale responses in terms of vaccine access, vaccine therapeutics. Businesses have shown how we can leverage on technology to deliver beyond health, education, agriculture, e-commerce services. And all of these, to some extent, have kept us going as communities, as countries, and really as the world. So I do firmly believe, as I said, business should be involved in the business of societal transformation. As we know, we're going through a series of interconnected crises. We have COVID for sure, but there's also the climate crisis. And I think we firmly see that human health is also very much linked to planetary health, and we must tackle both. What is inspiring for me and continues to be inspiring is that more and more responsible business leaders are recognizing that we don't have to choose between health and the economy or climate and the economy, but in fact that doing both makes the best business sense. And I think over time, business is really sending strong market signals around innovation, and that business can play a role in issues such as a zero carbon economy and decarbonization. As you know, we're leading up to COP26 later this year, and the UN Global Compact is mobilizing more than 400 companies that are setting science-based targets for reduced emissions. And this is just one example of of how business, can really take a firm role in the matter of climate and help we address the climate crisis.
So thank you, Sanda. I think you cover very well the issue about sustainability and climate action, which is very, very central to us. Let me now touch about gender equality, which is also something very important for this turning point. And I just want to ask you, being a former senior executive at Safaricom in Kenya, you have certainly broken several glass ceilings, to get to your position. So I would really like to hear from you about your vision, also from your personal experience, on how to increase the role and numbers of women holding senior position on boards and heading multinational companies.
Yeah, and that is a really, really important question. And I speak both, as a woman leader, and you say one who's had to navigate the business environment. The first thing I would say is that inclusive business settings result in inclusive decisions being made and more inclusive outcomes. It doesn't make sense to make business decisions that are devoid of one gender. So that is my first premise. And then based on that, there's not only a moral argument, but over time, we're beginning to see a very strong business case emerging for gender equality. Businesses that have more gender equality make better decisions, both at the board level, at the management level, and actually are more responsive to customer and consumer needs. So it makes sense. It truly does make sense, and there's data to show that. But what's really important is that, efforts need to be made many steps backwards to be able to have women in leadership. Some of these involve challenging cultural stereotypes around girls' education. It means challenging stereotypes around allowing women to both pursue careers as well as family. It means challenging stereotypes around the types of studies, courses of studies, and the types of jobs and roles that women can play. If you look at a couple of industries, I used to work in technology, there had to be a very firm business leadership decision to make sure that women could enter the company and allow to get themselves skilled in technology to be able to rise as technology leaders. And so there needs to be some very deliberate efforts, probably 10 years back, to create a pipeline of women to be able to rise through the ranks. It's not enough to just say we need women in leadership. We need to create pathways for women to be able to rise through that leadership. At the Global Compact, we have a program called Target Gender Equality, where we work with over 300 companies in 19 countries to set ambitious targets for women leadership at the top. But we fully recognize we also need to work with companies to be able to create those pathways for women to rise to the top. I just want to say that, in the context of COVID that you started with, this is even more important because, again, data shows us that women have had the most adverse effects, both in the small and medium-sized economies and in other areas because of the impacts of COVID.
Now, thank you, Sanda. I think I really like what you said about stereotype, and also, beyond changing the system and the recruiting strategy, and of course, giving access to women, to join at all levels, the private sector is also important to change the mindset of the culture. So to empower women to feel they can play a different role in their society. So I think, thank you for pointing that out. Let me now ask you a kind of a difficult question. We all call for this turning point, and we know that the business and many leaders want to change the way they produce, the way their supply chain is organized. But how can they do that and transform their system and structure towards the Sustainable Development Goals? But despite the challenges of the financial challenges they now face with the pandemic, job layoff and disruption of supply chain. So how can we have a vision that also take into account the realities?
True, and I have to acknowledge, some businesses simply were not able to ride the COVID-19 pandemic, and we know that many businesses have had to shut down, many millions out of jobs. For those who are able to take the opportunity of this reset, I think that there's some fundamental business principles, and we call them the 10 principles of the Global Compact, that can facilitate that reset. You talked a little bit about the supply chain. Supply chain resilience is absolutely critical. I think we've seen that without a resilient supply chain, business business simply ground to a halt. It is very important. What are those principles that can underpin a resilient supply chain? I think the first is really understanding and looking at issues such as human rights and labor rights, making sure that workers are able to have a living wage, able to have a social protection system, making sure that, as far as possible, we're able to cater for those very basic needs of the humans within the supply chain, because without them, your supply chain will not continue. I recall sitting on a forum sometimes in October last year, around the seafaring business. And we spoke about how around the world, there are hundreds of, possibly thousands of seafarers who are unable to dock and take a break simply because seafarers are not seen as essential workers. And this is a pure violation of their human rights. But at the same time, seafarers are very critical for moving goods from one place to another. And that's what I talk about, making sure that you can look at human rights and labor rights in the context of business. Another thing that we must also really look at, I mentioned living wages. I think that is very important. We also need to be able to look at the impact of our businesses in terms of the environment. We've spoken significantly around climate change. For businesses that have the opportunity to reset, how do you reset along a path of green growth, of sustainable growth, such that you minimize your impact on the environment? And the fourth principle that I wanted to talk about was really anti-corruption. Corruption creates so much leakage from the system. At the moment, we're debating the question of vaccine equity. I think that we need systems that are transparent, accountable, and allowing everybody to be able to access vaccines as and when they should. So I think taken all together, principles on human rights, labor rights, the environment, and anti-corruption are some of those that are absolutely critical to future-proofing business to be able to succeed and thrive post the COVID era.
Thank you, Sandra. I think I really like the way you combine, sustainability, but also labor rights and social justice, because I think we should not be choosing, as also business to maybe now there's a lot of talks about sustainability, but if we don't protect the labor rights, we will not get, far. So thank you so much. I think we're getting to the end of the time we have. Let me close with a question about you. You are an inspiration for many, but now we want to know what inspired you, if it's a book or a poem or something that gave you the motivation.
Right, and I'll answer that from two ways. First is I remain inspired by Kofi Annan, who founded the Global Compact just over 20 years ago. He was very clear that business needed to put that human face to the global market. And I think without that vision, the Global Compact would not have come to being. But allow me to also quote something around urgency, because we speak a lot about the urgency of the current moment. And the president of the ADB, Adesina, actually said, we have to be impatient about moving forward. And I think for me, that quote simply underscores the urgency to seize the opportunities that exist to reset and to really shape a sustainable future for business going forward. So impatience and urgency.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandra. So let's close with this, being optimistic but very impatient. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Goodbye.
Thank you.
When I go out to the field, I find people who have lived with particular development challenges trying to solve it by themselves.
Look out into the world and don't just see pain, suffering, and oppression, but see people as geniuses, as champions, and as agents of their own lives.
Every time I go to the ground, it excites me to see the level of creativity, so much undiscovered potential, so much capacity for innovations at the grassroots.
People are the masters of their own development.
Imagine then how one person can spark and be a catalyst for change, even no matter how small it is, in their own community.
We just need to connect with the knowledge that's out there.
No matter how small or insignificant you may think it is, you never know the life that it will impact.
And learn from the advice of the grassroots innovator.
And most importantly, never stop dreaming.
We have so many amazing workshops here at the SDG Global Festival of Action. And you can find them all in the workshop space on our platform, including workshops from Japan. Check out the dedicated spaces for ideation, upskilling, and co-creation. There really is something for everyone. And if you'd like to join us as an active participant to ask questions and interact with the hosts, make sure to register using the links in the program.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome everyone to the SDG Global Festival of Action. For those joining now, my name is Marina Ponti and I'm the director of the UN SDG Action Campaign. I'm delighted to be the master of ceremony today of this very special panel organized by UNDP and United Cities and Local Government on reimagining our common future. The turning point starts locally. As you know, the Festival of Action is spotlighting 4 actions that can make 2021 a turning point for people and the planet. These are climate action, ending inequalities, achieving gender equality, and closing the financing gap. This inspiring panel will help us understand turning points in all of these areas that can start and gain steam at the local level, in localities and territories. During the COVID-19 pandemic, many of us have been confined to our homes and community, and still are. We are seeing how many issues intersect there. Risk to health and have spilled into our schools and jobs, transport system, and food supply. At the same time, communities have come together to slow the spread of this terrible disease. We change behavior. We have also looked to local services to help us keep us going and to maintain our lives and our dignity. At the UN SDG Action Campaign, we did not find this surprising. In fact, we have worked with local governments for many years, and we know that they are at the forefront of action on the SDG agenda. Due to their proximity to people, territories see issues and are expected not just to talk about them, but to solve them, often with creativity and innovation amidst scarce resources. It's now a pleasure to give the floor to Akim Steiner, UNDP administrator, who will share his views and then moderate a very informal dialogue with 3 extraordinary mayors joining us from 3 continents. Ms. Thembi Nadiemeng, Mayor of Polokwane, President of the South African Local Government Association and UCLG co-president. Then we have Ms. Carolina Cosse, the Mayor of Montevideo and UCLG Vice President. And then we have José Manuel Ribeiro, Mayor of Valongo in Portugal. Together, they will hash out issues that can trigger a turning point at the local level. They will look specifically at shaping a new social contract that benefits people at large, achieving a recovery that is green and just, and they will also look at tools and mechanisms that can help financing the SDG at the local level. Let me end with a quote by John Lewis, also bearing in mind that 70% of the 20,000 people watching us live today are young. If you come together with a mission grounded with love and a sense of community, you can make the impossible possible. Thank you. Administrator, you have the floor.
Marina, thank you so much. I'm very grateful and very excited to be joining you, the 3 mayors, and many people around the world for this year's SDG Global Festival of Action. Now, it may seem a little counterintuitive that in the midst of this pandemic, when so many of us are in a situation where we are not able to act, whether we are in lockdowns, whether we are facing the economic consequences of what has been happening to us, to our neighbors, to basically the economy and society around us. But as we all know, when we come together as people across the world, and particularly through the eyes of local government and cities, and that is why I'm so pleased to be here today with Thembi, Carolina, and José Manuel, 3 mayors in 3 wonderful cities in 3 very different parts of the world, to reflect on what it means to have the opportunity to take action, to understand that we are in a terrible moment as communities, as a global family of nations, but that 2021 is also in many respects a turning point. I think we all sense that much of what has been happening in our world has already been like red alerts. We know that we have in our cities, in our communities, growing inequalities, growing disquiet, growing frustration. It did not begin with the pandemic. These were conditions, as we often say now, the underlying conditions that were there before. And it is particularly in cities where perhaps the drastic nature of inequality is most visible, most direct, and therefore also most offensive to those who see that we could do things differently. But zoom out for a moment. Let's take a planetary look, because the Sustainable Development Goals, that so-called Agenda 2030, is a unique plan. It is a plan that 193 nations agreed in 2015. With these 17 goals, we identified also 17 major risks to ourselves. And it is by coming together that we need to address them. But today, and this is why this is also such an exciting session, you know, when we talk in planetary terms, it can sometimes get quite abstract. So let's zoom down again to where we live, to where we interact with our neighbors, to where our children go to school, where we maybe have the opportunity to have public transport or not, or have access to water and electricity or not. These are elements that define our lives in cities, and it is particularly through United Cities and Local Government, UCLG, that UNDP and mayors of the world, local governments and cities have developed a very strong partnership. To speak to the world together with you today is therefore a great privilege. And I just want to say that in UNDP, just like you have in United Cities and Local Government, we have begun to reflect very deeply about what it means to understand this moment in terms of the future of development. As we look forward to how countries, communities, societies will recover and hopefully build forward better from this moment, I think we have to also recognize that inequality is already a very defining reality. Just look at the phenomena of who has access to vaccines and who does not have access to vaccines. Look at how important it is to have a World Health Organization at this moment that thinks for everyone and not just for some. Because when there is pressure, it is always easier to retreat into one's own community. But a mayor cannot simply listen to one part of the city. A mayor has to cater to everybody in that city, however different the conditions may be, however unequal economic realities may be. And that is where we connect by principle, by vision, and by aspiration, also with the United Nations. And we as a United Nations Development Program are working in well over 150 countries around the world, and very often precisely at that level at which you as mayors are also leading our thinking. So much of what has happened in the last few months has also been dramatically illustrated in terms of either the ability to act or paralysis. Perhaps what we have also learned is that the significance, the centrality, and the ability to act, to lead, and to represent the spirit of people in the places they live is best expressed through local government, through the cities and the mayors and the municipalities in which people are actually able to do something about their reality. I hope that as we look today at these next few months and years together through the eyes of our fellow panelists, and particularly this notion of the pact for the future that United Cities and Local Government has been evolving as a way of framing, thinking, action, and also connection with others in moving forward. We will learn a lot about, Marina, you already referred to it, the social contract, the notion of green recovery, and also the fundamental fact that financing is central. Without money, you can do some things, but there are a lot of things you cannot do, particularly when you're dealing with a large city environment and where people at the moment are actually often not able to maybe look after themselves anymore. And that challenge of financing between central government, local government, citizens, but also the private sector, non-governmental societies, they're all part of the financial ecosystem that defines how a city moves forward. So let me end by just saying it's wonderful to be here with you. Thank you again for organizing this SDG Festival of Action. 2021 is a year of action for everyone, sometimes even in basic survival terms, sometimes in roles that we perhaps as mayors, I as head of the United Nations Development Program, can leverage in order to make opportunities happen. People are looking for ways forward. We are part of that solution, I hope. Let me begin by turning to Thembi, and I have her permission not to refer to her in the full official title you all know of her and of the city of Polokwane in South Africa. Thembi, if I may turn to you and speak a little bit to this notion of reconnecting with public institutions at the local level. Citizens at the moment very often perceive and describe government as either distant, as not responsive, as perhaps failing to provide basic services. And yet, as mayors, you are in touch with people every day. How are you able to generate trust? How, even with all the constraints you face, how do you get up in the morning and know that actually you can speak to your citizens with a degree of conviction and confidence that actually what you, together with the citizens of Polokwane, are trying to do is a kind of social contract. It is a kind of pact for the future that you are trying to develop with them. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon from my side. Good morning to others, good evening to others as well. Akim, you are very right. I mean, our governments and local democracies in their very urban life today, and mostly in Africa communal, have dramatically been disturbed by the health crisis and consequence measures which have forced us rapidly to promote a healthy and safe environment. So as you are hearing more and more about reconnecting with institutions, and the current pandemic has not only exacerbated how far apart our communities have been before. Quite a number of our routines have been altered, which means we have been forced into flexible interpretation of laws immediately, legal frameworks, which sometimes have been actually challenging the legal framework of government itself. You not necessarily will have to enhance your disaster management acts to put cities and towns into lockdowns, to control movement, to stop business, to even in some instances threatening the postponement of elections. So the flexible interpretation which needs to be given to our people is very much important. Participation that is genuine, flexible, interdependency and connectedness of national government, provincial government and local government, putting in of social services from civil societies to ensure that they all have a voice. You could be able to delay for a certain extent some decisions, but as a local government, you do not have that liberty. You need to wake up every day, collect your refuse as per your schedule. You need to make sure that your personnel is healthy in the midst of that pandemic. You need to provide services, be it for social cohesion, be it for the very same health provision. You need to make sure in the midst of other climatic disasters, coupled with the pandemic, your roads are properly cleaned. Governing becomes slightly harder and needs to be prompt and faster. But it also showed us that some decisions, we no longer have time for them to lag behind, but rather to do them promptly with immediate consultation, yet be on time and be precise in terms of dealing with that. It has put pressure on municipalities and has indicated that the resources are less for us to respond promptly to the needs of our communities. The economic impact that negatively is as an outcome of COVID has put more pressure on our revenue outcomes as municipalities to ensure that we are able to provide the contesting needs that our people has. The younger generation, I'm happy when Marina was saying there's quite a lot of young people who are connected here, because you tend to take a look, there's a lack of trust in our framework by young people. They feel they don't respond, they don't talk to them, but our voices are equally not heard fast enough as we should. So citizenship in terms of promoting and ensuring that young people are part of what we want to do on a day-to-day, I think it's important, and it garners the trust, but it also gears us to a handover to a generation that comes after us. Because if we leave them behind and give us, the solidarity with regard to governance and societies among people is also critical. So globalization and the global society allows us now, unfortunately by force, to talk on a day-to-day basis. Hence the importance of World Health Organization to protect the poor and vulnerable, to promote the rights of life equally for everybody on the pedestal. I think maybe let me conclude for my other colleagues to touch on possibly the relationship of the UNDP and UCLG, turning things around to ensure that there is a permanent bridge now between our cities that care and listen at an international sphere, multilateralism that can benefit from this for all of us to evolve fast, to be inclusive and to be relevant. Then the Sustainable Development Goals will help us as many cities to reconnect with other cities. Let me thank you, Akim, and my colleagues. Let me hear from other mayors. It's a very beautiful platform. How I feel it was live, but I'm feeling it. Thank you very much.
Well, Temi, just listening to you, I wish I could sit in one of your town hall meetings, because I'm sure you have a fascinating discussion. Just before I move to Carolina, let me just ask you, share with us just a moment where, as a mayor, you had to maybe step into a meeting in a neighborhood with those young people that you just described. South Africa has had to go through some very heavy lockdowns as well. How do you manage the pressure that on the one hand, you have to explain and rationalize a decision that is taken in the national interest at national level, but the person who sits, in that neighborhood with the citizens, maybe the young people who see their parents' shops being closed and basically seeing bankruptcy emerging on the horizon, how do you connect with them and give them a sense of hope or perhaps understanding? Because that's where mayors really are the front line. So maybe just share with us in 1 minute a sort of moment where you experienced that.
Well, as a result of the pandemic and the climate change in the main, we had to share water. In our African continent, water is still much a scarce resource as it is in the world. But you find that we had to introduce systems like water shedding. And young people, generally, they are up and going. They need to be able to be involved in the economy. And once you begin to watershed, it means you control and box their life of when to start and when to stop. I just had an engagement of such with young people last week. And they were feeling that government one doesn't open a space for them to actively participate. But we even leave them behind on the reasoning why such decisions have to be taken. For them to understand, but for them to comprehend, but also for them to participate and find solutions together with government. So we've had, for example, contrary to the lack of rains, we then had the cyclone, opposite of the drought. And now we have massive water in our dams, but now we do not have sufficient capacity to ensure that the turbidity of the water is controlled daily to be able to supply the water. And they were like, Mayor, you are now playing with us. Last week you were saying there's no rain. Now it has rained. We have moved from 10% to 70%. Now you still can't give us water. So it has always been a contest that I think connecting with them on a day-to-day basis is what makes local government real compared to other governments. It's a bit strenuous, it's a bit tight, but I think that's the heart of where people are. And that's the heart of the localization of SDGs, because it assists to really move with the people, be prompt, be on the ground, be specific about what are the problems are and what are the solutions.
All I can say is amen. I mean, this is what makes people, people do not doubt that things are complicated, and they know that there are sometimes no magic wands. What they want is honesty, transparency, and a commitment to not walk away from the problems. And I'm sure in the way you've just conveyed that, you will have persuaded many of them. So Tembi, we'll come back a little bit later. Let me quickly turn to Carolina, mayor of the amazing city of Montevideo. Also in the midst of a pandemic, Uruguay has been doing some remarkable things and at the same time has been part of the front line of COVID-19. But if I may turn to you, Carolina, for a moment with that planetary perspective and how one takes something that is in the atmosphere called climate change, that conference of the parties meet on, scientists spend years researching, and there you are as mayor of Montevideo with all the pressures, not perhaps so different from what Tembi just described. Can you tell us for a moment, how do you even begin to think about that notion of a green recovery? Because cities will be at the front line of our ability to decarbonize, but also to protect biodiversity, to deal with pollution, air quality. 7 million people die prematurely every year because of pollution. This is the 21st century. And yet in our cities, it's very often that is a point of concentration, maybe not any longer in Montevideo. So how do you go about in your role as mayor and with Montevideo in addressing what sometimes are planetary challenges and phenomena, but ultimately are solved or become solvable at the local level, and particularly in a city like Montevideo? Carolina, over to you.
Well, first, thank you very much for letting me participate in this very interesting conference. Thank you very much for the question. Well, let me address the issue in the framework, in the situation that we are living, because our understanding is that the recovery, the green recovery from the COVID-19 crisis across the world, and in particular in my country, requires strong action from local governments in two aspects. The first is that must be recognized the urgency as a result by the increased poverty and inequality, as you said at the very beginning. And second is the need to have a medium and long-term vision that help us moving towards an environmentally sound city. So we have to combine both aspects in order to advance. For the first aspect, concerning poverty and inequality increased in all the world, but also in my country, in Montevideo, we are deploying the ABC plan, which stands for Basic Citizenship Support in Spanish. We are in a social and economic context of acute impoverishment, thousands of job losses, and diminution of real wages of workers. So the government of Montevideo, through this plan, through the ABC plan, is implementing in 2021 a set of measures to address the negative impacts of this situation. The objective is to attend to the most vulnerable populations, recognizing the variety of critical situations and acting as quickly as we can as the emergency imposed. The proposals that we have in the IBC plan seek to reinforce solidarity and improve the living conditions for the most affected people, weaving networks of encounter and integration with more protagonism for communities, opportunities for growth and access to universal rights. To achieve this, we deploy articulated initiatives, mainly food support, gender equality, generation of job opportunities, local reinforcement to health, and improvements in houses and habitats, rapid interventions in roads, rainwater drainage, lighting and public spaces, recovery of abandoned houses and building and purchase of land for housing. This is our response to the poverty and inequality. But at the same time, as I said at the beginning, we are developing initiatives that aim for cultural changes. And I would like to highlight two of them. One is the Greener Montevideo Initiative strategy. And the second is the healthy food, I don't know how to say in English, healthy food or healthy eating strategy, but it's healthy food strategy. The first one, the Greener Montevideo strategy. In Spanish is Montevideo Más Verde. This program seeks to take Montevideo towards a qualitative leap in terms of cleanliness and environmental care. It aims to extend the concept of shared responsibility, not as a sole component, of course, but along with specific management actions and changes, addressed to public spaces and waste recovery to the whole city, and at the same time addressing aspects of environmental quality, reduction of waste on public roads, and improvement of collection and recovery mechanisms at source. Montevideo Más Verde also seeks to address issues of urban ecosystems and biodiversity, starting in wetlands, coastal areas and creeks, but also going inland into public spaces. Such measures are built upon the concept of green resilient strategies and nature-based solutions that can ensure new approaches to the climate and sustainability agenda, both local and worldwide. The second program is the Healthy Food Strategy that seeks to contribute to the right to food for all Montevideans in the urban, peri-urban, and rural areas. These initiatives should not be seen separately, but as a part of a strategy to seek comprehensive solutions to challenging programs so that the recovery from the pandemic can be seen, as you said, must be seen also as a source of opportunities. But perhaps this crisis brings from all of us the best of everyone, and together, not one by one, we can work to produce this turning point that you said at the beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carolina, and thank you for also making it so explicit that when one talks about a green recovery, this is not only about green things, it's about people, it's about livelihoods, it's about neighborhoods, it's about infrastructure. I mean, these are the opportunities that lead us to the future. Can I just ask you in 30 seconds, how do people who often are very challenged and stressed right now respond to you when you raise that kind of example? And could you just say in 30 seconds how that works?
Well, it works with a lot of work from us, a lot of commitment, a very strong presence in the neighborhoods, mostly in the most vulnerable neighborhoods, and with actions, not only speeches, but reflect thinking, share the thinking, listening, a lot of deep listening, and after that action, measuring the results, listening again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And as you say, the continuous engagement is one of the privileges perhaps of mayors, because you are there. And sometimes in national politics, one seems very far away from where people act. Let me now turn to Jose Manuel Ribeiro. As Mayor of Valongo, but also in the context of United Cities and local government, we wanted to explore with you, Jose, this notion of funding and financing. Clearly, a lot of what Tembi and Carolina have just spoken about, that I'm sure you are also leading in your city, depends on funding, financing, investment, be it tax it, be it federal government allocations in terms of budget, be it the ability to borrow money in the financial markets to invest in the development infrastructure of a city. Can you share with us a little bit what is happening in this field? Because we know that there is a chronic challenge of financing at local government, city, municipality level. What are some of the perhaps financial and new financial instruments that you are thinking about, that you see in cities across the world, that will enable the kind of ideas, whether it's an ABC plan, the sort of initiatives Tembi spoke about, to actually be implementable? Because without money, there is an enormous limitation of what one can do. Jose Manuel, over to you.
Hello, good morning. First of all, thank you for this very kind invitation. It's great to share ideas, not only words. We are sharing ideas, and discussing SDG goals. It's the right discussion. I think, let me say that we are in a pandemic, but if we don't do nothing with lots of problems we have, especially with planet, I think we could have bigger problems than the pandemic. It's my opinion, of course. I think it's a big deal we have, and we have to face it with courage. And hello to my colleagues, mayors from America and from Africa. Marina, Steiner, all the present here. What I can say is, listen, at the local level, I'm a mayor in a European country. We have our resource, our sources of financement is Portuguese budget, European money. So it's a particular, as you know very well, and in fact, we have resources, of course. When I was invited to share some ideas, I think this question of the challenge of the Sustainable Development Goals force us to think about the problem. First of all, we have, before talking about money, we have to discuss this new concept of green infrastructures. We have to teach people about it, because we are, in a way, people all over the world, when you talk about infrastructures, immediately they think about gray infrastructures, cement infrastructures, roads, streets. I'm not saying that it's not important, of course it is, but we have to give them more information saying, listen, you have green infrastructures. You can develop, but with a new modus operandi, a new model. If we talk about green infrastructure, about goals, different kind of goals, then we can launch ideas for financing. For example, we don't have a planet Earth tax, for example. But what kind of tax? A tax that every country would love to pay. And then you say, wow, you are crazy. Nobody likes to pay tax. No, that's the point. We need to create a planet Earth tax with a philosophy, with a kind of reciprocity principle that would pay, that would grant, that would generate resources for financing SDG goal implementation. Because if you don't do that, we will have always this discussion. There's no money, listen, and it's not difficult. If you see that in 2019, you had 4.5 billion people, passengers, with 10 cents, it's about 500 million. But you can put stock market business, you can put for example, the companies that sell armament, it's okay, they would love to pay that tax, because there is the question of implementation. And that point, it would be, to work, we need to put the United Nations, but of course, national governments, but to the implementation, the local level, because you could put more, accountability, because but this idea of a planet Earth tax that could tax human behavior, because it's the point, if we want to reach the goals, you have to change human behavior. Okay, we have to keep our humanness, like it's what I say every day during the pandemic. Let's resist this virus, but keep our humanness. But during these, I know that it's very simple to say, but it's an idea. I was invited to share ideas. So answering your question, more than giving examples, we are doing, listen, in my country, in my municipality, 5 years ago, we decided to create a big infrastructure in Porto metropolitan area. It's a reality. We created a big park with 60 square kilometers. It's a reality. It's a contribution to SDG goals, but it's not enough. And I'm really finishing in less than 1 minute. So the idea is we really need to put, these principles again. People need goals. People need again to hear about reciprocity principles, because we need that. That could change a lot of things. So I hope it's useful, but it's an idea. It's a simple idea.
Well, Jose, first of all, thank you for making it very clear that if you don't have a vision, you don't have goals, you don't know where to go. But you also made an interesting point, and the reality perhaps of your being a mayor in a European Union, which is part of the, let's say, financial economy that has also invested in a region such as Europe over a period of years and years in order to have investment capital made available, the budget of the Portuguese government and the local financing. Those are interesting building blocks. And then there is that global, as you say, planetary tax. There has been a proposal in the past, a Tobin tax. There has been a proposal to tax airline tickets. I think we are coming closer to this, particularly when people believe that the funds that are raised from such a tax can actually land on the ground and do real good. And you just described an example. I mean, a 60 square kilometer park. I mean, that is a net addition to nature, to quality of life, to the attractiveness of the economy of your city. But people often, have as you say, perhaps a challenged relationship with notions of taxes. It is something that takes money away from each one of us. But in many countries, people also see what it does for their society, social safety nets, health and education systems. And when that social contract, so I come back to where we started our discussion, when that social contract is alive and well, then paying taxes is viewed as a good investment for me, my children, and my community. Yes, Jose, just the last 30 seconds and then
It's very brief. The problem with respect with Tobin, the problem is the name. You cannot call it Tobin tax. You must call it Planet Earth tax. Let me say, it's a kind of rewarding mechanism. And one more thing, and first of all, we cannot reach, we won't be able to reach SDG goals if we don't, for example, we have nowadays a problem of moral failure with the vaccine process. Rich have vaccines, poor don't have. If you don't tackle these, it's only talk. Please understand my words. You have immediate challenges to face. Thank you very much.
We have seen that COVAX facility, again, it's a strange name. Perhaps we should have come up with a global vaccine facility as a simpler name. It is beginning to deliver vaccines to countries that otherwise may not have got them till next year. And that is what the World Health Organization is doing with taxpayers' money. And the money only started arriving in the last few weeks. The appeals have been going on for months. So this is where I think we can demonstrate that coming together, acting together, but also pooling our resources works. Now we only have about 5 minutes left, and I want to do a very quick pivot back to Tembi, then to Carolina and to Jose on something quite practical. A couple of years ago, I saw the mayor of Medellin speak about how he had taken the 17 SDGs and applied them to his city of Medellin as a practical guide. And Tembi, you referred to it at the beginning, the goals, yes, they are planetary, they are global, but how realistic, how useful is it to apply the SDG framework to the reality of Polokwane today? And does it provide a useful way of thinking about the development choices that you have to make, how to integrate the social, the environmental, the economic? Maybe just in a minute or so, if you could reflect a little bit on application of these goals to your reality and that of your citizens.
I think it does. And I think it's not only do it in terms of the city where I am. By their very own nature, SDGs are forcing mayors around the world to react to the inequalities and the economic and social injustice. So they are forcing us to create caring cities across the world. A world where you could be able to live in it, whether you are in the SADC or whether you are in Africa, or whether you are in Europe or anywhere else with the same acceptable standard. So caring all along has possibly been the missing weight of the puzzle, but today we are able to say we have access to all what we could be able to give, but we can promote as cities in collaboration with the government. And that's what SDG says. Systems, structures, framework, basic services to all in an equal way, equal manner, to ensure that your people are promoted, planet is promoted, and government give the services to the two. Thank you very much. I think that's what we could strive for.
Yes. Thank you for being so crystal clear. A quick pivot to Carolina. SDGs, Montevideo, in practice, in reality, doable, useful?
Yes, they are. And I should say that when you have a responsibility, a government responsibility, that is my thinking, you have to work for the present, but mainly for the future. And the future has to be with the generational responsibility. The future, we have to work to take care of our planet because it's our home forever. So we have to really work for the future. So having a set of guidelines help us to have a framework, a common framework for the planet, to do plans and things and actions, but mainly having the future, taking the future to the present. So I'm very grateful.
It's a very powerful thought, bringing the future into the present. I mean, that is part of the intergenerational dimension. We only have 1 minute left, so Jose Manuel, to your reality. Vision, goals, and then suddenly, how do you take an SDG framework and apply it to your city, to your reality? And is that a useful way to use the SDGs?
Oh, yes, of course. We are doing it for the last years. We invest millions in behavior, changing behavior of our citizen. That's the first step. We do a lot of things at schools because it's the beginning. But for example, we created the park. We invest a lot in, for example, a recent project, putting local producers of agriculture selling locally. It's and using internet, using a platform. Very simple things. We have dozens of projects, but the first is investing in changing the behavior of people. For example, transparency in my country, in my municipality, people know where the money goes. Every cent for the last 7 years. It's important to bring trust.
Thank you. Jose, we will, as part of this event, put up the websites of your respective cities so people can immediately look at how you have done this, whether it's transparency, an ABC program, or Tembi in the context of COVID-19, the kind of urgent measures that you had to set up. Let me end my part just by saying that as the United Nations Development Programme, we're extremely proud of working with United Cities and local government. We work with many, many mayors, municipalities across the world. It is our appreciation, but also understanding of the importance of local government, of mayors as leaders of communities that will drive development, that will connect the present that is often both legacy and opportunity to that future that Carolina just spoke about. And the SDGs for us are in many ways the connective tissue that allows us to speak about the reality in Polokwane while discussing climate change as a global phenomenon, to talk about poverty and inequality while at the same time talking about the investment in a park in your city, Jose. And these are the conversations that connect us as humanity, as citizens, as people. And I want to end by thanking also, I see Mini Mbesa translating, interpreting for us in terms of sign language. Asante sana to Nairobi, Kenya. Marina, thank you for bringing us all together. This has been a really wonderful session.
Tashidelek and many greetings to you all. Hi, I'm Tenzin Chogyal, a Tibetan artist living in Australia. It is my great pleasure to be part of this festival, and here I'm presenting my song titled The Sun, the Moon and the Stars, and I hope it evokes the oneness of the humanity under this one big sky. So it is in our own benefit to look after our communal home, this blue planet, the Mother Earth. So we can turn this around and move to a sustainable future for ourselves and for the future generations. So with this, I hope you enjoy my little song called The Sun, the Moon and the Stars. Take care and be safe. Thank you very much.
Have you checked out all the immersive films, photo galleries, and multimedia exhibits in our Experience and Action area? We're showcasing work from a range of people that will transform the way we look at and experience the global goals. And you'll also have the opportunity within these spaces to connect with the creative partners exhibiting their work.
My name is Grete Farmo. I'm the Executive Director of UN Ops, the UN Procurement, Infrastructure and Project Management Specialists. And I'm here to tell you we have a problem. For centuries, our infrastructure has been made by men, for men. Streets, schools, hospitals, and our cities, they have been designed and built with men in mind. And this has hindered women from achieving their full potential. In many parts of the world, dark, unlit roads and inadequate sanitation facilities mean that women miss out on work or education. Unsafe public transport, where sexual harassment and violence can happen frequently, stop girls from achieving their dreams. Hospitals, built without reliable electricity supply, and therefore unsafe maternity wards, result in many tragic and preventable deaths. Unequal infrastructure hits women in the developed world too. I'm from Norway, a country considered to be one of the most gender equal in the world. Well, back in the 90s, I used to be a minister in the Norwegian government, and I remember how women used to have to queue up to use the toilets at the parliament between sessions. In theaters, concerts, conferences, it was the same story. Women had to wait to use the toilet, while men popped in and out and still had good time for refreshments. Inadequate toilets continued to be a daily reminder that the fight for gender equality is far from over. By one estimate, the most common current bathroom design means that women wait an average of 6 minutes to go, while men wait just 11 seconds. From unlit roads to unfit loos, when infrastructure does not consider the need of all users, including women, it can create and perpetuate inequalities. Over the past year, COVID-19 has exacerbated these inequalities. Women have been hit particularly hard for a number of reasons, from the pandemic's economic toll on women, which has pushed more women to extreme poverty than men, to women's limited access to sexual and reproductive rights, and the significant rise in gender-based violence. Again, poor infrastructure such as lack of electricity, water, and sanitation services has made a bad situation even worse. It has worsened women's time poverty by adding to women's already disproportionate share of unpaid housework. Digital technology has helped ensure some continuity during the pandemic, yet the gender digital gap means women have less access to education, health, or financial services. Combined with gender norms and restrictions, poor infrastructure can deepen inequalities and leave women and girls more vulnerable. For example, when a household has no access to water on the premises, women and girls are 80% more likely to be tasked with fetching water from a shared water source. This makes physical distancing a challenge. It also exposes them to infection. But the impact of gender-blind design impacts developed countries too. Consider this. Around the world, women constitute 70% of all frontline healthcare staff. This alone exposes them to huge risks from the pandemic. And yet, earlier last year, it emerged that a lot of the personal protective equipment given to women was failing to protect them because they did not fit. Why? Because they were designed for the male body. And as shocking as this is, it fits in with a pattern of the space and objects around us being designed around male standards. For example, women are more likely to be injured and die in car crashes because car safety tests are designed for the default male, and because manufacturers use male crash test dummies to develop car safety features. Medical research has also tended to exclude women. They were considered expensive and untrustworthy test subjects due to, and now I quote, fluctuating hormone levels, unquote. I could go on, but you get the idea. Lack of data enhances the risks of decisions that are not inclusive and appropriate. Failing to consider the needs of users may lead to inequality and injustice. We need to call out this injustice. We need to put gender equality at the center of all our work. We need the active participation of women in all aspects of decision-making. The pandemic has reminded us yet again of the power of female leadership. Women leaders have handled the crisis with clarity, compassion, and inclusiveness. Despite this success, there are too few women in key decision-making roles. In 2020, only 1 in 4 parliamentarians around the world are women. 1 of 5 ministers are women. The message here is simple. Involve women and you have more representative and fair decisions. Leave them out and you have decisions that risk failing half of the world's population. To build infrastructure that serves us all, women need to be involved at all levels in all aspects of infrastructure projects, from planning to policy to delivery and management. Only then can we ensure inclusive design which reflects the need of all users, including women, girls, and other disadvantaged groups. To build a better future for all, we need everyone represented at the table, not just half of the world. Thank you.
I'll be talking about gender equality with a focus on women's safety and access to leadership. 10 years ago, I was a COM member serving in a rural community and was enrolled to participate in registering qualified voters for the election. I was approached and offered bribe to register underage children to make them eligible to vote. And for refusing, I was sexually violated. Well, this is not a unique experience to me, as UNICEF's data shows that 1 in 4 Nigerian girls will experience a form of sexual violence before the age of 18. This was evident during the COVID-19 lockdown, as Nigeria recorded 3,600 cases of rape within the space of 3 months. Violence occurs in different spaces, takes different forms, and comes from a place of power, control, and sense of ownership to women's bodies. Women have to get up daily to prepare to go to the market and have to fear coming back home. Women are harassed within academic institutions, in the workplace, and sometimes get killed for getting involved in politics. The third picture on my screen is the picture of Salome Abu, a political leader in Kogi State who was burned alive because of cultural views about women in politics. Just to give you some context, culture, religion, and tradition plays a huge role in how women are perceived and treated in society. And it's through this lens, societies in developing countries form policies. I mean, a woman is trusted to keep a home, multitask with different domestic chores, yet cannot be trusted enough to handle the affairs of a nation. Although countries with female presidents or prime ministers illustrate women's capacity to make more informed decisions, exemplify good leadership, and incorporate women-centered strategies. This lack of strategies and systems to prevent and protect the rights of women made me start Stand to End Rape initiative, so as to test run strategies that can help move women's rights forward and serve as a bridge between survivors and the law enforcement agencies. But we wanted to do more. We wanted to be a movement of change through advocacy, partnerships, prevention, and support. To achieve this, we needed to target drivers, intersectional issues around GBV, and the role that the 4 levels of society play. I mean the individuals, families, communities, and institutions. In 2014, when I started doing community engagement, I remember speaking to community members and asking how survivors and women are being treated. I asked them why they celebrate successful women who visit the community, but encourage their daughters to aspire to become wives, while shaping boys to take leadership. Not to say that being a wife is bad, but women need to aspire to more. Women need to take up leadership spaces, be seen and be heard. I also asked why girls are being shamed for being abused, and they happily call me my daughter, which is a phrase to, call anyone you know your daughter. I informed them that I'm a rape survivor and I'm living a great life today because my parents supported me. So for them to get a daughter like me, they also have to be like my parents. I realized that storytelling is a powerful tool to raise awareness, create change, and demand accountability. And this is why in 2016, when we began pushing for policies around women's rights, we saw a lot of pushbacks and realized that we had to use media. We partnered with the BBC on the Sex for Grades documentation, and through that effort and engagement with students and stakeholders, the bill was introduced and passed the third hearing. This is the power of partnership. Partnership is a new currency to leverage, strategize, and create change. Initiatives must learn to combine technical expertise and resources to galvanize action towards achieving a common goal. In this instance, SDG 5. This was why in 2020, we joined forces with a group of brilliant women to form the State of Emergency GBV Coalition. And within a month of engagement, we got the Nigerian Governors Forum and the House of Representatives to declare a state of emergency on GBV in Nigeria and put pressure on them to implement policies that protect women's rights. I must, however, mention that we have zero number of female governors and even fewer women in the House of Assembly. Women make up almost half of the population, but are not fully represented in leadership and political positions. Gender equality is not about signing treaties or making global commitments to improve gender budgeting. It's really implementing strategies that improve women's access to opportunities and positions. As an organization, we will be educating the management of corporate organizations this year on what it means to have women in leadership positions and ways to prioritize their safety so that they can remain in such positions. Achieving gender equality comes with a sense of responsibility. We need to prioritize women's rights and safety while holding abusers accountable. We must actively hold ourselves and political parties accountable for discriminating against women who want to run for office. We need to scrap this practice of women running for positions of vice presidents or advisors. Not to say that these positions are bad, but women can also be president, and we must begin to encourage this. We need to have more women sitting on boards and holding management positions, and must ensure they earn equal pay to the male counterparts. At STAIR, for instance, women sit on our boards and hold all the leadership positions, and we are winning while doing this. Organizations can do the same, and they must begin to imbibe a culture that sees women as active participants. This year and beyond, you should choose to challenge norms and practices that promote violence and take a stand to end gender bias and inequality by actively creating safe environments for women, economic and political leadership opportunities, policies and laws that promote women's rights and safety, and implement them. At STAIR, we're constantly working towards a day that violence will be a part of our history rather than our everyday lives. We take a stand to end rape and advance gender equality. How about you?
Initially some rain and then some sleet and snow. The snow could prove to be disruptive. But first thing, with all those low temperatures around, damp surfaces, that is a recipe for ice if the area you're in hasn't been treated. As we go through the day, for many of us, it is going to be dry. There'll be some sunshine, the fog will slowly lift for most, and then you can see the wind strengthening in the southwest, and we've got the first signs of some rain, followed by sleet and snow, and this is what could be disruptive. In the Channel Islands, you're more likely to have rain and sleet than snow. So if we zoom into what is happening and where the likelihood of the snow is going to be, and also the time the scope is changing, you can see how it comes in across the southwest.
When I was 13, I joined the National Parliament of Children in Mali. I asked, what can I do to continue inspiring? The most shocking event in my life happened when I was 4 years old. And this was my own experience with female genital mutilation, a cultural practice in Mali and in other parts of the world rooted in gender inequality. My mother was very courageous. As a girl, she escaped her village to pursue her studies. So I thought I want to help rural girls to take more control of their lives. Often, with a practice like FGM, it is such a tradition, it is all they know. So we don't tell the village council it is about gender inequality. We show them that it is about the girl's health. My advocacy inspired me to write a book on my own story when I was 21. I started my organization, Mali Muso, to help give scholarships to these girls in rural communities. The global goals are very personal. My goal is to continue working to keep fighting for quality education, public health, and ending inequality. I don't like injustice, and I want to show young people that it is possible to make change.
Thank you for joining us here at the SDG Global Festival of Action. Have you checked out our networking spaces? That's where you can meet and connect with like-minded SDG actors. And your profile is the first step. So make sure you've listed your interests and experiences. Then navigate to the connection space of your choice and initiate a conversation via text-based chat or one-on-one video chat in one of the networking lounges. Let's hashtag turn it around for each one of our festival themes in these themed networking spaces: for gender equality, for poverty and inequality, for climate action, and for inclusive systems and sustainable finance.
A very warm welcome to our audience. Thank you for joining this knowledge sharing panel hosted by EcoMeasures 2030, which is part of the SDG Global Festival of Action. The panel is themed on turning it around for gender equality, something that has become even more pressing since the COVID-19 pandemic. My name is Frida Githuku. I'm the Executive Director of Roots Kenya, a national network of grassroots women organizations. EcoMeasures 2030 is a cross-sector partnership from local to global level that connect data and evidence to advocacy and action for gender equality and SDGs. Roots Kenya is a national influencing partner for EcoMeasures in Kenya. EcoMeasures 2030 has made bold investment to accelerate SDGs action, including the launch of the SDG Gender Index in 2019 that tell us the progress of 129 countries around the world in gender equality and sustainable development goals. Data for advocacy curriculum that is equipping data advocates with evidence for advocacy across continent and driving change, and now the bending the curve research. Our session will be 45 minutes, and our speakers include Alison Holder, who is the director of EcoMeasures 2030. She has 20 years experience working in international development, policy advocacy, campaigning work on issues ranging from inequality, tax justice, and corporate accountability. Dr. Nilanji from Society for Health Alternatives. She is a specialist in women's access to healthcare, community-based health approaches, and health equity. Her organization is also a partner of EcoMeasures in India. Julie Hamati is a young woman leader from Forum for African Women Educationists, and she's focused on improving girls' access to education in crisis and emergency settings. Nisa Medina is a member of CLADEM in Latin America. Her specialty is in violence against women and sexual reproductive rights, as well as strategic communication, national and international advocacy, and CLADEM is a regional partner of EcoMeasures in Latin America and the Caribbean region. Our program, after these opening remarks, we'll listen to Alison, who will present the finding of Bending the Curve research. And after that, we'll dive into the contextual issues around that, the research. And we'll have the speakers talking to us on issues ranging from family planning, education, workplace equality, safety, and women in government. And Alison will close the session for us. After that, we can have further dialogue, questions and answers on the Twitter handle of EcoMeasures 2030 and interact with the panelists. At this point, I would like to invite Alison to take the virtual floor.
Thanks very much, Frida. Hi, I'm Alison Holder, and I'm the director of EcoMeasures 2030. We're honored to be here today with representatives from across our global partnership to talk about how we can turn it around for gender equality. EcoMeasures 2030 is a collaboration of national, regional, and global leaders from feminist networks, civil society, international development, and the private sector. We connect data and evidence with advocacy and action on gender equality to transform the lives of women and girls and realize the SDGs. Over a year ago, if I tried to convince you that progress on gender equality was moving too slowly or was too fragile, you might have been less inclined to believe me. But 1 year on from the start of the COVID pandemic, and we are seeing how this crisis has shone a spotlight on the inequalities that hold women and girls back. The pandemic has also shown starkly how some groups of girls and women face overlapping forms of discrimination, whether because of their race, their age, their gender identity, because they have a disability, or so many other factors. Gender inequality means that the pandemic has wreaked greater havoc on our societies and our economies. By not taking sufficient action on women's rights, we're prolonging the crisis and impeding our ability to recover. For example, when women continue to bear most of the burden of caring for families and communities, and when they're stuck in lower paid jobs, they may be driven out of the workforce in times of crisis. Or when social protection systems aren't working and women have no safety net, they may instead have to go to work, even in crowded, unsafe, or insecure workplaces. When girls are valued less, school closures will make it even less likely that they will ever have the chance at an education. And when societies are under stress, violence against women rises. Pre-COVID, our global partnership was raising the alarm about the pace of progress on gender equality. In light of the COVID crisis, that's now a full-blown emergency. Simply, we won't be able to realize the vision set out in the SDGs if we don't ensure that girls and women have equal rights and opportunities. And yet, as the EM 2030 data shows, to date, no country has achieved gender equality. Today, we're going to use the EM 2030 data as a backdrop. We'll look briefly at the SDG Gender Index, and then we'll go deeper into 5 key gender equality issues to look at how quickly or slowly countries have been moving and what that pace of change means for whether we'll meet the 2030 goals. Let's start with an introduction to EM 2030's SDG Gender Index, and then we'll dive a bit deeper. So now we'll move over to a short video.
The SDG Gender Index is the most comprehensive tool available to track gender equality across 129 countries, 14 of the 17 SDGs, and 51 really critical gender equality issues. We've seen that 1.4 billion girls and women live in countries who receive a very poor failing score on the index, and no country received an excellent score. These are really sobering findings. At the same time, there are messages of hope in the index findings. We've seen that the goals that the world performs best on are those that have had really coordinated, concerted investment of policy, attention, and funding over the last 10 to 20 years. And we've seen that on issues like water and sanitation, hunger and nutrition, girls' education, that with attention, we can make progress.
2019 SDG Gender Index provided a snapshot of how countries were faring on gender equality at one static point. But we wanted to dig into the data more to look at change over time. So we undertook what we call the Bending the Curve research. You can find the 5 issues we studied in Bending the Curve on the slide here. And our expert speakers will be taking you through each of these 5 issues in just a moment. We would have loved to study pace of change on many more issues, but we were really restricted in our choice because of data gaps. Even compiling data on past trends for just these 5 issues across 129 countries was a major effort. So we looked at past trends and how quickly things have been changing over the past 10 or 20 years. And that allowed us to forecast how much progress countries will make by the year 2030 if they keep moving at the current pace. What did we find? Well, overall, we found that global progress on these 5 issues, which are absolutely central to securing gender equality overall, has been limping along. At a global level, the lines measuring progress are nearly flat. We found that 67 countries, home to 2.1 billion girls and women, won't achieve any of these 5 gender equality targets if they continue at their current pace. We also found that several high-income countries are stagnating or even seeing reversals in progress on some issues. So what the chart on this slide shows is a combination of 2 key elements from the EM 2030 data. On the left side, we have countries' SDG Gender Index score. That measures how gender equal that country is today. And on the bottom, we measure how rapidly each country has been moving over the past 10 or 20 years. This helps you see a more nuanced picture than you'd find in a standard index ranking. For example, in the top left corner, you'll find countries that may have fairly high levels of gender equality, but who have been moving very slowly or even moving in the wrong direction on key gender equality issues over recent decades. And in the bottom right corner, you'll find countries that have a more challenging starting point when it comes to gender equality, but who have been making rapid progress on at least some gender equality issues. As we are all here with a motivation to turn it around for the SDGs, I will finish with the message of hope that comes out of the Bending the Curve research. We found that once we dug into the data, we could see that some countries have made astonishingly fast progress over the past 10 or 20 years. And if all countries match the pace of those fast-moving countries over the next decade, nearly 3/4 of the world's girls and women could instead live in countries that would reach 4 or even all 5 of these gender equality targets by 2030. The experts on our panel are all powerful, data-driven advocates with whom EM 2030 has the pleasure to work. During the panel, they'll share the areas of progress and backsliding on each of the themes within their own context, situating these global findings in the daily realities of their organizations and the girls and women with whom they work. I'll now hand it over to Nilangi, who is joining us from Sahaj in India and who will delve further into the family planning data.
Thank you, Alison. My name is Dr. Nilangi and I'm from an organization called Sahaj in India. So I'll be talking about the indicator which is related to access to modern forms of contraception. So what does this indicator tell us? It tells us about the proportion of women who are married or in union in the age group 15 to 49 years and whose need for family planning is met with modern methods. Now, this is the official SDG 3 indicator, and we have looked at data from the year 2000 to 2018 from UNPD. So first and foremost, it is very important to understand that bodily autonomy is central to gender equality. And secondly, a lack of access to modern family planning methods increases women's health risks such as STDs or unsafe abortions. So given these importance, I think it is very important to look at the access to modern contraceptives. What is the global picture about it? So it is worrisome that the progress on this indicator has been really slow. In the year 2000, there were 56% of girls and women who had access globally, which increased to just 68% by 2018. Another worrisome fact is that there are 14 countries where the proportion of women with access to contraception has gone down in this period. So if we continue with the same pace, we will not be able to achieve our target by 2030. We have to at least hasten by 3 times. If you look at the regional picture, it shows that there is one positive finding that the regional average for sub-Saharan Africa improved from 32% in 2000 to 54% in 2018, which is good to see. Good to see that countries like Rwanda, Ethiopia, Burkina Faso, Sierra Leone, and Mauritania saw the fastest average annual rates of change. Whereas on the other side, if you look at the countries in Europe and North America, there are around 7 countries for which the performance has gone down. And still today, 1 in 5 women in this region lacks access to modern contraceptives. Now I'll come to India, where we have been working on SRHR issues for more than 3 decades. Who adopted the family planning program just immediately after the independence. So it's been almost 60-70 years that we are working on improving the access to modern contraceptives. Yet, if you see between 2000 to 2018, the progress has been just 6.9 percentage points, which is much lesser than the global average and also the average for the Asia and Pacific region. And at this rate of change, India will achieve its target only by 2086, which is almost 56 years later than the SDG achievement that we are expecting by 2030. And given the population of India, it is very important to understand that 22% of women not having access means 84 million women in India will not have access to contraceptives in 2030, which is a large number. Then we are talking about all these figures which are in the pre-COVID period. And as all of us know, that COVID-19 pandemic has serious effects on the health system itself. Apart from all other systems, health system has been badly affected because the frontline healthcare providers are now busy providing COVID-19 services, like they are busy with screening. So obviously the routine services like access, like providing contraceptives has taken backseat. What does it mean? It means that globally the studies have shown that in the period where the countries were in lockdown, around 47 million women in 114 countries did not get access to contraceptives. Coming to India, even if we have the best case scenario that the health system was functioning and providing other services, we can see that between 1.94 to 2.95 million women did not get access to, there are going to be unintended pregnancies. And out of these, around 800,000 will be unsafe abortions, which means higher maternal mortality. So this tells us the importance of access to modern contraceptives. And if we really want to improve the situation, there are 3 or 4 things which need immediate attention. One is we should stop calling it family planning and call it access to contraception, because the moment you call it family planning, it denotes that it is for the couples who want to limit the families, and other persons like single women and all are left behind. Second, very important group which is being left behind, especially in countries like India, where there are laws which criminalize the sexual activity below 18 years, is the young people. So young person face severe barriers which we need to work on immediately. Third, it is often seen that contraception is women's responsibility. And if you see in India, the percentage of male sterilization is hardly 1.5 to 2%. So it is high time now that men start taking their responsibility of contraception. And fourth and very important last point is the quality of services. Though we are just looking at numbers in this indicator, we are aware that women also need good quality services. For example, when the healthcare providers are behind achieving the targets, they often forget the quality, as we have seen in India, that in the PPIUCD program, the informed consent is not taken properly, and women are informed very last minute about the insertion of copper T. And I think this is the blatant violation of their rights. So at the time of looking at quantity, we should also focus on quality of services. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nilangi. And I'm now handing over to Julie from Fawe in Kenya to talk about education.
Thank you so much, Alison. I'll start off by acknowledging that significant efforts have been made to globally close the gender gap in education. However, the rate of girls' completion of secondary education has been slow, globally increasing from 43% in 2000 to 59% in 2018, as shown in the projected diagram. It's important to note that some countries have done extremely well in terms of achieving gender equality in education. And these countries include Ghana and Angola, where the number of girls completing secondary education has been increasing by more than 10% between 2000 and 2018. For example, in Ghana, the percentage of girls completing secondary education increased from 20% in 2003 to 41% in 2015, quite impressive. On the other hand, some countries have had small but significant declines in the number of girls completing secondary education. These countries include Sri Lanka and Russia, among others. In Kenya, where I sit, the rate of girls' completion of secondary education has also been slow, and this can be attributed to factors such as insufficient financial resources and also poverty. COVID-19 has also widened the gap, with a significant number of girls getting pregnant and having to stop their education for some time. And so we need to come up with strategies such as re-entry policies, which will enable the girls go back to school, learn, perform well, and transition to tertiary education. And so we all know that educating a girl means educating the whole community. Research has also shown that there is a strong correlation between higher rates of secondary education and lower levels of marriages among young women between the age of 20 and 24. And this can be illustrated by data from countries such as Rwanda and Niger. From the 2018 Bending the Curve report, it's clear that only 24 countries will be able to achieve universal secondary education by 2030. And so we need to move 3 times faster so that all the countries globally achieve this goal by 2030. I'd also like to point out that if we move at the right pace, 85 million more girls will be able to complete their secondary education by 2030. I hope we all get there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie. Next, we're moving over to talk about workplace equality laws with Nisa.
Thanks, Alison. I hope we get there, Julie, as well. In terms of workplace equality laws, in many countries, legal systems do not protect women against discrimination in the workforce. This indicator that's seen on the screen captures the extent to that countries that have laws mandating gender equality in the workplace, covering anti-discrimination, equal pay, paid leave, treatment of pregnant workers, and laws that put restrictions on types of job women can do. At the current pace of change, the world won't meet the target of all countries with 100% scores until 2051. That's too long. There has been no negative change in work laws globally, but a lot of studies across every region. In Latin America and the Caribbean, the Economic Commission has said that the crisis generated by the COVID-19 pandemic had a negative impact in the occupation and working conditions of women in Latin America and the Caribbean, generating a setback of more than a decade in the progress achieved in terms of labor participation. The labor participation rate for women stood at 40% in 2020, while that of men was 69%. It is also calculated that the unemployment rate for women reached 12% in 2020, a percentage that rises to 22% if the same labor participation rate for women in 2019 is assumed. In 2020, there was an overwhelming departure of women from the labor force who, because they had to attend to the demands for care in their homes, did not resume their job search. 57% of women in Latin America and 54% in the Caribbean are employed in sectors that are expected to have a greater negative effects in terms of employment and income due to the pandemic. Women in the region are a crucial part or the first line of response to the pandemic. 73% of the people employed in the health sector are women who have had to face a series of extreme working conditions, such as long working hours, which add to the greater risk to which the personnel of the health sector are exposed to the virus. All this in a regional context in which wage discrimination persists, since the earnings of women who work in the health field are 20% lower than those of men in the same sector. In addition to mainstreaming the gender perspective in all recovery policies, affirmative actions are required in the field of physical labor, productive, economic, and social policies that protect the rights of women achieved in the last decade, avoiding setbacks that they confront gender equalities in the short, medium, and term. This is what we need to aim to. This is what we need to work towards. And this is what makes us reach the goals sooner than what you can see in the graphic here, hopefully closer to 2030.
Thank you so much, Nisa. I'm handing over to Frida now, back to Frida, to talk about women's perceptions of safety.
Thank you, Alison. Globally, there is no progress on ensuring that women feel safer. The trend, as we can see in this graph, the trend has been flat. Between 2006 and 2020, the perception on safety has declined by 43%, and 50% of the countries where there was decline on perception of safety, they didn't have existing legislation on domestic violence. It's also disheartening to learn that some of the countries that registered the largest decline in perceived safety are in Africa, and that include Mauritania, Niger, Tunisia, Senegal, and of course outside Africa, Venezuela. We will not make progress or achieve SDGs, and particularly Sustainable Goal number 5 on gender equality, if we do not deal with perceptions on safety and issues of violence against women and girls. But that said, of course, I also allowed the Equal Measures 2030 because I know that data on safety and violence, and particularly violence against women and girls, is hard to come by. It is hard to even analyze and compare. And without that in-depth examination, then it's very difficult to be able to provoke progress in that area. Nevertheless, we've also used anecdotal evidence that shows or collaborates what we are seeing in Bending the Curve research, that violence is actually on the rise, and the COVID pandemic hasn't made it any better. In fact, here in Kenya, and I think globally now, the women and the feminist movement refer to it as the shadow pandemic. Probably it should even be the main or parallel pandemic. Roots Kenya has been collecting data, citizen-generated data around perceptions of women and girls' safety, just to collaborate the global data, but also to see whether it would bring out different perspectives. I can say confidently that it collaborates with the information that we are getting from this research. And it also tells us that the safety perception is lower in urban areas and in cities, and especially in the settlement and slum, but also in remote rural areas. And that tells us two things. One is that there is need to factor women's safety in infrastructural development in cities and towns, whether it is in terms of defining the built-up ratio, the built-up area ratio, or it is in development of street lights, pavement, our open spaces. And also that tells us that the issue of safety and violence against women and girls is not an issue of gender activists or feminists. It's a matter that needs the attention of engineers, needs the attention of planners, and that is to say that it is beyond government. The private sector also have a big role to play if we are to make progress in this target. The other point, number 2, is that for us to realize this target and to have women and girls feeling more safe and reduce violence, government must increase their investment in public service in the rural and remote areas where women report to feel less safe, whether it is in terms of health, infrastructure, water, schools, energy, because that's trainers search for these basic services that really define their livelihood, increase their risk exposure, and it's more for young women, for children, and of course for the elderly. I know that lack of legislation and policies is cited, and there is evidence that the countries that have no legislation, that women feel even more unsafe. But the presence of those policies also does not guarantee action. And I'm saying this because in Kenya, we already have the Prevention Against Domestic Violence Act, we have the Sexual Offences Act in place, but the issue of safety still remains a major impediment in women empowerment and gender equality. The critical ingredient here is the investment in terms of financial resources, human resources, but also time. And this has been demonstrated to a certain extent. President Kenyatta expressed himself, I think in 2017, around the issue of ending harmful practices in Kenya. And you can see since that time when he offered that strong leadership and mobilized a lot of political will, that there have been a lot of increased investment, both financially and also in terms of human resource from the security mechanism to bring to an end the female genital mutilation. Of course, the issues of women safety are much more than that, and we should not cherry pick, or government should not cherry pick on what issue they want to address. And the other thing that we need to look at is how women perceive their own bodies and their own lives, because there's a perception and an attitude that needs to change so that we can all embrace our body autonomy and put to an end the justification and the sanitization of violence. It's laudable, I think, that gender-based violence has made it to one of the 6 action coalition of the Beijing +25. And we are excited that Kenya, where the Kenyan government is one of the leaders amongst other governments. And we are hopeful that this will help in mobilizing adequate investment in generating political will, and that Kenya, alongside all the other government, will offer strong global leadership so that we can bring this vice to an end. And we are definitely, as stakeholders, all called upon to support this government, to support the other international organizations that are part of that coalition, so that when we do the bending the curve research again, that we will be seeing different statistics. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Frida. And I'm handing back over to Nisa to talk about women in government.
Thanks, Alison, and all the previous insights and reflections that we had on the situation of these 5 main topics that this report addresses. I think it's no coincidence, of course, that the ministerial representation of women is the last of this issue, because it combines and also kind of shows where action can be put into place from all the recommendations that we find all around the world to move forward with SDGs goals. So the global picture is that, again, what we've seen in the others, at the current pace of change, the world won't meet the target. But this time it just moves a lot more forward. So in 2066, 11 countries, however, had reached parity in cabinets in 2019. Spain has 65% of the parliament, Nicaragua 56, Sweden 55, Albania, Colombia, Costa Rica, Rwanda, Canada, France, South Africa, and Ethiopia have 50% or closer to 50% of the parliament. And 6 countries in the world had 0 women ministers. 20% of government minister posts globally are held by women. 23%. and 77 million girls and women live in countries that do not have a single female minister. And what we've learned so far is that it's not only what happens when women get to the position, but many times the obstacles they face are prior even to the elections or to get to political participation in their countries. So what we've learned in Latin America organizations, especially with the work that national partners like La Ruta Pacífica, the Pacific Route of Women in Colombia, has showed us through the partnership with Equal Measures 2030, it's that violence against women in politics is increasingly recognized on their members as an emergent tactic to detain women's political participation. Economic violence acts seeking to control women's access to or behavior in the political realm by systematically restrict access to economic resources which are otherwise available to men, making political so difficult or frustrating that women are led to withdraw of their own accord or to reduce the chances that women can do their jobs effectively, though affecting their future political careers. The tactics that have been used to stop political participation of women range from this economic violence, but also even get to physical violence. Women in Latin America, around the world, are facing threats, their lives have been threatened, their families, they have to choose many times if they continue to run in this process and seek that they are entitled by law, but there are being these other obstacles that are trying to make them outside of the political field, so they won't get to be representatives of their people, of all women and girls, of their communities. Democracy is challenged when public officials are prevented, though intimidation and coercion, from exercising the function to which they have been elected or appointed. Violence against women in politics not only threatens to hollow the national and international commitments to gender balanced decision-making, but can also affect the integrity of the political system itself. At this point, what we urge national leaders, political party leaders, governments, is that laws need to take place in order to prevent these obstacles of women and allow fully and in equality of conditions the participation of women in politics. So when they come and be part of the government, allow them to come and change will come with them. Allow them to have the voice, and the voice of women will come with them.
Thank you very much, Nisa. So that concludes the 5 speakers diving deeper into the issues that we found in our Bending the Curve research. And I think I agree with Nisa, it's really interesting to finish on the topic of whether women are reaching those most senior government positions, what our research looked at. And if we think of that in light of the COVID pandemic, and I think all around the world, we've seen examples or media attention brought to countries that have done better, shall we say, during the COVID pandemic, being those led by women. And I think what's really interesting is to look at the evidence that shows that when you have more women in powerful positions, you have more policies, social policies, better social policies, more policies directed at families. And I think if we think of women's access to power and leadership and the impact that a focus on social policies, policies for the family, policies for gender equality could have on all of the 5 issues that we talked about here today. I think it's a really great point to end on. And I think the panel for me today really shows, in a way, the power and the beauty of the SDGs as a global framework that sets targets and norms and themes that we need to focus on, but that really where the action happens, within countries, within municipalities, at the subnational county level. And I think all of our speakers here today bring together that kind of global to local role that the SDGs can play in driving transformative progress. And I think combined here in 2021, looking at this year as an inflection point on gender equality, because we are also at the anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action. And this year we'll have the Generation Equality Forum, which is really needs to be that inflection point that really turns things around for gender equality. So 2021, we have 9 years left on the SDGs, and we have the Generation Equality Forum, really an incredibly important point for us to be talking about turning it around for gender equality. So I want to thank our partners for sharing their experience and insights. It is absolutely the best part of my job, being able to work with and learn from advocates across the Equal Measures 2030 partnership. I think what is clear is that across the issues and country or regional contexts we've heard about today, we need to pick up the pace of progress for gender equality. But we've also talked about there being some good news when it comes to the potential to turn it around for gender equality. So by accelerating progress on gender equality, we can accelerate progress towards all of the other goals that we're celebrating here at the festival today. And EM 2030's own research has shown that rapid change on gender equality is possible. Together, we have the opportunity to make this challenging moment a turning point for gender equality and for progress on the whole 2030 agenda. We already have the blueprint for transformative action outlined in the SDGs and in all of the human rights frameworks that underpin it. To achieve the vision of the SDGs, we need advocates like you to put pressure on your governments to ensure they're putting in place the laws, the policies, the budget allocations that have long been promised to girls and women in global agreements, and to inspire champions from across sectors to take action to promote gender equality. Every individual action matters. These actions require bold approaches, bold ideas, and raising our collective ambition. For anyone viewing who's keen to see how your country is doing on gender equality, you can visit the EM 2030 Data Hub at data.em2030.org and explore your country's track record and the projections on gender equality, and check out how your country scored on the 2019 SDG Gender Index. Be sure to follow us on social media, sign up for our newsletter, and you'll get all the latest news on how collectively we can turn it around for gender equality. For those on Twitter, you can join us for a live Q&A where you can engage directly with the panelists. Just find us at the Twitter handle @Equal2030. Thank you.
Poverty and inequality are universal. They undermine every society, everywhere. But poverty is not natural. It is man-made, so poverty is not inevitable. It's an area where the world has made huge progress in the past few decades. Just 30 years ago, there were 1.9 billion people living in extreme poverty, but that number has been transformed. In 2015, it fell to 734 million people. That's over 1 billion people lifted out of poverty. But still, almost 10% of the human race is living unbelievably harsh lives. This is largely determined by their circumstances at birth, and these high levels of inequality work against better opportunities for all. Opportunities that could change the world. A huge amount depends on where public money is spent. More of it must urgently go into health, into giving everyone a safety net. There is a revolution that is happening in education. connecting every school, every person to the internet. This can be done. The recovery from COVID must lead to an economy that works for everyone. Let's start with tax. We have widespread tax concessions, tax avoidance, and tax evasion, which means that there's so much less money for all the crucial things. Many developing countries are weighed down by historical debts, spending more money on debt repayments than they are spending on healthcare. And then there's the importance of global investment in peace. The peace dividend for the world is immeasurable, and we must break the vicious cycle of corruption and increase the power of the people to keep check on the people in power. A free, independent media and responsible social media platforms that encourage healthy debate. Equality unleashes the potential of everyone to improve their own lives and contribute to the lives of everyone else.
Hello, I'm Nadira Hira, your MC for this year's SDG Global Festival of Action. And I'm so pleased to be presenting one of our very special Turning Point Dialogues. On the heels of a year full of challenges, a global pandemic marked by economic, political, and social turmoil, we've seen dramatic shifts in how we think about living, earning, consuming, and producing. Things that were deemed too ambitious or expensive even to entertain before now seem not just doable, but downright imperative, which means this incredibly difficult moment may also be a potentially unparalleled opportunity to build a more just and sustainable society. So how? How do we, together, make this a true turning point for people and for planet? Here to consider the question with us is football star, football diplomat, and co-founder of Football for Peace, launched at our very own United Nations, Kashif Siddiqui. Welcome, Kash.
Hey there, how are you?
Great, how nice to see you. So why don't we just jump in? Football for Peace is built on this idea of using football as a force for good to raise awareness about the world's most pressing issues. But you've spoken in particular about bringing young people into the movement and making this a movement of one game at a time for peace. So how do you see young people kind of fitting into this turning point moment? And what do they need to do in order to be key players as we sort of try to make this a turning point toward change?
Yeah, Sandera, I think, honestly, like the time we're living in, I like to say that we're so connected, but ironically, times are so divided right now. And further effects of COVID-19 have forced isolation and mental health issues. And obviously, I'm a huge believer and advocate in trying to unlock the power of football in all its forms. And, football itself, soccer touches 3.5 billion people across the world. American football and the Super Bowl touches, I think, around 250 million just on that one occasion. And that is truly, the stats are unreal. And I think that really gives us a common ground. But football in its just all its forms can be such a stimulator for dialogue and resilience. And I really believe that the game of football itself is just an invitation for rebuilding and really turning it around.
You all have said, and I love this, that it reaches across religious, social, and ethnic lines. It reaches a lot of people, but it's also lots of different kinds of people.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's, again, it's one of those things that crosses, socioeconomic backgrounds, faith, religion, genders, etc. And I think to answer your question on why the youth element is so important is, I feel that a lot of our attitude is shaped when we're young. And unfortunately, the past year has just been devastating on all communities, specifically the younger community. And the problem we face now is unless we do something about it, these negative feelings and anxiety and isolation traits may actually stay with us for a lifetime. And I think we've got a great opportunity to use this to turn it around. And I think the pandemic continues to destroy unity and community confidence. I mean, we've seen it throughout, the unfortunate things we've seen in the news and, young kids and how they've been affected, but not only kids, I mean, the community and families. But I think there's something really special in the power of unity and the coming together of young people and actually building a community to help themselves, people, planet, but also ultimately leading to peace, which is obviously a very big word.
So Cash, you're absolutely right. Peace is a huge word, but sometimes what ends up being the struggle when we start at that big place is getting narrow and granular. And I wonder, are there things that you've seen in your work that sort of can inform how we support young people in building this community and becoming sort of a force for peace and for change in the way that we know that they can?
Yeah, I think from personal experience, obviously I'll speak for football, and I just feel that using that unifying power of football, I think, one, you raise awareness, and also two, resource for social and environmental issues, which basically helps the whole narrative. And I think it's a phased approach, because to get to peace, you have to build stable, sustainable, resilient people and communities. And I think, as you mentioned in the beginning of this conversation, that I think you build that house by house, town by town, village by village, but it's really a city by city. And it's that kind of community that you start building from ground up.
Cash, what's your vision for how we might recover better to combat or even end inequality, division, conflict? And how can sport help create that change in your experience?
I honestly feel that we're culturally conditioned to identify with our own race, religion, country, tribe, even a particular football team. And I think history has obviously shown us that we can't live our lives as people in such small boxes. And I feel if we look at this pandemic as a huge box, I think, as I mentioned earlier, finding those small wins and working together is really, I think, a way out of this to rebuild and turn things around. And I think if we look at it from a lens of football, I think we need engagement, not only from the grassroots world, I feel we need engagement from the diplomatic community, the football community, because when we start bringing all of this together, I think it puts us in a very unique space. And I think working together is the way forward. And I think we just have an amazing opportunity to use the lens of football to really build and restart an integrated community and really look at building resilience and against, I guess, the situation which is seeking to divide us.
So Cash, you actually have particular experience right now and in general in a region of the world that has experienced lockdown in a different way, but in a very consistent way as well. What lessons do you have? And if you could talk a little bit about that experience, that would be great. But what lessons can you bring forward from your experience in Kashmir to help us sort of tackle this global moment that we're experiencing? What is there to learn there?
I mean, it's really interesting because, growing up, I've heard a lot about Kashmir, and you go there and it's actually, well, they say it's heaven on earth, but it's also the most militarized zone in the world. So So literally you have that contrast right away as soon as you land. But the one thing that I realized is that when we talk about resilience, the people of Kashmir are so resilient in so many different ways. I mean, they face lockdowns, for example, and interesting young children, when they go to shops to buy something, if there's a lockdown, you don't have to pay for it, for example. There's a barter deal done already. So it's like, that's when we talk about communities coming together to get through hard times is a perfect example. And obviously when you talk about a lockdown in New York or a lockdown in London, etc., it's very different in somewhere like Kashmir facing those lockdowns. But again, with the pandemic, it's a global issue, right? So they've also had to face this again with this. And I saw that before I managed to actually leave India and get back to the UK before COVID-19 had hit there. And it was really interesting because I saw a lot of the social media globally and what was going on and the news. And it was like the whole world was panicking apart from Kashmir. And it was really interesting for me to see the contrast on that. But I think it's a sentiment that is close to my heart, and it's taught me a lot as well. And learning from the young people how they dealt with it in Kashmir. And now I'm due to go back to Kashmir, and it'll be really interesting to see the before and after, obviously, because I haven't been there for a while. And maybe this is conversation to be continued with you.
Absolutely, but it feels like the message there is hope, is that this is possible, is that communities can make these shifts and can make this a turning point, which is incredible. Now, before I let you go, I have to say you are certainly an inspirational figure to people around the world as a football player, but now as a peace advocate and a football diplomat, which is a title I love.
And the first football diplomat.
Say again?
First football diplomat.
The very first, inaugural, exactly, but hopefully first of many. So it sounds like you have a message to your fellow pro athletes there on being involved. But what inspires you? Or is there a piece of music or a podcast or a piece of art, a person that moves you that our festival participants can check out to get some of that energy too?
So those close to me, I'm a huge advocate, and I speak about it quite openly about the inspiration that my mother's had on me. My mother came from Uganda in Africa, and she faced a lot of issues with inequalities and coming over from Idi Amin's Africa, facing conflict as a refugee. But what she's done for me as a single mother has really inspired me to give me the platform to do what I'm trying to do today. So for me, it's hard to just give that one trick. But what I would say is that always try and look for role models that it could be one role model, it could be a friend, it could be it could be a family member. But I mean, parents for me are key, guardians, and for me that's been the driving force of where I am today. And I try and get her involved in everything what I do. It's really cool because even at UNGA last year when I was fortunate to speak, she was right there. So that I guess that's my inspiration.
Every time I do these sessions, my mom is messaging me on WhatsApp or one of those
I
kinds
love
of
that
things.
as well.
I think a lot of people have had that experience. So that's wonderful. Well,
sure.
Thank you so much for being with us, Kash Siddiqui, here for the SDG Global Festival of Action. And you're absolutely right. We hope to continue the conversation with you very soon.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Catch up soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
What does the world need right now?
More visionaries, more young people, more advocates, entrepreneurs, inspiring change wherever they are. Together, we're breaking down the 17 ambitious global goals into small problems we can all take on.
Because we have less than a decade to reach the Sustainable Development Goals.
We have seen that some decisions cannot be easily unmade.
If everyone started to know more about the SDGs and their targets, together we can definitely make a positive change.
Everyone can be the hero.
Because we desire to do more and to do better.
We are lucky. We have the tools to make a difference.
To make things happen faster than ever before.
We believe in the digital.
We have technology.
We are Generation 17.
We are Generation 17.
We are Generation 17.
Generation 17.
Generation 17.
Generation 17.
We are Generation 17.
Join us. We can make
2021
a turning point
for people and planet.
My name is Peter. I'm from Kenya, and I use Football for Peace to champion for peace, justice, and strong institutions.
My name is Paula Santos. I'm from Mexico, and I work in the Education Hub creating resources to ensure that everyone around the world has access to quality education.
My name is Emmanuel Myros Ponon from the Philippines, and I contribute through educating, advocating, and inspiring my fellow youth to constantly make sustainability a lifestyle through various community development.
I'm Marsha from Malaysia, and I advocate for lifelong learning opportunities. Let's join our hands and work together to reduce the digital gap and provide solutions for the continuity of learning.
My name is Buketo Lamula from South Africa, and I'm going around my country sharing love this year.
Are you enjoying your festival experience? Feeling inspired to take action? Have you met someone new you can't wait to collaborate with? Or do you have a new perspective on the opportunity to make this moment a turning point for people and for planet? We want to hear from you. So head on over to the help desk and share your thoughts through the SDG Action Evaluation Survey. Your voice matters.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Marina Ponti. I'm the director of the UN SDG Action Campaign, and I'm delighted to be here today with Trisha Shetty, the social activist and founder of She Says. And we are here for a turning point dialogue. Why a turning point dialogue? We believe that 2021 can really be a moment of transformation where we can make the necessary shift that are needed to address the deep inequalities of our societies. So Trisha, welcome and thank you for being here. Let me start by asking you a question, which was triggered by your intervention as the SDG Action Zone in September. You mentioned something very true that we really share, that there is really no need to invent new formulas, no need to wait for another Einstein to be born, no need to really engineer a solution. What is missing, and it's important, is the will to make it happen, and also the support that we need to give to the people that are risking their life every day to make these changes possible. So in light of that statement, how can we make 2021 a turning point?
At the offset, thank you so much, Marina, and to your entire team for bringing us together with urgency and intention to address the crisis that we are in and figure out how do we move forward from here. I often find it interesting when people say, refer to the pandemic and say, we need new solutions, we need to hit pause and reset and shake the system up. All of that is very much true. But what I find amusing is when people ask for solutions as to, how to change this broken system. I find it amusing because we are currently living in crisis, right? The pandemic is the crisis. We're living in crisis of deep inequality. We're living in a crisis of completely the climate crisis. We are losing about 150 to 200 million species to the climate crisis every single day, to the ecological crisis. And people often stop at political will. But what we must remember is political will and politicians are renewable resources. And young people know this, right? There's a reason young people are taking to the streets. There's a reason why one young girl who had the audacity to sit outside her parliament with a board that had school strike written led to a international movement inspiring young people around the world to lead the movement to demand for necessary interventions when it comes to the climate crisis. And they understood, like a lot of young people, a lot of marginalized communities, a lot of vulnerable communities understand intrinsically that it comes down to political will, and that rights are not something you ask for politely, patiently. Diplomacy doesn't get you at the other end of rights. Let's be honest. Yesterday I was intervening at a UN event. It was a high-level event where we're talking about how children and youth rights could be addressed. And all the member states were there, and all the member states used the opportunity to talk about data and what all their countries are doing. Well, the truth is, about 1 billion kids under the age of 17 are going to be subject to abuse at some point or the other in their lives. So if all these countries are doing everything as they claim, what's going wrong, right? They all talk about everything that they're doing. They don't talk about what they're not doing. They don't talk about the inefficiencies within the system. So the way we move forward is to, one, acknowledge that our current talks of diplomacy, this talk of you attract more flies with honey, you must have people at the table. I'm so tired of listening to this. Every time I leave UN walls, I hear the same people every year talk about the same things, about how their diplomacy talks will change the world. But honestly, it hasn't, because if you see what's happening around the world, it's young people, it's kids, it's the most vulnerable and marginalized communities that are leading change on ground. That is and has been changing the world. So to answer your question, how do we move forward? By protecting the activists, the journalists, the lawyers, the human rights defenders, protecting the SDGs, because they understand what leaving no one behind means. It means holding leadership accountable to do better. It means demanding for justice. It means going after corporate and vested interests, right? It means going against political lobbies. It means going against money lobbies and corporate lobbies. So one, it means we as a global community protect them, right? We say, when we say leave no one behind, it also means we ask for justice for the lives left behind. We demand for accountability. When we say leave no one behind, it means provide a platform to the most vulnerable and marginalized to speak their truth and demand that their voices are heard, seen, celebrated, and truthfully, to remind everyone that politicians are renewable resources, that we are not at their mercy. We need to change this system where they realize that they are answerable to us.
Thank you, Trisha. I think you are really spot on. And as you may know from the campaign, we are a true believer in the butterfly effect. I mean, we believe that everyone can trigger the change that we want to see in the world. And you mentioned about, I really like, politician be renewable, resources. So for us, when we talk about individual action, the first one to me is to vote and to really share, to put forward your conviction, your values, and really fight for what you believe in. So, really spot on. And you also mentioned about inequalities, the deep inequalities of our societies that were even, made more clear, because of the pandemic. Where do you think we can really tackle the root causes, leveraging this moment of the pandemic and of the turning point?
I know I'll take it a step forward and actually say, I take deep umbrage and offense at politicians who treat young people as a vote bank, who tell us to show up and vote, who feel like they need to incentivize millennials and Gen Z to show up and vote and treat us like lazy people. If you look at statistics, the median age of global parliamentarians, I believe, is 56, right? Young parliamentarians in their 20s make up for less than 10% of global parliamentarians. So we keep asking young people to show up and vote, but don't open doors for them to hold elected positions. So there's an incredible campaign that's supported by the UN Youth Envoy's office called Not Too Young to Run, that had great progress in Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken. So at this point, we need to understand, again, when we come to a crisis, this pandemic is a crisis, but this crisis has exposed the crisis of failed leadership. So we need to change this leadership, which means recognizing and celebrating young people's agency, figuring out the laws that don't give them access to hold leadership positions, figuring out the policies that don't give them access to leadership positions, and then demanding that they do hold these positions, right? It's very often, we talk about when we ask for gender quota, they keep asking us, but what about meritocracy? What about meritocracy? Frankly, if we were living in the space of meritocracy, we would not have so many white, aged men holding these positions of leadership, right? We've seen where their meritocracy has gotten us. They've gotten us here at this point where we don't have food to feed our children, where most children are growing up in war zones, in inequality, and calling this their new normal. So I don't want to hear this talk about meritocracy when we fight for quotas, for gender-based quotas, when we fight for minorities and vulnerable communities and young people to hold positions of leadership and power. I don't want tokenization. I don't want people to look at young people as someone that will show up and vote for them, as though they don't know how to run country, that they don't know how to, if anything, this movement that has been led by climate activists, where they're speaking up in solidarity for all human rights. Currently, my country is witnessing the largest protest in global history. About 200 million people are protesting in India, demanding for farmers' rights. Climate activists around the world have been putting their support behind this movement. Greta Thunberg, there was a point when we were worried that our government would issue an arrest warrant against Greta Thunberg for sharing a toolkit on how to get involved in the protest, a democratic protest to support our farmers. All the climate activists from Vanessa to Alexandria to Lichipriya from India, all of them who are supporting faced unprecedented pushback and trolling. You know what they did? They doubled down. They doubled down on their solidarity. They said, you're going to come after my sister? Well, I'm here. You come for my sister, you come for all of us. What do we do? What do these global agencies do that claim to fight for justice, against inequality? I didn't see any of their voices online saying, hey, how dare you go against teenagers for daring to fight against corporate interests? I didn't see any of them. Silence. But young activists were at the forefront. So again, when we talk about turning point, look to the young people. Look for them, for their advocacy, and protect them. Put your money behind them. Protect them vocally, actively. Support them. Make sure that they will lead us towards the light.
Thank you, Trisha. This has been amazing and truly inspiring. I mean, you are really an inspiration for many of you, for many of us. And we just want to, close with a last question. You inspire many people, but we want to know what inspires you. If there is a poem, if there is a person, if there is an episode in your life, what is your inspiration?
I've always been inspired by the deep resilience of survivors that I have had the chance to meet. Nadia Murad is someone, I call my sister, and her words where she said, hope is dangerous. Hope has an expiration date. Hope requires action, has always stuck with me. And those who bring it upon us demand from themselves to showcase the best of their humanity after being subject to the worst. They are marvelous, magical beings. And to think that you witness so much suffering, yet you find it your purpose and calling to stand in solidarity, and yet believe in community, and yet believe in what it means to live in a global community and fight truly to leave no one behind. That's a marvelous thing. And I don't think you need to look for further inspiration than the people actually doing the work on the ground level.
Thank you, Trisha.
They don't have to be Nobel Peace Laureates. They could be amazing child activists doing incredible work in your area.
Thank you, Trisha. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The world knows him as George. But I called him Perry. Yesterday we laid him to rest. It was the hardest thing I ever had to do. I'm the big brother now, so it's my job to comfort my brothers and my sisters, Perry's kids, and everyone who loved him. And that's a lot of people. I couldn't take care of George that day he was killed, but I can make sure that his death would not be in vain. To make sure that he is more than another face on a t-shirt, more than another name on a list that won't stop growing. George called for help and he was ignored. Please listen to the call ringing out the streets across the world. People of all backgrounds, genders, and races have come together to demand change. The people marching in the streets are telling you enough is enough. To the leaders, the people elected you to speak for them, to make positive change, you have the opportunity to make your names mean something too. If his death ends up changing the world for the better, and I think it will, then he died as he lived. It is on you to make sure his death is not in vain. Perry, look up at what you did. Big brother, you changed the world. I hope you can rest in peace with power.
Hello, I'm Nadira Hira, your MC for this year's SDG Global Festival of Action. And I'm so excited to be presenting one of our very special Turning Point Dialogues. On the heels of a year full of challenges, a global pandemic marked by economic, political, and social turmoil, we've seen dramatic shifts in how we think about living and earning, consuming, and producing. Things that were deemed too ambitious or expensive even to entertain before now seem not just doable, but downright imperative. Which means that this incredibly difficult moment may also be a potentially unparalleled opportunity to build a more just and sustainable society. So how do we, together, make this a true turning point for people and for planet? Well, here to talk about it with us is the author of Exposure, Poisoned Water, Corporate Greed, and One Lawyer's 20-year Battle Against DuPont. A man who was a corporate defense attorney for 8 years, only to take on an environmental suit that would upend his entire career and expose a brazen, decades-long history of massive chemical contamination. And I'd be remiss if I didn't also mention that his story is the inspiration for the Hollywood film Dark Waters, in which he's played by Mark Ruffalo. Welcome, Rob Bilott. Thanks so much for being here.
Thanks so much for having me. It's my pleasure.
So why don't we just jump in? In 2020, participant media launched the Fight Forever's Chemicals campaign in conjunction with Dark Waters. And they've said what a force you were in championing the cause, just as you clearly have been for all these years, battling chemical contamination on the legal front. So as we consider the power and opportunity of this moment, I guess I'd love to start with just taking action. What pushed you to act, especially when it would have been so much easier to stick to the status quo? What made this your fight?
You know, actually, when I started digging into documents that I got from DuPont and saw that we were facing what was really unprecedented global contamination by man-made chemicals, and that were in the drinking water probably of millions of people all over the planet, in blood of virtually every living creature, including people all over the planet. But then realizing that I may be the only one seeing these documents, that this was information that had been withheld, and that the scientists, the regulators, the public didn't know about this. And this was happening in what I viewed as sort of my hometown, Parkersburg, West Virginia, where my mom and her whole family had grown up. And I realized, that I needed to do something to make sure that people were aware of this public health threat. And I'm hoping that when people see this story and see the actions that people like Earl Tennant, the farmer in West Virginia, who first discovered there was a problem here, they realize that each individual can take action. We shouldn't sit back and just assume somebody else is going to take care of this for us. Looking at this information, realizing I had a responsibility. This was a public health threat that nobody knew about. And I needed to do what I could do as a lawyer to work in the legal system and to work with others, scientists, regulators, people in the media, people that could help get this story out. And it was an incredible opportunity to work with people like Mark Ruffalo and the folks at Participant, who were able to find a way to convey what seemed like complex legal and scientific information, to bring it out to people and so that they can understand why this was a story that mattered to all of us, affected all of us. And to do that in such a visual way and to be able to bring that story and show people how this affects real people was an incredible opportunity, and so fortunate to be able to have people like that help bring this story out to people.
And it sounds like a wonderful combination of, if not me, who, and then this community that you talk about. And you've said that this community sort of came together to make sure that forever chemicals wouldn't affect anybody else, that this wouldn't happen to other communities in the future. And it certainly had an effect. Just the term forever chemicals is now in the zeitgeist in a way that it never was before. So I wonder if you could just reflect on your experience of the influence film and media can exert, both on the behavior of these long established companies like DuPont and also on the mindsets of everyday people.
It's an incredibly powerful force to be able to have folks put a movie together or a documentary or to write feature articles in major newspapers or television shows. That is so incredibly powerful and so important. Because again, having something that this is this complex about complicated chemicals with complicated names and difficult legal terms, to be able to have folks in the field, in journalism, in the media, that are able to bring that story out in a way that people understand why it's important, and to give people an opportunity to learn about how this affects real people in other communities is incredibly powerful. And this, we wouldn't be talking about this. The world wouldn't know about forever chemicals if it weren't for the incredible journalists, investigative reporters, and folks like Participant in the media, and being able to do books and things of that nature for people to understand the story. And bringing the story out is critical.
What have been some of the reactions that you've had that have surprised you the most, or that have been the most interesting, or maybe even the most rewarding, since this has been sort of your life's work up to this point?
Well, I think it's still amazing to me, even though we've been working on this now. I think we're in year 23 of trying to do what we can to get this story out and to make sure that regulators and scientists understand the threat posed by these chemicals. It's still remarkable how many people will find a story and respond saying, I never heard of this. How is this possible? How do we have chemicals that are over the entire planet, in everyone's blood and everyone's drinking water, chemicals that might even impair our immune systems and affect the ability and the effectiveness of vaccines during the time of a pandemic? How does something like this happen and we aren't all talking about it? That to me is still remarkable, that even with a movie, even with a book and documentary and the coverage that we do have, more is needed, more discussion, more people talking, more ways to reach out and connect in different ways, and find ways to bring lawyers and journalists and scientists and regulators, all of these different sectors of our community together, and make sure we can find a way that we all understand the importance of the same story that affects all of us.
So it's 23 years and counting. The work continues, truly. What can we do, sort of the festival participants out there and folks who aren't engaged in this in the community that you've mentioned, journalists and scientists, what can we do to support your work and join the fight?
Talk about this. Do what Mr. Tennant, the farmer in West Virginia who first came to me 23 years ago, asking for help about his cows. Do what he did. Stand up, speak out, Talk about this. Again, don't assume somebody else is taking care of this, that somebody else is handling it, the scientists are working on it. No, it's up to each of us. And if anything, from what you see in the film and you see about this story about how we came to learn about PFOA, if anything, it highlights the power of individuals coming out, speaking out, and the power of communities connecting with each other and demanding that things can be changed. And what seems like insurmountable odds and immovable forces, massive corporations or massive legal systems and scientific systems and regulatory systems, people speaking out, taking action can result in unbelievable change. And it's happening. And I'm hoping people are inspired by this story to know we can do it. We can actually change these systems.
I guarantee that they're inspired. We're inspired. So speaking of changing the systems, what do you think, if you had to pinpoint something, could actually stop this contamination from happening in the future? Is there one thing that comes to mind?
Well, I would hope that we would be able to start adopting a much more precautionary approach to chemicals like this, completely man-made chemicals that our bodies don't know how to handle. We should be taking an approach that says, if we have information that these things might be harming us, let's stop it now. Let's not force the people who are exposed, the people that are being used as guinea pigs, to be the ones that have to prove that the chemicals causing them harm and making them sick or dropping dead before we do something. We need to be taking a much more precautionary approach. And I think we're starting to see that happen now.
I just want to cheer for you because it's absolutely right. This idea that the onus is on the victims, so to speak, rather than on the producers or the people who are profiting, it seems like a no-brainer. And yet it is stories like the one you're talking about and the one that you're the center of that are actually changing the way people see these things. So as we wrap up our time together, I have to ask two last questions. One, for folks who want to find out more and get involved, are there other resources besides obviously watching Dark Waters and reading your books that you would point them to? And just lastly, just a note of inspiration. You are obviously an inspiring figure in so many ways, but we would love to know what inspires you. So is there a piece of music or art or a book or anything that you would encourage our folks to check out to feel some of this joy and passion that you so clearly feel naturally?
I guess what really inspires me is somebody like Earl Tennant, the farmer in West Virginia, who was able to speak out and prompt change like this that is now changing the world. And it's fortunate that we can see his story in a film, Dark Waters, their documentary, or a book that it's now getting into the world of art, and people can see this story in different ways. So that I think is incredibly inspiring, and I still think about him to this day as somebody who was willing to stand up, take a chance, demand that things be changed, and he was able to do it. And so all of us now can see that story and be inspired by it.
And he was able to inspire you in a very specific way too, as well, to go from a career that was in some ways on the other side of this conversation to the place that you are now, which I can just tell you is deeply affecting for all of us. So thank you, Rob Balot, for the work that you do, for being with us here at the SDG Global Festival of Action. And we hope to see so much more of you.
Thanks so much. It was a pleasure being here. Thank you.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
Too.
can make
2021
a turning point
for people
and planet.
My name is Damaris De La Rosa from Belize, and I'm currently working with small farmers to improve the quality of human life by planting trees to absorb CO2.
We can make 2021 a turning point for the people and the planet by making good health and well-being accessible for all. My name is Stanley Jr. Bernard from Haiti. I'm working on focusing on capacity building of people through trainings and awareness programs.
Hi, I'm Jacinta Zebige and I'm from the United States. I am proudly a clean cooking advocate because clean cooking is gender equality.
My name is Sekaja Abdul-Razak from Uganda. I'm a climate change educator. I empower young people to think and evolve for community-based climate change adaptation solutions.
Hello from Bali, Indonesia. My name is Melati. I am 20 years old and a full-time changemaker. Growing up on the beautiful island of Bali, Indonesia, I was constantly surrounded by nature, by the environment. Right now I'm currently recording this video from my garden. But another very strong reality that we saw growing up on the island of Bali was the problem of plastic pollution. It's simply everywhere. Now I'm holding a tiny piece of plastic, but here on Bali the problem was massive. We couldn't go, a car ride to school without looking out the window, without seeing plastic. We couldn't go for a walk on the beach without seeing plastic. Big pieces, small pieces, plastic bottles, straws, styrofoam, you name it, we could see it. It was a very strong reality growing up here on the island of Bali. It's not quite the picture-perfect image you first think of when you think of Bali. But at the age of 10 and 12, together with my younger sister, it wasn't rocket science to start seeing that there was a problem and the growing feeling of we had to do something. So, without a business plan, without a strategy, together with my younger sister, we set out on our first mission, bye plastic bags, with the goal of making the island of Bali plastic bag free. This was lesson number 1, and still a strong lesson that I think we need to see more of in today's activism and environmental spaces. Being very clear in what you want to achieve. What is the goal you want to see? What is the change you want to see? The more specific, the more clear, the more easier it is for people to understand on what practical changes they can do, whether an individual or a policymaker. And that's where lesson number 2 comes in. We need all levels of the community to be able to create change. We know certainly that change doesn't happen overnight, but it will most definitely not happen if we do not work together. So, collaboration, coming together as a community, that was our top priority with Bye Bye Plastic Bags. And although we were a youth movement, we could see the momentum that we were building here on the island of Bali, and very soon after, becoming a global movement of young people, where today Bye Bye Plastic Bags can be found in 50 locations in 30 countries, all led by young kids who believe that they can stand up and have their voices heard for the environment as well. I have a little, sorry, I was a bit distracted because I had a chicken coming. I don't know if you can see it. Anyways, to the point. Lesson number 1 was be clear, be specific in your goal. Lesson number 2, bring that community aspect, work together, work with like-minded, and also learn from the other people's perspectives on why it's so difficult to change. And last but not least, and I think the strength that a youth movement such as Bye Bye Plastic Bags can bring to accelerating these goals is thinking outside the box, being creative, being bold, being different. It's really that ability to think outside the box, think beyond business as usual, that will allow us to not only be as innovative as possible, but also accelerate the change we wish to see. So, my advice and what I hope to see more of on a global scale for all organizations, people in positions in power, is actually invite us young people to the meeting rooms, to the brainstorming sessions, and allow us to help brainstorm, allow us to help shape ideas, shape regulation, and then help you implement those goals. Empower the youth, empower the people in your communities, invest in alternatives, invest in people, and make sure that we are having circular, sustainable, long-term solutions. Wait 1 second, here's the chicken. I wasn't lying. He was actually making so much noise in the leaves on the background of me and I was getting distracted, but I wasn't lying. There is a chicken. But anyways, going back to the point of including young people from the very start, allowing us the space to innovate, become entrepreneurs, think big, ask big and hard questions, but also help implementation. That is the way we need to be moving forward. We do not have the luxury of time. And our generation knows that. We not only feel the urgency, we not only see the challenges, but we also know the opportunity of how and why we can move forward to a future that we are proud of. So, us kids may only be 25% of the world's population, but we are 100% of the future. Change can start today, and it can start with you.
Hello, and welcome to our session on cross-industry collaboration, turning off the tap on ocean plastic pollution. Wow, thank you, Malati, for illustrating the importance of stopping plastic pollution and highlighting how we all can and need to be change makers. My name is Kendall Starkman, and I am the director of Next Wave Plastics, a consortium of multinational brands convened by the nonprofit Lonely Whale. Next Wave Plastics member companies are, including the 3 that are joining me here today, are developing a global network of ocean-bound plastic supply chains and demonstrating that recycled ocean-bound plastic has commercial value by integrating this material into their products and packaging and collaborating together for greater impact. Today, I am joined by an incredible panel of leaders in their companies representing these powerful brands who are taking a really serious look at material use and how their actions and decisions can turn off the tap on marine plastic pollution. Before I have the honor of introducing them to you and giving up the floor so that they can share their stories of collaboration and innovation, I first wanted to take a moment to talk about what brings these 3 diverse companies together here today, along with 7 other members of the Next Wave Plastics Consortium. And this is really the recognition that they each have a role to play in turning off the tap on plastic pollution and a shared desire to demonstrate that material that is currently considered waste has value in a circular economy. So I'll tell you a little bit about Next Wave Plastics. Next Wave was founded in 2017 with many of the companies that you see here joining us along the way over the past 3 years, with this commitment to come together in a collaborative forum and in the spirit of transparency and shared knowledge to develop the first global network of ocean-bound plastic supply chains. This has led to the development of products that are made with recycled ocean-bound plastic, like many of those that you see here on this slide. And really the exciting thing about ocean-bound plastic is that it can really go across this diversity of industries. So that's why we have this cross-industry collaboration and forum that we're able to pull together, resulting in real live products that you can interact with every day, but that also have incredible impact on the ground with communities who are really on the front lines of the marine plastic pollution crisis and experience that every day. We come together to share information and to be able to scale beyond what any one company might be able to do on their own. And that is by, sharing information on supply chains, on experience working with this recycled content, and more. Our panelists today will tell you all about it. But as of October 25th, 2018, these companies have committed to diverting at a minimum of 25,000 metric tons of ocean-bound plastic from entering the ocean by the end of 2025 in pursuit of SDG 14.1, which specifically addresses the need to protect our marine resources and environments through, including through the use of reduced marine debris. We know that over 8 million metric tons of ocean-bound plastic or ocean plastic we know that over 8 million metric tons of plastic is entering the ocean every year. And that's equivalent to about 1 garbage truck of plastic being dumped into the ocean every single minute. This rate is on track to triple by the end of 2040. But really to turn the tide on this trajectory, our companies are working hard to demonstrate the value of this material. So I'm excited to introduce them all to you so that they can really take the stage and demonstrate how they're really bringing this initiative to life and creating impact. Today, I have with me Ellen Jakowski, the Chief Sustainability and Social Impact Officer at HP Inc., as well as Jane Abernethy, the Chief Sustainability Officer at HumanScale, and Guy DiMaggio, the Senior VP and General Manager of Secure Card and Sustainability Services at CPI Card Group. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I am thrilled to be able to have this conversation with you and to dig into more of the impact that you've each individually been able to achieve and really what you could do together. So I'll kick it off with a question that just will allow each of you to kind of tell us a little bit about what each of your companies are doing to turn off the tap on ocean plastic by integrating ocean-bound plastic into your company's supply chains. Ellen, we'll start with you. I'd love to hear a little bit about HP and the unique approach that HP is taking to ocean-bound plastic.
Great. Thanks, Kendall. So excited to be here with all of you today, having this really important discussion. So HP is a company that uses plastic as a current ingredient in many of our products. And because of that, we have a clear responsibility to do, as you say, to turn off that tap on plastic pollution. And to that end, as part of our overarching sustainable impact strategy, which includes a focus on our planet, its people, and the communities we serve, we've developed a strategy specifically to guide us in our plastic reduction process. It has 5 steps. So the first step is to eliminate plastic wherever possible. And to that end, we set a goal to reduce single-use plastic packaging by 75% by 2025. After we've considered, can we eliminate that plastic? The second step in the strategy is to think about choosing more sustainable options, moving away from plastic to newer materials like recyclable molded pulp. And our packaging is a great place to do that. The third step in our strategy is to replace virgin plastic with recycled content wherever possible. And we've established an industry-leading goal in 2019 to use 30% post-consumer recycled plastic in our products by 2025. And we're well on our way to achieve that industry-leading goal. The fourth step is to source recycled plastic from locations where it has the greatest impact. And this is where our approach to the ocean-bound plastic solution comes into play. So I'll talk more about that in just a second. But lastly, then the fifth step, to make sure our customers are enabled to recycle all of their HP products through our Planet Partners program. And we offer that recycling in over 79 countries worldwide. So we're really thinking holistically about plastic, how we can reduce it and be more responsible as a company. But I'm going to go back to that step number 4 of where we choose to source our recycled plastic from. And we do use quite a bit of recycled content. And again, our goals ensure that we are raising the bar on ourselves every day. So for example, if I talk about the HP ink cartridge, this is a process of closed loop recycling that we've had for over 15 years. And with that process, we disassemble the ink cartridges that our customers send back to us through our Planet Partners recycling program. And then when we disassemble that, we crush up the old plastic shell of the ink cartridges and we mix them with bottle plastic. We make a lot of ink cartridges. So the scale on which we do this, we use over 1 million bottles a day in that process. Recycled plastic bottles. And when we were thinking about what location should we source this from, is there an opportunity to have more sustainable impact if we think strategically about that location? The answer was absolutely yes. So we started sourcing it from Haiti, set up a collection process with that island nation where they do not have municipal garbage collection. So a truck doesn't come around once a week like it does at my home or some of yours as well. Instead, that refuse goes on the ground, into canals, out into the ocean. And for us to be able to set up this collection process, we can prevent that plastic from flowing in the ocean. To date, we've sourced more than 60 million bottles of ocean-bound plastic into our products. We have that now, starting with the HP ink cartridge, where that was our first product we attempted it with. We've now scaled that. And that ocean-bound plastic is now in more than 50 HP products. We have the world's first notebook with ocean-bound plastic, the world's first display monitor that uses ocean-bound plastic. Now, again, over 50 HP products that are using this material. And our intention is to continue to scale. So lots of opportunity. We've learned a lot of really good lessons in how to set up that supply chain and are really thrilled to be able to share it with others across industries like the consortium at Next Wave.
Wow, thank you, Ellen. It's always so inspiring to see just the scale of impact that you've been able to have and integrating it into HP's business really holistically. I'll hop to Jane next. Tell us a little bit about human scale and your approach to using ocean-bound plastic in your industry.
So Human Scale is a premier manufacturer of ergonomic tools, and a lot of times those would be sold into office spaces. These days we're seeing them, a lot more of them going into homes, just with the current, a lot of people working from home these days. But traditionally we would have been selling to, and talking with a lot of architects and designers and specifiers that would be outfitting office spaces. Our products are long life products, so they're warranted for 15 years. So they last, a really long time. And so when we were looking at kind of how do we affect this space, when we're looking at an individual making a purchase, usually you're purchasing one or a small number for yourself. When you're outfitting a whole entire office, that scales up that decision-making process. And really, working within the building industry is kind of an interesting place to look at moving the needle in sustainability, because some of these decisions can be scaled up in a way that they aren't necessarily for individuals. With our long life products, we have an interesting opportunity to use some plastics that are also long life. And we found a really good source of fishing nets, that are made from a durable plastic, and which is really fantastic for fishing nets to last as long as possible. Unfortunately, at the end of their useful life as a fishing net, a lot of times they are discarded into the oceans just because that infrastructure is not there to recapture back those fishing nets after use. It's not the fault of any individual community or fisher. It's really just that the infrastructure is very commonly not found to recapture back the fishing nets and reuse them. So we've worked with a number of different partners. We started with one and we've scaled up to work with additional partners to recapture back fishing nets, which is a high grade engineering material that is made from, and have them melted down, turned into pellets. We then melt them and turn them into chair parts and turn them into chairs. And from what we can tell, fishing nets, there are different estimates, but we've seen it estimated at around 20% of ocean plastic is actually discarded fishing nets. So it's a really high volume of material. The other thing with fishing nets is that they are some of the most impactful because they're designed to catch fish, of course, and they continue to do this. They catch fish and marine life for possibly hundreds of years after they're released. They land on coral reefs and break the coral reefs and inhibit the sunlight, and they just cause a lot of damage to the ecosystem in the ocean. So it's really been a focus of ours to work with some of the worst kind of ocean plastic, which is also that the thing that makes it so unfortunate in the ocean is that it lasts so long, but that is actually a benefit when we pull it out and use it in our products, because we do want our products to last for a long time. The other part that I just thought I would mention is sort of a slant that kind of comes from being in the building industry. So the conversation around what are the ingredients that go into the products is starting to be more prevalent, I'm seeing, in the building industry, and people are looking at setting out office spaces and setting out kind of buildings in general. They're looking at also at what are the ingredients going into those spaces. And this seems to be an interesting conversation for the circular economy as well. And so that's one thing we do dig very deeply into, what are the ingredients that go into all of our products, including the ocean recaptured material as well. So we work with our suppliers to understand, what exactly is in that material. We do a lot of lab testing and finding out where the material is originally coming from. Nicely with fishing nets, there's a limited number of different types of materials that get used. And so looking at, when you're wanting to reuse a material, validating that it's what those ingredients are, so there's nothing that's of concern that's going to be reused again and again, then we're confident that when it gets reused a second time and a third time, it's something we want to keep in circulation. When we look at some materials that may have been from a few decades ago, we might want to look at them and say, potentially we want to retire some of those older materials. And then we are also working with, scaling up. So we have started with one original supplier, Borreo, in South America. We've scaled up to include additional suppliers. We're launching and have not yet launched, but we're working on launching probably in the next short while. We'll be launching additional products that include ocean plastic as well. So the initial product that was launched was never intended to be, that's it, we've done it and we've solved the problem. It was really seen as a proof of concept, to understand the whole process, understand how that interaction happens, and then scale up to include this in as many products as possible.
Thank you, Jane. Yeah, and thanks for really bringing in that perspective about the material ingredients and what's really going into that. Human Scale is really leading the way at taking a close look at that. So thanks for being here. Guy, it's your turn. So shifting over to financial services, tell us a little bit about how CPI approaches ocean-bound plastic and integrating that into your products and the unique perspective you guys bring.
Great. Thank you, Kendall, and greetings to all. So at CPI, we are a payment card manufacturer. We are a part of an industry that manufactures over 6 billion payment cards around the globe. So we, I'll refer to us as a small to mid-sized company, we took an approach of what can we do that would have the biggest impact in terms of scale and in volume. So where we immediately shifted our focus was to the product. This is what we put out in the marketplace on behalf of our customers, millions and millions and millions. So we created a payment card with a core that is made of a recovered ocean-bound plastic material. So with that, our approach was, how do we do something strong, making as big of an impact as we can in the sustainable space, and at the same time, help our clients, in particular our bank clients, connect, if you will, with their eco-conscious consumers. And so that led us to us generating this product. In particular, we focused on a form of plastic that is lesser collected. It's referred to as HDPE plastic. So what we've done is by taking that and putting it into the core of our card, which functions, looks, feels, and functions, I should say, just as a traditional PVC plastic type of credit card or debit card. What we've done is we've been able to, by our estimates, for every 1 million of our second wave cards that we manufacture, that it removes roughly 1 ton of ocean-bound plastic. So we now, I'm proud to say, we have north of 25 million cards manufactured and out in the market. And so for a company our size, again, still early days, but we're very proud to be in a position where we feel we've been able to recover 25 tons of plastic out of the waterways. And for us, it is, as similar to Jane's comment, it's not a one and done. These are early days for us. We expect, and we are working on multiple generations of a second wave card. And we're also developing a menu of sustainable products over the next coming months and years for customers to select from. So we're, again, early days, but we feel good about where we're at right now.
Yeah, thank you, Guy. So we've heard about how each of these companies are working to use otherwise ocean-bound plastics. And we often frame plastic pollution as an environmental issue, but it is also so essential to consider the impact for communities where the plastic is being collected. So next up, I am delighted to be joined by Richardson Antoine, Country Manager for First Mile in Haiti. First Mile is a critical impact partner for both HP and CPI card groups' ocean-bound plastic supply chains. And they're there to really make sure that these systems put people first. So hi, Richardson, welcome.
Hi, Kendall. Thank you for having me in this platform.
Absolutely. So we'd love to hear a bit about the vital role you play in the ocean-bound plastic supply chain and the real and the impact that has on communities and livelihoods. Can you share with us a bit about your experience in Haiti?
Well, I've been working in this sector for nearly a decade. I've been witnessing a lot of things that is happening right now on the ground in the country. So my role is to monitor and update the First Mile database and implement programming that is really necessary in the communities where we're working. So my responsibility is also to make sure that there is a good connection between the aggregators and the local facility to make sure that they have a good connection, that everyone is on the same page to make sure that the network is getting better every day. But I also connect constantly with the collectors and the aggregators so that they develop a friendly and good relationship, because there is transaction that is happening. They need to know about healthcare, how to protect themselves. There are trainings that I am providing to them to make sure that they know how to manage cash, how to take care of their families, how to manage a ledger, how to really have an understanding of the collection and all the hazards that accompany to it. So my responsibility is basically on the ground. I meet all these people, getting to know their families, to know how they're living, because the reason is because they can't put food on the table, and we're here to help them as we can to get this. So this is basically what I'm doing.
Wow, so you're really coming in to assist on for like financial education, for healthcare, for other services that help to provide them with greater resources. Can you help set the stage a little bit to tell us more about what the conditions are in Haiti and what the recycling system looks like that First Mile works with?
Well, the environment and Haiti is one of the poorest country in the Caribbean. And we're, as other countries, we're facing a lot of problems. People don't really know how to manage the waste, they're not really educated. And you can see on the streets that somebody just trucks something and then throw it away in the streets. So when it's rain, all these plastic bottles, all the waste go to the storage, collect the canals, and go to the landfill or straight to the ocean. That creates a lot of problem for the ecosystem. When the plastic goes to the ocean, that causes that the sealers, they can't give food to their children. That causes a lot of problem on the ocean ecosystem. So in order to improve that, that's the reason the first mile is on the ground. And we try to getting more people on board, but in a good manner. We have a lot of collectors, aggregators in the country. We have about 4 local facilities. Things are not really going great, but as we're moving forward, we concentrating our efforts to make it better. But the condition is not really good, but it was worse before that we're getting into it. And that's the reason that I appreciate the fact that I am on the platform to mobilize people. And thank you for this opportunity for me to talk to the world and say that we need help, because the environment problem is not only for Haiti, it's for everywhere in the world.
Absolutely. So then, if we really could harness this opportunity and this moment as a turning point for Haiti and for the environment, what do you think other companies could do to join these efforts and help to support the work that First Mile is doing?
Other companies should first start contacting with the organization that are already doing a great job in the country, such as First Mile. They should, support this kind of initiative that you at SDG is undertaking to mobilize the world to know about it, because there are a lot of great things that is happening here in the country, but we can't do it alone. We need the support, the assistance of these big companies to accompany us, and that would help us to get a greater impact. This company would have good data of what's going on, not only where they're involving, but around the world. We can do that because we already have good organization that is working here. So having the assistance and support of the big companies, that would be very, very welcome, and that will be helping thousands of people that are waking up in the morning at 4, go to the landfill, to the canals, in the order to put food on the table and roof over the head. Just imagine what if we have hundreds of companies, 1,000 companies to help us doing the work that we're doing. The world would be better, and everybody would be really feeling great to know that they were invested in the work that we're doing, and here is the results, and the world would be happy and better.
Wow, thank you, Richardson, for that. It's really great to hear your perspective. So we've talked about what Next Wave member companies are doing, and we've heard from Richardson about the impact on the ground. So now it's time to dig a little bit into the meat of how this happens, how collaboration comes into play in this whole process. You've all signed up as members of Next Wave to work across industries, sometimes with competitors, on this issue of ocean-bound plastic and finding ways to bring value to this material so that it is collected rather than wasted. And so I'd love to hear kind of what is the role of collaboration with other companies and other partners that in order to actually really be successful in achieving these goals and achieving greater diversion of ocean-bound plastic and being successful at getting this into more products more successfully. I don't know if anyone wants to dive in first. Guy, I know you are kind of already on this train, so maybe you can kick us off. Sure.
So from our perspective, the lens through which we see this, collaboration is absolutely paramount. It helps on a number of different business fronts, from the knowledge sharing to the ability to lock in supply chains, to understand those supply chains, the nuances that come with it. So, I'll just encompass it by saying all the operations that come with that. The learnings that you get when you collaborate allow us to move much, much faster, and quite frankly, not make mistakes that otherwise we would have made if we tried to do it on our own. In our case, the partnership that we have with HP, the collaboration that we had there, Ellen and her team were absolutely fantastic, wildly generous with their time and their guidance and knowledge sharing with us. And had it not been for them, I'm very confident that we wouldn't have been able to have moved as quickly as we had done. And quite frankly, I think it would have taken us longer, and the product would have suffered. So again, clearly my thanks. And then the partnerships that we have with Next Wave and First Mile, it goes on and on and on. But one key thing that we didn't anticipate when I refer to the knowledge sharing of the information was we were able to, the light bulb went on for us, because when we talked about knowledge sharing, we were thinking it was just going to be very operational. How do you do this and how can we do that? But the conversations got way beyond that in an unbelievably beneficial way. So it really opened our eyes to, we can do other types of products. We should take a look at how we do this internally. And so it really was a snowball in a positive way, a snowball effect of broadening our understanding of what we can do now, what we should be doing, and what we expect to be doing in the next 12 to 24 months and beyond.
Wow, that's awesome. Ellen, can you tell us a little bit more about HP's side of that?
Sure. Well, similar to the sentiment that Guy just shared, there's no way HP could be where we're at on our own. It took, a strong collaboration with NGO partners and other experts on the ground in Haiti in particular. We know about setting up a supply chain, right? We have an over $50 billion supply chain that functions, globally. So that is an area of strong competency for our company. But what we don't know is, about how to set up a collector community. We don't know about the local sensitivities in Haiti and what's needed, and how to work successfully in that particular community. So it was essential that we found some of the strongest and best partners that we did. So fortunate. Groups like the First Mile Coalition or Thread International, work.org, an NGO partner who's helped us set up classrooms for the kids of our collectors down there, so that we could think more holistically about what is needed for that collector community. So the progress that we've been able to make, to use over 60 million bottles to date, to then open up what we've done there and share it, for example, with Guy and those at his company so that they could join the effort too. It really takes this broad team of experts. So it was a really important point for us to look at what are we good at, what skills and competencies we're bringing, and then who do we need to partner with to really complement the skills that we have and kind of fill those gaps. So, as we continue to learn about what works and what doesn't, we're definitely going to be sharing that kind of in an open source way. Because for us, right, this problem is so severe, it is so big, it is growing. For us to tackle it, we need the entire world focused on how to solve the ocean plastic pollution problem together. So this is one piece of work that we're very happy to share. And to that point, we also partnered with UL, so a standard setting company that helped us take the work we did in Haiti and create an ocean-bound plastic standard so that everything is kind of written down of how we worked with the collector community, how we set that up, how we thought about the environmental health and safety issues that we needed to kind of bring into this area that hadn't had to kind of follow some of those types of rules, if you will, before. So this new standard that we've developed with UL, again, is another way to take what we've learned and to share it out so that others can follow and learn from what we've learned to date.
Yeah, and bring some more like formalization and to this system so that others can jump on board, because there are kind of like rules of operating. I think part of it too is not just like having those rules of operating, but also integrating that perspective that you guys have had on the social implications as well, and making sure that doesn't get lost as people start to pay attention to the value of ocean-bound plastic, that it's not about the material, it's about the people as well, who are involved in this supply chain. And I think HP has done a really incredible job of maintaining that focus.
Yeah, that's exactly right. This connectivity between, poverty and pollution is a clear one. And if you only look at it through one lens, you're not going to truly create that systemic change. You might solve one tiny piece of the problem, but you won't really solve it. So I think having that holistic perspective about the entire system, the community, the people that are part of what you're trying to solve, I think that's really key.
Absolutely. Jane, do you have anything to add about how collaboration makes this possible for Human Skill?
Yeah, just one thing that's worth kind of noting is the collaboration really does send a signal to the folks who are potentially thinking about being suppliers, or if someone is working in this area and they know that there are a number of different large companies that are looking for a similar kind of material, it's worth it from them from a business point of view. So it helps that infrastructure get built, just knowing that we kind of have a united voice to say that this is actually something that we are committed to using and that we actually are asking for. So it drives that demand that then helps create an industry of recycled ocean materials.
Yeah, it definitely, and remembering that this is part of like a market system, and that part of it is about the economics, and so sending the right message and driving that forward. Which brings us to the question about competition too, and how the role that plays in market-based systems. It's obviously important. It is still one of the values that we continue to push at NextWave, that there's still value in competition. And two of you guys have competitors that are members of NextWave Plastics. So that Ellen and Jane, Dell Technologies and Herman Miller are competitors of yours respectively. I think this is pretty, rare in many cases in consortiums like this, but what is it about ocean-bound plastic that brings you and your competitors to the same table? And how does that mix of collaboration and like competition, really influence your work in this space?
Yeah, I'll just say, there are some problems, right, that are so big. Again, we can't solve them alone. And if our industry together can help solve a problem that we know we need to, like, for example, climate change or ocean plastic pollution, this is the time when you work together no matter what. And it's been phenomenal to have Dell at the table with HP, to be able to together, share our learnings and best practices and move the needle together. We know as an industry and as a society, we have to change how we consume products, and then as companies, how we manufacture what we make, and really drive towards a circular regenerative economy. And the only way that truly fundamentally is going to change is when competitors like HP and Dell work together to create that change. So it's a really exciting space, and kudos to NextWave to creating a culture within the consortium that really works well to have all of us together at the table.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I would reiterate that there are some things that are just too important. And I do find the conversation around sustainability not limited to ocean plastic, but many topics in sustainability do require that conversation to be more than just an individual company. And so, it's nice to sit at the table with Herman Miller as well. I do find we're also in the same conversation around sustainability with them and with a few other competitors. Around a number of other topics like circularity and like healthy ingredients, and through BIFMA, the trade organization, we have a lot of conversations around sustainability. So this is one where it is really something we can't have in a vacuum. Each company can't have their own approach to ocean plastic, but also many of the different topics in sustainability and how we're going to create a future that we want to live in, a future that's where we're all going to thrive. That's going to take collaboration within competitors and then also across industries as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Great. Well, I love the spirit of that. I mean, really, NextWave Plastics and bringing you guys together is based on this framework of knowledge sharing and transparency, and creating a place where there is this ability to share information and bring together resources and tools to accelerate impact. And the actual work that each of you guys are doing is really where the rubber is hitting the road and actually like making this possible. And we're really here just to help to push forward that as much as possible. So we have a few more minutes, and I want to make sure that we capture the any sum up thoughts that you guys have. I'd love for each of you maybe to leave us with a little bit from you about how members of this audience can implement some of the principles we've talked to today to achieve common goals, and as they're proactively looking to address sustainable development goals, maybe not just limited to SDG 14, but above and beyond in more of a cross-cutting sense. What is it that I haven't asked you that you want to leave our audience with today? Guy, maybe we'll start with you.
Sure. Thanks, Kendall. So a couple things. One, as it pertains to the goals, my advice would be pick a point and start, right? As we've heard Ellen and Jane say, the problems are so large, right? And the fact that we could all sit and just overthink it. I think in our case, we looked at it and we said, okay, there's these 1 or 2 SDG goals. They really resonate with us, and we really focused on 2 because we wanted to create a roadmap for ourselves. The first, number 1, we're going to tackle first, and then move on to number 2. So our focus, number 1, of course, was on reducing the ocean plastic. So that would be my first bit of advice in terms of, as an organization, if you're worried about where do we start, this problem is so big, pick a point and just kind of move from there, and the momentum will build. In terms of being sharing information and being transparent, from our perspective at CPI, when we got involved in this, what we did with our product, we took the concept of our product and went out to our customers. We spoke with a number of customers and said, here's what we're thinking about doing. And the responses we received were absolutely overwhelming. In particular, one of the largest banks in the United States was very, very keen on supporting us. So by having that information, that feedback, that positive feedback from our customers, we had a lot of confidence to make the investments that we needed to move forward. So again, one, I would say, pick a point and start, kind of go from there, don't overthink it. And the other would be, in our case, if you're starting with a product, a consumer-facing product, get feedback from your customers. You'd be amazed. I believe you'd be amazed at the support that you'll receive.
Thank you, Guy. How about Jane? What's your perspective?
I would agree with Guy on just starting and building momentum and not trying to tackle everything at once. The other thing I wanted to add, and we're getting close to the time here, is just that a lot of these changes are really cultural changes. And we found like actually working with the plastic from an engineering point of view, we go through the same engineering process. It's really about working with our sourcing teams, working with our suppliers, working with all the different folks involved, and that happens across the board no matter what kind of change you're trying to make. So really focusing on that culture change and how to get people on board is really getting people engaged and excited about the project that you're working on, excited about the outcome, and understanding why it's meaningful and impactful can really go a long way to keeping the momentum going and making things happen.
Wonderful. Thank you. Ellen, bring us home.
Sure. So, from our perspective, this is the decisive decade, right? The UN calls this the decade of ecosystem restoration. We know the science is clear. We have 10 years and we better start right this moment. So Guy, couldn't agree more. It is about action. It's important to set goals, but if you do not start creating that change within your own company, as an individual, within your community, now is the moment where we all need to really look very clearly at the actions and the change we need to create. So the systemic change, Jane, that you just referenced, couldn't agree more. It really is a culture shift. Which materials are we using to make our products? What are we choosing to consume? What suppliers are we working with to make them? Are they the most sustainable? Are we pushing our entire value chain to really change their habits, to change how they produce things, to change how they function, to be more sustainable? This is the moment, and we all need to step up. And again, thank you to Next Wave for creating a forum for all of us to do that together, and we need more of that. It is truly about collaboration, because we won't do this alone. It's going to take all of us, competitors working together, governments and communities working together, individuals, all of us. So just want to leave you with that. Hopefully you'll feel some of your own momentum to create the change that you know we all need to do today.
Wow. Thank you, Ellen. So we've heard it from the brands, but Richardson, from your perspective, what is one key takeaway that you'd like to share with the audience on how collaboration across industries can help meet common goals?
Well, collaboration is something that we really need. And if we really want to have a greater impact, not only in Haiti or Honduras or other countries, but if we really want to have a greater impact, we have to think of those people, these 73 years old women that wake up early to collect some pounds of plastic. That person goes there because he knows that he can put food on the table. Just think of those people, those young men that don't have any other opportunity than go to the canals collecting plastic. They could have done something bad, but in order to save their dignity, they create their own job. There is a big opportunity that collaboration should be really, really helpful. Think of these 100,000 people all over the world that don't have, a job, but create it for themselves. We can help create more than that. We can have a greater impact. That's the reason we're calling for stakeholders. We really want to join. Don't hesitate. We're waiting for you, and we need your assistance. We need your collaboration.
Thank you so much. And really thank you for highlighting how that even though part of this is, talking to brands, that really when it comes down to it, working on ocean-bound plastic supply chains is a human story. And it really is about the people and the impact that's possible to create on the ground. Thank you all very much for joining me today, and have a wonderful day.
Hello, I'm Florencia. I'm today calling from Uruguay, South America. I'm the co-founder of the League of Intrapreneurs. Maybe you've never heard about this word, intrapreneur. Just someone inside an incumbent organization, a company, a scaled institution that has the shiny eyes, that has the entrepreneurial drive, that really wants to make change from within. Today, I'm together with two incredible intrapreneurs. Tatiana Abreu, she's the head of marketing of Farm Rio in Brazil, and Benjamin Mackay, he's the head of tech for development in Safaricom in Kenya. They are both global fellows of the League of Intrapreneurs. The League is a community of intrapreneurs where we come together to learn from each other. Being an intrapreneur is not an easy journey. It's a decision to play that role. And today in this conversation, we want to explore, what does it mean to be an intrapreneur? Why is it so important today, 2021, when we're moving forward? So with that said, I would love you to get to meet them. So Benjamin, do you want to share a little bit more about what are you doing, why you chose to be an intrapreneur?
Thank you, Florencia. I'm not in Nairobi at the moment. I'm in a smaller city called Kisumu in Kenya. And just to talk about what I'm doing at the moment, I work for an organization called Safaricom PLC, and basically Safaricom, an organization in East Africa which believes in transforming the lives of our subscribers and Kenyans in general. We do so by leveraging on our mobile technology to make a difference in the society in which we operate in. And we are obsessed by ensuring that we make a difference within the people we serve. How did I find myself into this? I mean, it's a journey which started when I joined a particular organization. Previously, I thought of taking a different path altogether, but I looked at how can I be the change within the organization I work for. I look at whatever I do as pockets of future in the present. These are not the traditional telco areas, but areas such as education, agriculture, health, and try to see how we can leverage on mobility to make the people at the bottom of the pyramid access quality education, access quality services as far as agriculture is concerned, among others.
And Benjamin, just one more thing, like, how do you relate with this word, like being an entrepreneur? I remember when we met, you were like, well, actually, yeah, I've been doing this. It's just like I chose it. So when you reflect on your role, like what does it really mean to be an entrepreneur?
Yeah. Being an entrepreneur for me, it's all about making difference and making difference within the society, not just philanthropically, but in a way whereby we can create future. In most instances, I call myself a futurist because whatever we are focusing on today, I call them pockets of future in the present. They are areas which ordinarily are not areas a telco company would focus on, but areas which have a lot of impact as far as the community, the customers we serve are concerned. When a customer who wants to access quality education has that opportunity through a mobile device, that's our joy to ensure that we avail this to them. When a smallholder farmer is able to access quality agricultural information, which helps them increase their productivity and have access to the market, I mean, that's what drives the quest and the desire to ensure that we keep on doing this and doing this in a shared value way, whereby we solve a problem while also making some business sense out of it.
Thank you, Benjamin. I think like we have had long conversations around like how difficult it is to choose from where to generate impact. And with that, Tassi, I want to pass it on to you to share a little bit more about yourself and from where you chose to drive impact.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tassiana, and I'm calling from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. I work in a fashion industry at Farm Rio, a very dear brand. And for a very long time before I joined Farm, I felt like I led a double life. And I was in social business for 7 years as a volunteer. And then I went to work from commercial hours, 9 to 5. And to me, there was something wrong in that equation. And I realized, like the space I want to drive change in is not in volunteer work, although I love that. It's within my job, it's inside my company. And with that, I understood that I could be an entrepreneur and that an entrepreneur can actually drive the impact they want and they wish for the planet from within the company. And then they're not alone. We're not alone. We have our entire organizations backing us up to drive this change. And I think it's incredible to be here talking about how to speed our development goals, because I feel entrepreneurs, and I'm sure in the audience, many of you will understand your entrepreneurs can drive a lot of impact and bring your companies to drive that impact with you. So that's the space I chose. And today I feel really happy that I can work and drive transformation from where I'm at and earning my salary every month, because to me that was a big question. How am I going to, make my living in the transformation I want to drive? And then all of a sudden it's like, my company can pay me to do that. And that's pretty peaceful in my heart. So I feel like when you connect your passion, your profession, and your purpose, that's when we can drive really powerful change within the companies as entrepreneurs.
Tassie, that sounds so awesome, no? Like you connect everything and everything works. And I guess many may be thinking, well, actually, I haven't found that position, or where is that job description? So can you share a little bit more about how you came out into this place? Because it's not like there was a job description. Share more, like how did you end up where you are?
Yes, and this is a good question because my role is in marketing. And one of the things that really wasn't right in my head was, how am I going to tell this brand's story? And how I'm going to market a brand that's not actually acting and doing the transformation I think it should do as a customer, because I'm also my own brand's customer and I want to buy clothes that are fairly made, that are clean, that don't pollute the environment, that actually help regenerate the environment. And in the time, we weren't really doing much of that. And I think it was really impressive how, when I connected, the platform of action that we wanted to drive in our brands, in our fashion, to the marketing, it all came to life. So today we have many projects, from circular economy to regenerative agriculture and reforestation, to working with indigenous communities in Brazil to create beautiful artwork that we market in our fashion portfolio. And all of that was due to, we need to start getting our marketing and our communication to drive the pride we want to feel about what we're doing. So it all came from a perspective of, let's be the brand we want to be. Let's take action to tell the stories we want to tell. So I don't think there's room for empty marketing anymore. And if you're sitting in a marketing position, know that you can drive real action. And there's probably a lot of people in your company that want to do that as well. And when they see that on communication, it's exponential. The scale can be really big and you can make impact inside and outside.
Thank you, Tassie and Benjamin. I guess, what can you share from your experience? Because it sounds like great, like I have all this energy, I want to make it happen. But of course you need support, right? From your organization, or how do you make that happen? So can you share more, Benjamin, on a specific case, project? What is that relationship with the CEO, the leader you're working with, partners you might need to bring along? How does it work on the day-to-day?
True. Thank you, Flo. It's all about changing the narrative, and I'm fortunate to work for an organization which believes, or rather, which is driven by purpose. It's we call them the 3 P's in our context, and purpose first. Then the second P is all about the people, and the people are the people who are working within the organization and the partnerships which we are forming. And these partnerships are supposed to be value-oriented, and they are trying to solve a certain issue within the society. And ultimately, it's all about the profits, because we are a company which is listed within the stock market. So when you are purpose-driven and you have the right mixture of the people and the partners, and you are trying to solve a certain problem or an issue within the society, ultimately profit will follow. So we've done that in a number of areas, and these areas, as I mentioned earlier, they are non-traditional areas which telcos focus on. Their areas which are very dear to the people we serve, like agriculture. A smallholder farmer will always remain subsistent. The question we are asking ourselves, can we help these smallholder farmers sort of like get out of subsistence farming, be able to have quality products, and also have access to markets? So leveraging on technology, we've been able to do some initiatives, a wonderful product like what we call Digital Farmer or DigiFarm in Kenyan context, which is trying to connect the smallholder farmers with a wider ecosystem to solve that particular issue. The examples are quite a number, but I'll focus on that for now.
Thank you, Benjamin. And I guess the question always lies like, no one knows you. Tassie, Benjamin, I always say like it's an interesting space to be an entrepreneur. Some people have said it's like the underdog or the unsexy warrior that is hidden behind the cubicles. Well, today we're not working anymore inside offices, but I guess that sense of invisibility, like when we think of what we're going through as society and the challenges we have, we know we need to move large organizations, incumbent institutions, if we want to reach the SDGs in time. This sounds like a very invisible space from where to operate. So can you share more about that journey, your personal journey? Like, where do you feel you get the light from? And you have 30 seconds each probably, but just like one line to say like, how do you motivate yourselves to keep on and on? So maybe Tassie first for you.
For me, it's very romantic and it's very real. It's to know that I can do something to save our planet and have a better planet for our people and all of the living beings in it. It's really simple. It's our connection to nature and how we want to treasure it and preserve it.
Yeah, and for me, it's a journey. And for this journey, you need co-travelers, the people you work with, the management within the organization you work for, the society you're going to serve, the partnerships you're going to form. And as you walk this particular journey, you need to work with them to define what it is, what are the issues you want to solve. And this can only be achieved through partnership. And these are the partnerships which are anchored on shared value, and sustainable goal number 17 really emphasizes on this.
Well, thank you both for this conversation. And I guess in terms of co-travelers, the invitation is, if this moves you, if you feel you're an entrepreneur, you want to know more about this, we have Global Entrepreneur Week coming. It's second week of June, 2021. This is a call for you to come and meet other co-travelers. You're not alone. We're doing this together. And this is a place where you can come and meet others. So thank you so much. And thank you, Tassie and Benjamin, for bringing your wisdom from your journey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this Creative Education and Empowerment session. I'm in London. We also have two of our Canon ambassadors, Laura and Tasneem, who are dialing in from Cairo and Jeddah, so it's very global. I'm going to give you a little bit of an introduction to Canon, and then Laura and Tasneem are going to have a conversation about the importance of creative education and what it means to empower young people. I'll give you a little bit of background on Canon. We operate according to the philosophy of Kaiosei. This is a Japanese word that means living and working together for the common good. It's a really important philosophy and it underpins everything that we do as an organization. As a business, it underpins our vision for sustainability in Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. The way we use it is we use it to nurture and grow the positive power of our imaging technology and services across that region. And the bit that I look after is part of this sustainability vision is the Canon Young People program. We believe that as a global imaging business, we have a responsibility to empower a new generation. We want to help them to develop their skills, firing their passion for imaging and inspiring them through the power of positive visual storytelling. Educating, empowering, and inspiring, those are the three key elements of the Young People program. Most importantly for me, I want these young people to create new opportunities for themselves and for others in their communities. I want them to talk about the issues that affect them, raising their awareness around both the problems and the solutions that affect their lives. As a framework, we use the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. These provide us with both the perfect starting point, but they also give hope and action a deadline of 2030. But it isn't just me, it is all the people I work with. And as part of Canon and the Young People program, I'm very lucky to be able to work with some of the world's best visual storytellers. In this particular instance, we have Laura El-Tantawi and Tasneem Al-Satam, but I will let them introduce themselves.
Hi, Adam. I actually remember meeting Laura El-Tantawi in Dubai at a photo workshop, I think in 2014 in January. And I remember being very, very inspired by her stories and by her work. And it made me realize the power of storytelling and photography. And at this point, I was just photographing weddings for a few years. And I realized, I think, only then that I wanted to be a storyteller that would tell stories of Saudi women and things that were very important to me, which are gender issues, in a way that would trigger people's emotions and provoke their thoughts and makes them feel more in relation to the people that were being documented and photographed. Myself, initially, like I said, I was a wedding photographer, but it was only because I got married at the age of 17. And I felt that because I had a very unhappy 10-year marriage, that I was escaping my own unhappiness with other people's kind of happily ever after. And documenting weddings inspired me to tell more than beyond the weddings. What happens when Saudi women are divorced or widows or have never been in love? And projects like this have always been very empowering in many ways. It makes, at least for the women that I've shared this project with, it makes us realize that we're not alone. It makes us feel that our stories are heard. And no matter how many exhibitions I've had my work in, it doesn't make a difference as much as a Saudi woman coming up to me and saying, thank you, I wish I'd known of this project, that there were more women being photographed and presented in a way that brings dignity and empowerment. I've photographed in many refugee camps, I've photographed young girls, and a lot of times I've realized that at least in the MENA region, the Middle East and North Africa, that in our countries, we don't always have the means to tell our stories, not necessarily by society, if not also by our educational programs, but by giving workshops and feeling that the camera can be a toy, but this toy will give you much more than just playfulness and imagination. It can also be a way to tell your story instead of having someone else say it for you. With the Canon program as an ambassador, I also got to mentor a few photographers. And one of the amazing photographers that have been inspirational mentees, but she was inspirational to me, is Sumaya Abdulrahman. She's an amazing, wonderful Egyptian photographer who told her story about FGM. And the experience that she has shared through imagery has been very much inspirational, but also, I guess, enlightening, that sometimes one image can make you take action and open discussions. And I look forward to Sumaya and other photographers' work to say that we can all do the same. On to you, Laura.
Thank you, Tasneem. Thank you, Adam, for the intro. And Tasneem, it's really great to share the virtual stage with you today. And I'm really happy and looking forward to the discussion we're going to have. You're right on. We met a few years ago in Dubai, and I remember exactly where we met. And it was so inspiring because, you know, when I started doing photography, I remember people were trying to box me into putting labels on me, like you're an Arab woman, you're Muslim, you come from the Middle East. You can kind of give us access to that region and tell us stories about women, what's happening there, which I think is great and empowering. But a lot of times I felt like that was boxing me in to a certain genre that maybe I wasn't particularly, I didn't feel particularly that I wanted to focus on. I think for me, my engagement with photography, I've always been inspired by how an image can relay emotions that I felt when I was experiencing the image, when I saw it, but also I love the power of a photograph and how it sits with people and what people take away from it. And I think what's really empowering about images is, for me as a photographer, a lot of times people tell me things about images that they felt in a photograph that I took that I didn't even anticipate or didn't think that I was capturing in an image. And I think this is very powerful about communicating photography. It's beyond an art form and beyond a way of expressing and telling a story. And I think for me, what I really want to tell as a photographer, I'm really interested in social and environmental issues. I'm interested in understanding my own history and my own story. You know, I think very much we come from a region that has also been cliched as a region of conflict, a region of violence. There's so many labels. And, you know, I'm a product of East and West. I lived in Egypt and I lived in Saudi Arabia for about 5 or 6 years. I went to high school there, as you know, Tasneem. And I lived in the US for 10 years, and now I've been in the UK for 13 years. So I sort of have one foot in the East and one foot in the West. And, you know, I'm trying to understand my own sense of identity through pictures by shining a light on my own culture, the streets in Cairo, things that, you know, perplex me and that I'm trying to find answers for. And it's really been an empowering way for me to make sense of my own identity and my own Egyptianness, and what all of these things mean for me. And I think, you know, environmental issues are obviously, you know, I think this is the future for us, and particularly for the young generation. I look at my nephews and nieces. I have 6 of them. I have 2 sisters, each has 3 kids. And I kind of look at them in the world that they're kind of growing into. You know, they're attached to their mobile phones and they're Googling or playing games all the time. And, you know, I think it's a world now where I feel like I want to shine a light on these issues that are their potential future. They're going to be dealing with how the environment is changing, this relationship that we have with the land. You know, I'm a product of city life, whether in Cairo or London. I've always lived in big cities, and there's often a discrepancy with, you know, the land and what the land actually looks like. What does it actually feel like? So I've been photographing issues related to the land, you know, over the past 10 years, since 2008, actually, looking at farming and how the relationship that farmers have to the land and the challenges they're facing with these, you know, the drastic weather changes that we're seeing. And what's perplexing is that we're still in the world where some people are climate deniers. And this really interests me. And it interests me how young people make sense of that message as well. Yeah, so Tasneem, I think what I'm interested in also is we haven't really rehearsed this conversation. And, you know, as many times as we've met and crossed paths, we've never actually had a sit down to talk about what photography means to each one of us, to you and to me. And I just wonder, do you feel that as a Saudi woman, you've been boxed in the same way that I felt boxed in, you know, when I was emerging, or how do you feel about that?
I think my feelings are beyond me being frustrated and angry. I studied social anthropology for my master's and social linguistics for my undergrad. And I was born, like you, out of Saudi. I was born in the US. I grew up in England. So I was always this mediator. I wanted to represent Westerners when I was in the Middle East, and I wanted to present being an Arab and, you know, a strong, empowered woman when I'm also abroad, and say, but it's because I'm Saudi and not because I was raised abroad. So having that conflict within me kind of, I guess it wasn't as bad when I turned 30. I'm not 35, and I feel like I don't care anymore. I have 2 teenage daughters, age 14 next month and 15. And I always tell them, you can be whoever you want to be, as long as you are someone who's decent and a good representative of you, not necessarily the whole society and your whole country and nation. I think that's how we were raised a bit. But I think coming from Egypt or from Saudi, where it's a country that everyone knows about, they're very prominent countries, whether it's with population or because of the culture and the way that we've been represented by media. But that's, I think, the gift of photography, that when you are a photographer and you're an ambassador for Canon, but also an ambassador for a nation, you're showing beautiful imagery that's talking about conflict. Your books are amazing. And for me, they're very emotionally evoking without necessarily a long caption, which is something I always add. I have to add a long caption. My friends always mock and say, you know, isn't an image supposed to be worth 1,000 words? Why do you have to write the 1,000 words? And I think you've succeeded with that. I look at your images and sometimes I just feel the amount of joy or sadness and, you know, the anger that you might be carrying while you photograph that. Teach me. I always ask you for workshops. Teach me how to do that.
Well, thank you. I think what's really important, I was actually just explaining this to my parents the other day. You know, my dad's a doctor, he's an anesthesiologist, now retired. My mom is an artist. So my parents always offer these 2 perspectives. One is artistic, the other one is kind of more practical and kind of like what most people think. And I was telling them a conversation yesterday about photography and what I try to teach people when it comes to photography, that we all bring our unique perspective to the images that we create, and that you arrive at an image with a story, a history, a culture, religion or no religion. And all of this is carried in every single image that you create. My dad was really perplexed by this concept. He was like, do you mean if I take a picture of this plate right now, it's going to look different than if you take it, than if your mom took it? I was like, absolutely. So it was a really wonderful conversation. And when I look at your imagery, Tasneem, I found, you know, I lived in Saudi Arabia for 6 years, and I lived like, you know, the life of any Egyptian that comes there. It was, you know, we went out to the shopping malls and we did all of that. And when I look at your imagery, you really do offer an insider's look at a world that I think has been so stereotyped over and over and over, particularly women. And I feel like you really show us the other side of Saudi Arabia that we don't know about. You really do educate us. I feel like that comes with a huge responsibility, but it must also be very empowering because you're telling your own story.
Yes, but I try to be a photographer behind the scenes. So I really try to separate myself. I'm just the photographer, and these stories are about them, the women. And you know what's amazing is that I photographed like over 55 stories of amazing women and over 200 weddings in Saudi. And at this point, I cannot say that there is a stereotype. There are couples who have met through Twitter, and there are couples that have met in person, and there are couples who have met through arranged marriages. And there are women, like and I went to Haya, which is in the north of Saudi Arabia, and this small town, I noticed that there's a lot of women who have divorced themselves. And I remember one of them is called Muhammad, and the mother of Muhammad, and she's in her 60s and she sells tea at the market. And she was telling me that she divorced herself by bringing another wife for her husband because she wanted to pursue her education. She knew also that her husband would not allow her daughters to pursue an education. So she found another suitable wife. and basically paid the dowry for her husband to marry the second wife, and then said, you know, now you can divorce me. And to me, this is a story that I've never heard before. Other women who, one of them also was married when she was 15 in a very unhappy marriage. He was very, very violent. She divorced with 3 children and was a janitor at a school, at a high school in Saudi. Long story short, she's now remarried with another 3 additional children, so 6 children, and she's now working as a nurse in a hospital. She educated herself. And I think, you know, in any society where there's equality for gender, then it's always going to be a much healthier environment.
Thank you both very much. Every time I hear you talk, I learn so much more, and it just makes me realize how very lucky I am to work with you both. So thank you for being part of this, and thank you for the UN SDGs. Thank you for giving us that framework.
Absolutely. Thank you, Adam, and thank you everybody that's been involved with this effort. And thank you, Tasneem.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mark Terry, and I'm the Executive Director of the Youth Climate Report. I'm very, very pleased to be with you today in honor of being recognized by the Sustainable Development Goals Action Awards. It's a great honor for everybody involved with the Youth Climate Report. And we're going to be looking at some of the films that comprise this unique project. And we're also going to meet some of the filmmakers that brought us these amazing films. So without talking too much about the project that you're already familiar with, I'm sure, why don't we meet some of these filmmakers? I'm very, very fortunate and happy to bring some of the newer filmmakers from all over the globe, actually. The first one is Ariel Lute, and she's an Indigenous filmmaker from Tuktoyaktuk, and that's an Inuit community in the Northwest Territories of Canada. And she worked with her team, known as Tuk TV, to put together a very special film called Happening to Us that focuses on a very real problem affecting the coastal communities on the Arctic Ocean, and that's soil erosion. So I'm going to just introduce Ariel and let her say hi and tell us a little bit more about herself and this project.
Hello, my name is Ariel Lute of Happening to Us, and I would like to say a huge thank you to SDG Action Awards for recognizing the Youth Climate Report. Going to the COP25 last year was such an amazing and awesome experience, and it was such a blessing to have learned so much while we were there. It was also an honor to be able to show our little film to so many smart, resilient people. We made this film as a project to show what is happening to our little community on the coast of the Arctic Ocean, and to get more eyes to see how our land is vanishing. And going to COP25 and showing our film there was such an amazing place to do that. I think that more youth should be involved in activities like this, because as our job as young people, we need to be thinking about our future and the future of our kids and so forth. Thank you so much. Have you noticed any changes since
Well, there's been a lot of changes. We get late freeze up in the fall, like we used to travel start driving docks over the ice in the middle of September. In October, we used to build igloos.
Every year it's different. Like it can get warm, or it can get very cold. The water sea level has risen a little bit ever since I was 13. Like I looked at the ocean sometimes when I was 13, 14, 15 to 19. Water level has been getting higher and higher.
Well, I've noticed that there is less beach to walk on, and there's a lot of permafrost melting. You can see here, there's a lot of erosion happening.
At that time, the shoreline was way out and I had no problem driving the vehicle over and behind my house. But now, in 2015, 3 storms took most of it, close to about 20 feet off of it, and it's just been getting worse and worse ever since.
Those are things that I go to bed worrying about, whether or not there are going to be char in 40 or 50 years in Nunavut, or what's going to happen to our caribou. And these are all linked to climate change, and so that's what really drives me to work on behalf of this issue.
I just think that kids should be very aware of climate change, and I think that we should all take it serious because we are the next generation and we could make a change in the world. People may doubt us, but we have the power to do anything. Like what my dad Akedi always said, have determination and effort and nothing will be impossible. So yeah, just be aware and prepared.
I like your words, Ariel.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ariel, for that beautiful film. Happening to Us had a unique opportunity to bring its filmmakers to the COP25 Climate Summit in Madrid back in December of 2019. The student filmmakers from Tuktoyaktuk were able to show their film throughout the 2-week conference, and it was a wonderful experience for everyone concerned. So thanks again, Ariel. Our next filmmaker is Carla Sayas, and she's from Ecuador. She's a very enthusiastic environmentalist in Ecuador, and she put together a wonderful film about her home country, showing the impacts of climate change and how they impact both the rural and the urban communities throughout her country. So let's meet Carla.
Hey, my name is Carla. I'm 23 years old and I'm from Ecuador. The title of my film is Rural Economy and Climate Change in Ecuador. My experience at the film lab was incredible because I met great people. Young people who are environmentally aware, who from their respective areas of knowledge share and propose solutions to mitigate the effects of climate change in each of their communities. And also, I made great experts on the subject of climate, logistics and production, researchers specialized in economics, environmental impacts, migration, climate policies, and access to services in Latin America, sustainable development, agriculture, and other topics of interest for my documentary. It was an enriching experience because we not only had the opportunity to work with great professionals, but also to interact with them in more informal spaces and expand our vision of the changes that we can achieve as young people from our communities with daily actions. Well, I think that the Youth Climate Report initiative has been and is very important, not only to increase environmental awareness in society, but it has allowed us to empower young people to build a better society. Then for many of us, it may sound utopian, but with projects like this, we know that with daily actions from the smallest cities, from our jobs, from our countries, from our homes, we can make a change. And the United Nations, with its funds, projects, programs, and agencies, has reached millions of people. It has a substantial impact on the world due to the initiatives it has proposed, and lately with the Millennium Goals, we have all set in motion to meet them. But definitely, it is a challenge that requires commitment, not only from young people, but also from governments, from countries. Political will is key in achieving these objectives, and through these documentaries, we wanted to make a call to action because there is no time to waste. And I want to thank the Data Lee Institute and the United Nations for allowing us to do so. Quiero felicitar además a mis compañeros del Planetary Health Film Lab por este reconocimiento que hemos alcanzado. Somos una generación que cree que debe existir un cambio. Planteamos un cambio de paradigma en el que la producción y la actividad humana no deje de lado al medio ambiente. Y creo que con nuestros films hemos hecho un gran trabajo. Congratulations everyone, stay safe, and thank you again for giving me the opportunity to share my experiences with you all.
Climatic changes and increasing temperatures, changing weather patterns are affecting exactly the people that are the most vulnerable already.
And the farmer, who are a marginalized farmer, very poor, they don't have any government support. They actually depends on seasonal agricultural activities. That means they produce something and then they sell that, and the money they get, again they invest that money for agriculture activities. So if there is any natural disaster because of the climate change, like heavy rainfall or heat waves, that can actually destroy the whole production systems. That means that farmer, they are losing their asset. So it is very difficult for them to do agriculture again.
Climatic changes, so changing weather patterns, changing environments, it's generating, exacerbating factors that already were the factors and reasons that people were leaving.
It's a cascading effect. There is a cause and effect relationship of climate change for agricultural production, poverty and health and education and everything.
So what we're seeing is that more and more people are indeed moving from rural areas when they cannot sustain a living into urban areas. What happens though is that people that have been making a living related to, for instance, agriculture, that are moving into urban areas now are often faced with a widespread level of insecurities, and partly because they don't have the skills in terms of labor to work with something else, they don't have the same networks and family connections, and they're just not used to the types of livings that they're faced with in urban areas. They realize that in order to find protection and assistance, they think that it's better to move elsewhere.
But our agriculture system is energy driven. I mean, energy is coming from like fossil fuels or for minerals. Fossil fuel is playing a huge role for carbon emission from agriculture sector too. 30% of carbon emission is coming from agricultural sectors. But I mean, this is just beginning. We are just observing the negative impacts of the climate change on agricultural sector and how it is related with poverty. And now the policymakers, the leaders, communities, the people, they are recognizing that yes, it is making the poverty situation worse.
What could be done in these locations in general to improve access to healthcare, access to education, and also to look at how can people get more integrated.
And how you can make it more adaptive, resilient, and also ecosystem based.
Al margen, comunidades, las de resistencia, es la necesidad de amarse, de desearse, como serpientes que palpitan al ritmo de la rebelión contra el gigante robótico sistema. Emergimos las mamas de donde Ukupachamanda, Hawaka, Manrina, Hunchi, Kaipacha, Pica, Sumakta, Causa, Hunchi, Ama Manjechu, Ama Fini.
A wonderful film, and it was great to actually see both the urban and rural environments of Ecuador, such a beautiful country. I've been there myself several times because that's where my son lives with his family. And to see how climate change is impacting it, your film was very powerful. So thanks again, Carla. Our next set of filmmakers is actually a young couple named Connor Fitzgerald and Emily Dix. And they have a very interesting project because they are theater impresarios, and they put together a company called Bygone Theater, which trades on the themes of stories from days gone by, but presented on stage through a more contemporary perspective. And what they did is they put together a film that showcases something very unique. They were able to incorporate all 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals into their corporate mandate, right? So everything that they do has something to do with the SDGs, either on stage or off. They're a dynamic young couple, and I'm sure you'll enjoy meeting them. So Connor and Emily, over to you.
Hi, I'm Emily Dix.
And I'm Connor Fitzgerald.
On behalf of Bygone Theater, we would like to thank the UN for recognizing the Youth Climate Report and for giving us an opportunity to showcase our work.
We're so happy the Youth Climate Report is getting this recognition because it's so important that youth get a chance to shape their climate future. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Emily Dix, and I'm the Artistic Executive Director of Bygone Theater. We specialize in presenting theater from a bygone era, and unlike any other theater company, we have incorporated all 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals into our company mandate. Here's how we did it. We care about the environment, which is why we prioritize using venues that use clean energy and water, limit our use of plastics, and reuse or recycle everything we can. Our president, Dr. Mark Terry, is a climate activist. We support his efforts in creating a healthier planet. To help our process, we have partnered with the Savers Fund Drive, collecting donations of used clothing and household goods to ensure they do not end up in a landfill. We use reusable water bottles and promote the same in our community. We know that these small steps will go a long way in protecting life on land and in the sea.
I'm Connor Fitzgerald, Bygone Theater's chair. Bygone's blend of vintage aesthetic and modern values make it the perfect company to implement a sustainability strategy. I made sure that, as chair, I brought this view to our governance, and we strive to be a leader in our city while supporting local businesses through patronage and marketing. Bygone has a diverse audience made up of people from all backgrounds, which is why we implemented ticket discounts and pay-what-you-can pricing to ensure everyone can enjoy the theater. We accept food bank donations as payment for tickets and have implemented educational programs for high school students and theater professionals to engage and develop our community. We are also a founding member of the TITC, which provides infrastructure and support to local artists. We have created a 5-year plan that prioritizes providing living wages for artists, including profit sharing and professional development for our workers.
As the AD of Bygone Theater, I am in charge of choosing our productions. I prioritize shows with strong female leads and, as of 2020, have implemented a new diversity and accessibility mandate that sets concrete goals and measurable actions to ensure our company is representing our diverse community. We believe in vintage aesthetics, not vintage values. To promote health and safety on set, we have committed to hiring both fight and intimacy coordinators to ensure the physical and mental well-being of our performers. We are proud to have made sustainability one of the foundations of our mandate and are excited to share it with the world. We hope our commitment shows that even the smallest actors can have a big impact. Thank you to the UN and the SDG Action Campaign for motivating our actions.
Okay, thank you, Connor and Emily. That was a wonderful film. I love how you put it together and the creativity that you used to incorporate all 17 of the SDG goals into your corporate mandate. That was very, very inspiring as well. And I think it's the only theater company in the world to take this approach. So congratulations once again. Our next young filmmaker is Monica Monroy, and she's from Colombia in South America. And she is also, like Carla, a very, very passionate environmentalist in her home country. And she has created a film that shows a very specific area of Colombia, and that's the Subachoqui River. A lot of people rely on this river in Colombia, and she's showing how climate change and plastic pollution and other issues are affecting this river, and in so doing, impacting on the people that rely on the river as well. So I'd like you all now to meet Monica Monroy.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Monica Monroy. I am Colombian. Currently study social communication and journalism at the Minuto de Dios University Corporation. I would like to start by thanking the SDG Action Award for recognizing the Youth Climate Report. My experience in the Planetary Health Film Lab project was huge and enriching. I have the opportunity to learn from experience for people from different parts of the world, which allowed me to analyze and understand whether environmental problems and climate change that affect the whole world, and that is necessary to create strategies that allow not only make these issues visible, but also from our capacities and knowledge to be able to contribute in creating possible solutions. I really enjoyed this experience a lot. I am grateful that they allowed me to participate. My film shows the reality of some of the water sources in Colombia and how they have been affected due to the indiscriminate exploitation of timber. I would also like to add the importance of these initiatives for young people. Every time we see that young people care and want to act in the face of environmental problems, and it is important to create spaces such as the Planetary Health Film Lab, use providing tools for our young people to fight together for the care and conservation of our ecosystems. También me gustaría hacer una invitación a todos los jóvenes, tanto de Latinoamérica como del mundo, para que participen en estas iniciativas, en estos proyectos que realmente enriquecen el conocimiento y nos ayudan a darnos cuenta de la importancia de proteger y resguardar nuestros recursos. Just to finish, I would like to congratulate the participants of this incredible project and their representatives. Thank you for this excellent group. I hope to continue collaborating with these initiatives. Thank you again and successes.
This is the Subachoqui River, a natural wonder which is located in the province of Cundinamarca, Colombia. It flows through the municipalities of El Rosal and Madrid, before joining the Boyacá River in Mosquera, and which flows into the Bogotá River. This river caters to these municipalities of the Sabana of Bogotá. But as it travels through the municipalities, we see how the hand of man is involved, and not in a positive way.
El río Subachoqui tiene unas características especiales de contaminación que son propias del río y propias del territorio donde nace. En la zona donde nace el río Subachoqui hay explotación agrícola y explotación ganadera. Eso hace que, por un lado, haya deforestación de sus laderas para los cultivos que se están dando. Y por otro lado también hay deforestación por la misma razón, para poder extender los potreros. Otra forma de contaminación y es que se viene desecando el río precisamente porque los campesinos y los moradores de sus riberas han venido canalizando el río y sacando aguas. Entonces eso hace que por la misma manera poco planificada e indiscriminada como se ha ido sacando el agua, el río se viene secando y contaminando.
Garbage, polluting chemicals, flower companies that extract large amounts of water for irrigation and agriculture leave the river flow completely dry. But even more, we see deforestation around it to the point of leaving it almost completely dry. In recent years, an alert has been issued as the river flow has decreased in a serious way. This problem also affects its inhabitants, since the contamination allows breeding of mosquitoes carrying dengue, a serious disease. Another consequence is water rationing, since there is not enough for all populations.
And showing up at special events that the United Nations hosts, because it's important to remember that the young people are not only inheriting the problems that exist today, the older generation leaves those jobs. They're going to take over. And that's when we're going to see real change, I think, but maybe not before then.
Okay, thank you, Monica, for that wonderful film. I remember when you were working on it, you were part of the Planetary Health Film Lab offered by York University in Toronto, Canada through the Donnelly Institute for Global Health Research. You and Carla, the two representatives from South America, worked together, and I remember how passionate you were about telling the story, and it shows in your film, so thanks again. Our last young filmmaker I'd like to introduce you to is from Australia, and that's Kai Milan. Kai Milan is a very, very passionate filmmaker, and he cares an awful lot about his own country and the environment of Australia. And he's put together a wonderful film that you're going to see all the various things that happened in Australia that might have hit headlines a few years ago, like the forest fires and the dying coral reefs. He's going to be discussing all these issues in his film, which is called The Place I Call Home. And if I can just turn things over to Kai now. Kai, over to you.
Firstly, a big thank you to the SDG Action Awards for recognising the efforts and success of the Youth Climate Report. Being involved in the Youth Climate Report and Planetary Health Film Lab was an absolute honour. Not only did it allow me to share my story through film, it also allowed me to raise awareness about climate-related issues in the place I call home. My geodoc was created on the love and passion that I have for our rich lands and nature here in Australia. Most important to me, our oceans, reefs and beaches. Whilst producing the documentary, I had the chance to interview some amazing people from very different walks of life. It was extraordinary to be able to share their stories and views on climate threats in our region. Being invited to the Planetary Health Film Lab allowed me to collaborate with young individuals from all around the world. The change in climate had affected them in many different ways, and it was a big eye-opener to see the widespread effects of climate change and global warming. Workshopping with industry professionals helped to guide me through the post-production phase to create a documentary that clearly reflected my message. The program has inspired me to keep producing short films and now open my very own videography and event production company. The Youth Climate Report has allowed me to share my story, raise awareness for climate change in my local region, and develop key filmmaking skills so that I can continue creating documentaries and share other people's opinions and facts about the issues that we see in front of us. It's important for programs such as the Youth Climate Report to take place and inspire young storytellers to create and raise awareness around human-induced issues and protecting our planet. My name is Kai Millen, speaking to you from my home in far north Queensland. I hope you enjoy my film. A land of true beauty. From the blue ocean and the reef, to the rainforest and the valleys. I live in paradise. But paradise doesn't last forever.
We're at a time like no other in the history of man. We are faced with our own possible extinction, caused by ourselves.
We've gone through fires in our rainforest in Youngara, which is just, it's never happened before. We've had mass flood events. You know, you walk outside now and you can feel just how muggy and hot just so temperatures are. It's open his eyes up. You can't dismiss something like that when a whole community burns down, a whole half the state burns, when you lose your house, you know. And it takes those sort of personal impacts to go, hey, look, there's a bigger picture thing going on. When you've got pretty much every single ex-fire chief telling you months and months in advance that this is what's going to happen and it's being driven by climate change or global warming, the writing's on the wall.
In the summer of 2019, 206 temperature records were broken in just 90 days. 12 million hectares of land has been burned. 25 people and an estimated 48 million animals in New South Wales alone have been killed. The Whitsunday Islands, the gateway to the Great Barrier Reef and home to the iconic Whitehaven Beach. A unique ecosystem which is suffering dramatically from the impact of human-induced global warming.
So we get a lot of coral bleaching, and that is because the water temperature's changing so dramatically over such a short period of time. You're getting a lot more of it over summer when we're getting those dramatic changes and shifting because of the wet season. Turtles starting to lay eggs on Whitehaven Beach, which isn't so common because the silica content's not changing temperature like other beaches.
If you accept the science, accept that we're solution-based rather than just pointing out the problems, that we can have a future that's viable, that's long-term, that's happy and healthy.
This is my message to the United Nations and the Australian government. Change needs to be implemented now to reduce our carbon emissions and pollution, support the health and well-being of our communities, and to protect the paradise that I call home before it's too late. It's got a hold on me. It's got a hold on
me. All right, thank you, Kai. Thank you for that wonderful film. He was so inspired, I should point out, by making this film that he actually created his own environmental production film company called Life Media. So congratulations on that too as well, Kai. So there you go. You've met the 5 filmmakers that made films most recently for the Youth Climate Report. As you can tell, they're all very enthusiastic about not just filmmaking, but the way the planet is changing these days. And they want to do something about it, and they are budding environmental activists. And they firmly believe in using programs like the Youth Climate Report to tell their stories with visuals. It's very important for policymakers to see what these problems are, not just read about them in an academic paper. We have to remember that a lot of the policymakers are not scientists, and they need communication tools like the Youth Climate Report to have a fuller understanding of the issues upon which they are building new policy. And it's also very important that young people, like the people that you met today, and all the participants of the Youth Climate Report, can use programs such as this to help turn it around and continue to be important voices in climate change activism, because they are the ones that are going to be the policymakers of the future. So it's best that they get involved today and have a say at this time.
Mi nombre es Francesco Piacesi,
y soy director y fundador de Échale. Somos un equipo de más de 100 personas dedicados al desarrollo, integración y creación de capital y valor patrimonial para las familias más necesitadas. Lo que buscamos es integrar a las comunidades no solo alrededor de una vivienda, sino alrededor de una nueva forma de desarrollo. En el tema de innovación, lo que estamos haciendo ahorita es dar este paso hacia los ODS, hacia la Agenda 2030. El poder integrar a todos los objetivos para el desarrollo sostenible, necesitamos traer a los 17 ODS a todas las comunidades. Échale. No es un programa de asistencia, no es un programa de filantropía, es un programa de desarrollo. Y en el desarrollo tenemos que subirnos todos al tren del desarrollo para seguir adelante.
...2021 is going to be one of the most exciting years in the history of humankind. It's going to be a really change of epoch. We're living in a world that has been nominated VUCA Award. VUCA stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And let me tell you, the only authority that can now say you must change your life is exactly the global crisis we're living in. It has the authority because it appeals to something unthinkable, for which it is the prelude to a potential worldwide catastrophe. But how do we face this situation? We could be optimistic, we could be pessimists, but I really desire, in the deepest side of myself as a human being, that we should be magicians. You know, to be magicians, what does it mean? To let the magic in you work. And the word magic comes from the old Persian mahag, that means knowledge. This time is for humanity to let the knowledge, the deepest knowledge we have in ourselves, all of us, to come out and work. You know what? We are the most evolved species living on the planet. Why? It's a biological matter. It depends on the shape of our brains. We are the only living species able to prefigure, to imagine, to let the magic work. So this time is time to figure how we want the future be. You know what? Once I had the chance to meet the Dalai Lama, the 14th Dalai Lama. And he told me that he used to say when he met the people, there aren't humans born under good or bad stars, but only humans who know or do not know how to read the stars. So this time is the time for humanity to be able to be responsible. Responsibility means the ability to give responses. It's time to change our lives. Life serves to produce its own fruit. So this time is the time not to add days to our lives, but to add life to our days, which is the keyword of the future. The keyword of the future is going to be innovability, which is the merge in between innovation and sustainability. Innovation has to be disruptive in this epoch. It doesn't have to be just incremental. It doesn't have to be just an evolution of itself. It has to be disruptive. We have to redesign the entire planet. We have to redesign ourselves as people. We have to look for peace. The SDGs are a beautiful map to work on, to connect the stars, to be guided and to be led. Because we have to produce a new impact as humankind on three different P's: people, planet, and peace. And innovability means that innovation has to be guided by the principles of the SDGs approach and the sustainability has to be enforced and empowered by the strength of innovation. This is innovability. Otherwise, innovation will be just by itself, something even cold or dangerous, and sustainability will remain just something institutional without any life living within. Innovability is going to be the key. And the human centricity, that means bringing humans back to the point, to the center, is going to be the way. There will be 4 main big drivers redesigning the planet in the future: demography, technology, environment, and basically ethics, values, and behaviors. Humans are the best technology living on the planet. Why? You know what's the difference between humans and machines? Machines provide answers, and humans ask themselves questions. Machines are programs. Humans are projects. So, which is my project as a human being? I want to be impactful. I want to be responsible, able to give responses. 2021 is a question. COVID-19 is a question. How do I respond? Through my ethics, values, and behaviors. Responsibility. It may be that you're not responsible for the situation where you are living in, I am living in, we are living in, but we will be if we will not do anything to change it. So, what is going to make the difference between humans? Let me tell you, the vision, the mission, and our capability to act, but basically our vocation. The mission is not enough. The vision is not enough. Our capabilities are not enough. What about your vocation? What about that particular sensitivity, that innate transport in living a certain type of life that leads an individual to do some things rather than others, for which he feels an inner transport? In philosophy, it could mean to feel part of a universal project, each one in their own specific area. You know what? I strongly believe that we all have a place where we can be what we dreamt to be, at least for just one instant. We need heroes. We need new heroes, new humans able to impact the planet to produce peace. And we basically need an inner peace. And here is any person who does an extraordinary and generous act of courage, which might result in the conscious sacrifice of himself to protect the good of others. Please, humanity, come back for peace.
Hello, I'm Nadira Hira, your MC for this year's SDG Global Festival of Action. And I'm so pleased to be here presenting you one of our very special Turning Point dialogues. On the heels of a year full of challenges, a global pandemic marked by economic, political, and social turmoil, we've seen dramatic shifts in how we think about living and earning, consuming, and producing. Things that were deemed too ambitious or expensive even to entertain before now seem not just doable, but downright imperative, which means that this incredibly difficult time may also be a potentially unparalleled opportunity to build a more just and sustainable society. So how? How do we together make this a true turning point for people and for planet? Here to consider the question with us is someone who's been a leader on human rights and environmental justice at the likes of Greenpeace, Amnesty International, and Africans Rising for Justice, Peace, and Dignity. Lifelong activist, mobilizer, and campaigner, Kumi Naidu. Kumi, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
So let's just start. you are certainly no stranger to building movements in response to complex threats. So as we examine the power and possibility of making 2021 a turning point, is there anything about this moment, based on your experience, that makes it unique or especially crucial? And what opportunities do you see within this time of crisis, which of course includes the pandemic, but also a sweeping outcry for racial justice and the very real emergency of the climate crisis?
This moment that we find ourselves in is being described in different ways. It's been called a perfect storm, a boiling point, a convergence of crises, and so on. And that was before COVID. Now with COVID, COVID has exposed the deep inequalities that exist in society, the deep hypocrisies that exist. And as you correctly said, many of these investments that have suddenly been made now, for years and years and years, we were told we could never find that kind of money to help the poor, right? But because the rich were a threat, right? COVID threatened rich and poor, so money had to be found to protect the powerful. Let's be very clear that the poor have been supported through the pandemic, but the poor have suffered not just a double, but a triple tragedy in what they've had to endure. But this moment does provide real opportunity for change. If we look at 2008, 2009, after the global financial crisis, the response of our governments and businesses was system change, it was system protection, system maintenance, system recovery, right? But what was needed then and what's needed now is system innovation, system redesign, and system transformation. And I know no other moment in my history of activism over far too long, with too little to show for it, by the way.
Not far too long.
Yeah. For more than 4 decades.
Just
right? For more than 4 decades, what I feel is there's never been a moment as pregnant as possibility for us to go beyond incremental tinkering with injustice and problems, baby steps in the right direction, but to go to the heart of the need for us to redesign our society, to address inequality at the core, whether it's gender equality or the horrible way history has treated indigenous communities and so on. So overall, I think there's no way but for us to actually make big change. I should say as an aside, one of the people I love most in the world is Mary Robinson. And Mary Robinson and I were on a panel early following the days of the pandemic, started in April last year. And I said, and she was saying, basically, there's absolutely no way we can go back to the normal. And I said, Mary, I want you to be right. But if I had £100 to bet, I would bet that the forces of reaction and backwardness are the ones that will actually make sure that we go back to normal. So I would say to everybody, just because political leaders and business leaders are saying the right words are coming out of the mouth right now, history commands us not to take it at face value, right? Not to take it at face value. Thank you.
So on the one hand, it's deeply encouraging to hear someone like you who, with 4 decades of experience in this space, is saying this is an unprecedented moment and let's take advantage of it. That is encouraging. On the other hand, I think you're exactly right. We've had these moments before historically where we've said nothing will take us backwards from here. So, and yet here we are, and here you are doing this work year in, year out. So I guess the real question is, what do you think needs to happen on both a systemic and individual level? What actual major shifts need to occur right now so that you don't have to do this 10 and 20 and 30 years from now, so that we actually do capitalize on the opportunity of this moment?
Well, firstly, I think what we are seeing is an unprecedented mobilization of people standing up for the intersecting injustices that we face. Racial injustice, the climate crisis, deepening inequality, environmental collapse, and much more. So what you look at the landscape of resistance to injustice, it is a very rich and diverse tapestry, from the amazing heroism of the people in Myanmar against the military junta to the most marginalized of communities all over the world standing up. So what we need to do as leadership is for us to back off, right? Create an enabling environment for new and fresh voices to actually be heard and followed. We have to be looking at new forms of organizing, right? Because I'm very influenced by a leader called Amilcar Cabral, who was one of the anti-colonial leaders in Africa. And he always used to say, tell no lies and claim no easy victories. And at this moment of history, we have no luxury. We don't have the luxury of being too nice to each other. We need to be polite. We need to be kind. We need to be compassionate, but we need to be honest. And let's be brutally honest that the situation we find ourselves in right now is that this decade is the most consequential decade in humanity's history. What we do in the next 10 years will determine what future we have, whether in fact we even have a future to talk about. And given all of that, it cannot be business as usual. And we need to take the wisdom of Albert Einstein, for example, when he said the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting to get different results. In this inflection point, if there's one thing we must do is ask the question, what do we do differently? We cannot continue to have the same dependence on so-called voices from the global north. We cannot continue to have the sort of dependency on certain big branded organizations that have shown to be very weak in this current moment of pandemic, racial injustice, and economic crisis. So we need to be thinking about more decentralized movements and where people directly affected are the ones that are enabled to speak in their own voice. And this idea of privileged people prosecuting the struggle for people in poverty is just an old colonial idea that we need to push away, right?
Absolutely.
And unless we get people to speak in their own voice with their own eloquence, and let me just say something, if there's one thing I've learned, it is the poor, it is the marginalized, it is excluded, can speak with the greatest eloquence about what they are going through. None of us who have studied it and researched it and so on can ever speak. And when they speak and are enabled to speak, you see the impact much, much more powerful, especially if we can get those voices to be heard in the right places.
And to your point, they're able to speak with power and honesty in a way that it would be impossible for anyone who hasn't had that experience actually to do. But we saw you speak on a panel yesterday where you talked about the power of people, but I thought very perfectly, you talked about the power that people do have, what they can do, rather than the opposite, because it's so natural for us to talk about everything that people don't have. So I think when you're speaking to leadership, there's one kind of guidance. When you're speaking to the actual people, the people that we're trying to enable, how do we harness that power? How do we pass that, practically speaking, enable them to make the kinds of change we're talking about and really drive this forward for their own sake and for our collective sake as a human race?
I think that what we are seeing is people are not waiting for anybody to tell them you should have more voice and so on. I mean, young people through Fridays for the Future and other expressions of climate activism didn't wait for anybody, they took it.
Absolutely.
Right? And my urging, and you know, if you ask me who inspires me the most in constituency terms, I'd have to tell you, if it wasn't for the sort of bravery and the courage of young people, which is one inspiration right now. And bear in mind, it's not just the bravery of standing up to security forces, not. But what inspires me is that young people are not contaminated by the horrible experience people of my generation are. And that contamination of experience means we cannot imagine another more just, a more inclusive, a more equitable world. And young people are bringing that in very powerful ways, and that inspires me. The second category of people that most inspires me is indigenous peoples. Right? Indigenous peoples around the world have suffered the most injustice and brutality, but their dignity, their courage, their persistence, and so on, has been, especially in this moment, some of the voices ancient wisdom is bringing to the current moment, because basically, let me say this very clear. If we think we're going to sort the current problems out by old ways of thinking and thinking there's nothing in ancient wisdom that we can draw on, then we're making a big, big mistake. If we followed some of the wisdoms of indigenous communities all around the world, we wouldn't be in the deep crisis that we're in. And the third constituency that inspires me, of course, is the progressive women's movement. They have had to deal with the Trump in the White House, Bolsonaro, in Brazil, and a whole range of sexist leaders who actually have no shame to project it, because that's how they build a constituency somehow. So I think that we are seeing movements emerge, but I think part of the challenge is what we need today, the mistakes of the past that must be fixed. We need leaderful movements. We must not build movements around a couple of individuals. We must have decentralized movements so that if governments who are repressive move against us, they cannot crush us quickly. And we also need to recognize that the biggest challenge we face is not the repressive actions of the state. It's not the use of the army, the police, and the formal laws and all. Of course, they're very powerful and they hurt us sometimes really, really bad. But actually, the most powerful form of control is the ideological state apparatus, the framework for education, the framework for religion, social norms and customs, and most critically, the framework for communications and media, right? And that's the biggest threat to us, actually, because we can't break through the lies, the disinformation sufficiently. However, if we apply ourselves creatively to understanding all of these movements, I would argue must embrace what is now more and more being called artivism, right? Which is the nexus between culture and art and activism. Because this is, and I say this mea culpa number one, there are many words that have come out of my mouth or in writing that most of the people that it implied to would not have been able to understand. So unless we get movements to talk like our people talk, walk like our people walk, think like our people think, and not think in elite ways to deal with the elites on the other side. And it's not like anybody makes these mistakes out of willfulness. I understand it. All these mistakes, I like to believe, are made in good faith, right? But I think it's important for people like me now to say, hang on a minute, if you follow exactly what we've been doing in these organizations for the next 10 years, we're not going to be very, very in a different place. So we got to change.
We're not even in the same conversation.
Yeah, and change has to come also from the people that have occupied a lot of space in institutions that have not delivered the justice that those institutions sought to deliver in good faith. And they've had a lot of time now, and they need to actually have the courage to create spaces for new, decentralized, people-centered, more global South-led rather than global North-led type of movements. And in that context, I think many of even the progressive formations, which are very northern orientated and so on, will need to revisit if they are genuinely committed to a global equity where people share the resources, the thinking, and all that is on this planet.
What I love hearing is that, in a way, for us to support these movements, it's about talking about it. It's helping it to be communicated and to be spread, and to actually take hold, so that we're raising and broadening the footprint, which is a wonderful thing, and is exactly why we're doing what we're doing here at the festival and what you do every day. Kumi Naidu, from your mouth to the universe's ears, thank you so much. It is wonderful to see you. It's wonderful to have you here with us at the Global Festival of Action, and we know we're going to be seeing plenty of you for years to come. So thank you. It's been lovely.
Thank you, and thank you to all the folks attending this festival and for all that they do. Thank you.
Welcome back. It's time for me to hand over the virtual reins once again for our final big picture plenary session. Our next moderator is a great friend of ours here at the SDG Global Festival of Action. He's the Chief Communications Officer for the UN Foundation, an international charitable organization set up to help the UN solve the collective action challenges facing our world. And he was previously a BBC journalist and anchor, bringing over 20 years of global reporting experience on everything from the environment to the economy, politics to the Oscars. Please welcome the lovely Rajesh Mirchandani.
Nadira, thank you so much for that flattering introduction. And hello, everyone. It's great to be with you. Great to be back at the SDG Global Festival of Action. I just wish we could be there physically, as I'm sure you do too. And I'm very happy to be hosting this session, which we have, I think, aptly called Ready, Set, Let's Make a Historic Leap Forward. Because we need to turn things around. As you've been hearing throughout the festival so far, the global crises that we are facing right now are an urgent call and an opportunity to revisit our values and behaviors, to design new systems that work for people and the planet, not against them. With the correct balance of innovative ideas, public pressure, political will, and sustainable financing, governments and systems can and will change. Now, depending on where you are, it might be hard to look past the pandemic, but we need to start building the post-COVID world right now together. That's a world that balances economic, social, and environmental progress, just like it says in the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. In this session, we're addressing some key questions that I hope will give you food for thought for the rest of the festival, such as how do we make globalization work for the good of all people? How do we redesign political systems so they connect on a global scale? And when will we know that we've made that leap forward? Now, we have a great panel, so let's meet them right now. And panelists, because we're all on screens, I'm just going to suggest that when I introduce you, you just give a little wave so everyone can see exactly who you are for now before you get a chance to speak. My first guest made history in 2017 when she became Canada's youngest female cabinet minister. And then she made history again a year later as the first federal cabinet minister in Canada to have a baby while in office. She's a fierce advocate for women, for young people, and for underrepresented groups. And she currently serves as Canada's Minister for International Development. Please give a wave to the Honourable Karina Gould. There you are, Minister. Nice to see you. Very nice to have you with us. Joining us today also is Natasha Mwansa. Natasha is a Zambian health, women's and youth advocate and a passionate journalist and campaigner close to my heart. She started her own self-named foundation, is frequently named as one of the top young changemakers, is in fact the youngest ever recipient of the Global Health Leaders Award from the World Health Organization. She says her goal is to be a voice for the voiceless and to equip people to realize that they have a voice that deserves to be heard. Please say hi, Natasha Mwansa. There you go, great to see you. Our third panelist spent much of her career building campaigns to demand greater government accountability and social justice. Her work includes the Don't Break the Promise campaign in India and the Global Call to Action Against Poverty. She was head of outreach for the UN Secretary General's high-level panel on the post-2015 agenda and the Global Campaign Director for Save the Children International. She currently serves as Secretary General of the Civicus Alliance, which is a global alliance of civil society organizations. Please welcome Lisa John. There, hi Lisa, nice to see you again. Our fourth panelist is a celebrated philosopher, speaker, teacher, activist, and intellectual. He's a Yoruba poet and wrote 2 books, which are called These Wilds Beyond Our Fences, Letters to My Daughter, Humanity's Search Home, and we'll tell our own story, The Lions of Africa Speak. Hello and welcome to you, Bayo Akomolafe. There you go, great. Now we do have a 5th speaker today, but because he's fallen ill very suddenly at the last minute, he's actually going to join us just for a short while, and then we're going to release him to go and, well, not release him, and encourage him to go and rest and get better, because we definitely want him to get better soon, but we're also grateful for any time with him. Let me tell you a little bit about him. He's a renowned architect and urban planner working at the intersection of politics and planning and between city and nature. In 2019 at the UN Climate Action Summit, he presented the Great Green Wall of Cities project, developed with several international organizations. Among many notable professors and positions at art and cultural institutions around the world that he enjoys, he is the president of the Triennale di Milano, a groundbreaking exhibition of design and art in Milan, Italy. Please welcome Stefano Boeri. Stefano, great to have you with us, albeit for a short period. Now, panelists, we're going to start with a quick fire question to you all. It's going to be the same question. And the question is this. We're thinking past the crisis about the world we want, a world that's just, equitable and sustainable, where people and planet thrive, and that's going to require a leap. So my question is that I want you all to complete this sentence. We will only make a historic leap forward when, and then you complete the sentence. Now, I'm just going to give you 30 seconds each, just to get you all warmed up. And it's just 30 seconds. So don't overthink it. Just go with whatever comes to mind first of all. Don't forget to unmute. It's your turn. For the rest of the discussion, I do encourage you to jump right in. Don't wait to be called upon to speak. But for this quick fire round, we are going to go in turn. Just 30 seconds, remember. So I would suggest you don't spend your time thanking everyone, saying how nice it is to be here. I think we all know we're all happy to be here. But to give you a little time to think, let me just remind viewers at home or wherever you're watching from that you can take part in the conversation as well via social media. On Twitter, tag your posts with @SDG Action and use the hashtag #TurnItAround. I see that many of you have been doing it already. And then if there's time later on in the session, I'll try and read out some of your comments. Okay, now, Stefano Boeri, we know how much you wanted to be part of the festival today. I do want you to go and rest because you're not very well. So I'm going to go to you first. And because you may not stay for much longer, I might give you more than 30 seconds, but other panelists don't get any ideas. Only Stefano gets it, the 30 seconds. So Stefano Boeri, we will only make a historic leap forward when?
Thank you. Well, what I believe is that imagining the future, thinking about it in terms of, let's say, a radically new city, for instance, or a gradual transformation of the urban place of our life, has become such an arduous and difficult exercise with the pandemic. It is as if we were anchored to a kind of gloomy present that leaves us no respite and forces us to debase day after day the most precious habits of our being together. Well, I believe that we have really to react, and we need to open up a different perspective, that of a planet crossed by great corridors of biodiversity, where forests and cities coexist, where historical villages return to being community of life, and where metropolises become archipelagos of vital places. Well, it's a new world that doesn't ask us for major revolutions, but rather an intelligent acceleration of trends already underway. Thank you so much.
Stefano, thank you for those opening thoughts. I know that there would have been some really great extra thoughts there as well, but I'm going to insist that you go and relax now and rest because you need to get better. We want you to get better. Stefano, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Karina Gould, Minister. Is it okay to call you Karina? I appreciate it. I'm coming to you next. We will only make a historic leap forward when, and don't forget to unmute.
Sure, thank you. And yes, I'm Canadian, so we don't need all the formalities. It's totally fine. But I think for me, thinking about that, it's about recognizing and being willing to address the power imbalances that we currently have in society and in the world. I think that one of the things that COVID-19 has, shone or put a magnifying glass on is where those inequalities are and how we for too long have ignored them or brushed them under the rug. And I think particularly, when it comes to gender equality, when it comes to the burden of care work that, a lot of women have to take on, that this is an area that we really have to work on when we think about who has access to power, who has access to markets, who has access to resources, and whether that's being equitably distributed. That's something we need to reimagine and recognize that actually we're all going to be better off when we share that access to power in a more equitable way.
Okay, thanks, Karina. I'm really impressed at how people are keeping to time. No pressure. Next speakers, Natasha Mwansa. We will only make a historic leap forward when?
Everything in me is tempted to say when we actively and meaningfully involve young people in all decisions that we make. But then honestly, we'll only make that big leap and change and turn things around when we actually become more accountable for our own actions and when we take responsibility. Because when we become more accountable, we get to realize that with every action that we take, we are actually either helping or disadvantaging someone. And if we can also become more inclusive and more empathetic with everyone that's around us, then we can put ourselves in their shoes and vice versa, and we can actually change the world. So honestly, it's a call to accountability. Until we become accountable and realize that our actions affect everyone around us, we will not make progress. Whether we are young, we're old, we're female, we're male, accountability is key. And that's the one thing that we need to start doing a lot more. And that's one of the biggest things we can do to achieve and make progress and take the leap that will turn things around. Thank you.
Awesome, Natasha, thank you so much. Lisa, over to you. Lisa John, we'll only make a historic leap forward when?
When we learn from our past and recognize that a fully empowered, networked, and well-resourced civil society is a public good that no country can do without. There is not a single moment in the entire history of humankind where transformative change has not happened because of collective action. And I think for governments to push back on public protests or to push back on people power is simply denying the way in which human society has evolved. And we really need much more of the feminist leadership, which allows us to engage with dissent, which allows us to listen to what people on the ground are saying and build and actually co-create new realities together.
Some great ideas coming out here. Bayo Kamolafe, last one to you. We'll only make a historic leap forward when?
Great. The Yoruba people have a proverb that goes, if you want to find your way, you must be willing to become lost. I like that because it challenges the notion of forward. Forward has been an imperial direction and has haunted many communities for a long time. So I would say maybe at this point in time when our anthropocentricity is being challenged by pandemic, by the very specter of climate change, by the Anthropocene, we're being invited to lose our way.
Wow, thank you, panelists. Fantastic ideas. I mean, this is great weekend thinking as we head, as we have a Friday afternoon or Friday evening, wherever you are. This is fantastic starter. Thank you all very much. We're going to delve deeper a little bit now. And you can go a little bit longer than 30 seconds here. Karina Gould, I'm going to start with you to follow up first. Sticking with this theme of making a historic leap forward, you've talked in the past about something called social governance. And I'm interested to understand how you feel that social governance, or you think social governance, and well, I want to get an understanding of what you mean by that first. And also, how can social governance and climate action help us make that leap forward in the way that you've suggested?
Yeah, thanks, Rajesh. I was worried you were going to turn to me first again, because everyone else has such wonderful things to say as well. But I think, social governance is making sure that government works for people and is responsive to people and inclusive of people. And I think that, building a little bit on what actually all of the other panelists said, Natasha, about accountability, right, for our actions and as government, because I strongly believe that government can be a force for good in people's lives, but only when and if we're listening and working with the people who we are there to serve. And I think that also builds on what Lisa was saying in the importance of having a strong, active, vibrant civil society that is working with and pushing government to be better, and government is engaging and listening in a respectful way. I think civil society plays such an integral part in continuing to move the needle on inclusion for the programs that government should be providing to their citizens. And I think maybe to what Bayo was saying in terms of recognizing that people do not live in distinction or separate from the planet that we inhabit, and recognizing that part of responding to people's needs is making sure that we're also having good governance that's responding to the planet's needs. Because if we don't have clean air to breathe, and we don't have clean water to drink, and we don't have clean soil in which to grow our food, then we're not responding in a way that's going to support people. So I think there's an unquestionable link between serving people in a way that is going to be inclusive, but is also going to make sure that we're addressing the fight against climate change, the loss of biodiversity, because they're intricately connected.
So people don't live separate from the planet. And Natasha's point, I think you're also saying this, that people don't live separate to their own actions. She was the one who was saying, we've got to take responsibility for our own actions. So Natasha, let me turn to you next. You've spoken a lot about the need to involve young people, especially women and girls, in decisions that affect their lives. To what extent do you see that dialogue happening? And how do we turbocharge progress in that area?
Okay. To what extent do I see this happening? I think it's happening more and more often in the world that we live in today. Young people are being involved more and more, mostly because we're also demanding for it more and more. And it's really good, because then it shows that we are now recognizing that we are powerful and we're capable enough, and that we have ideas and the energy as well that's needed for us to actually bring out the change that we want to see and that we actually want to be. And so honestly, it is happening more and more, but then it just has to become more meaningful and impactful. And that's where we get on how can we actually see this happening more. And one of the biggest things that I believe we can do is to invest in the younger generation. I think sometimes we forget that in as much as we are, for instance, fighting for spaces, even in as much as we are fighting for a seat at the table, for instance, we still need to understand what exactly that involves. And we don't have as much experience as it takes to actually fully understand and comprehend what all that is. So once we begin to invest in young people, in their leadership skills, in everything that they actually want to be, and let them be that from a young age, then they'll grow up using that experience and that information, that knowledge to be wise, and they'll take up these positions with ease. So one thing that we really need to do, and one thing is key, is investing a lot in them, their abilities, for them to actually take up these positions. And then let's see young people as partners. Sometimes that's the idea that we have. And honestly, the different generations that we live in, and the older generation right now, is taking this good. I like that we are more meaningful and we're more open to having young people speak out. We're more open to young people's ideas. But then sometimes it feels as though young people can be seen as more of beneficiaries instead of partners. And that can be very disappointing, because at the end of the day, I'm not here because it's just going to maybe lighten up the show, this youthful energy in the room colors it up. I'm not here for that. I'm here to actually bring in my ideas and also change the world. So until you start seeing us as partners and not just beneficiaries or someone to light up the room, then we won't make any meaningful progress, because it will end at me just saying all these things, and then what? Because I don't have the power, because I'm not seen as powerful enough, I won't be able to bring in that change. So the idea is, yes, we have made progress, yes, we are involving young people, but make sure it's meaningful and see them as actual partners and not just beneficiaries. And then it also comes down to the younger generation itself. I think one thing that we cannot deny is that we are very radical. We are very, we'll go for whatever we have to, we'll go for it. We can be very rebellious as well until we see what we actually want to change. But then it also
takes a lot of patience, a lot of growth, and a lot of understanding for us to know what exactly has to be done. So I think when we come together really and just sit down and think of how can we be partners in this and how can we actually make progress, then we'll go far. And then the younger generation has to understand that the older generation is not looking to stop us. They're not looking to block us. If anything, I feel like sometimes they're just a bit concerned because they feel as though they've been down this road and they've made mistakes and maybe they don't want us to go through that. But then the best way to actually help us understand and know that is to just have conversations with us. Beyond the partnership, beyond anything else, let's just have conversations. Let's not forget that we are two different people, two different sets of skills, two different sets of experiences. And if we can talk about that, we can learn a lot from each other. We can actually work together better. So for me, honestly, just have a conversation, be partners, and then understand that we are not beneficiaries. We are actually key partakers in these key stakeholders, and that we hold the power to actually bring the change that we want to see. So until we do that and realize that the young people are not meaningfully being involved and participating, and unfortunately, we may only make the change when we actually do stuff that the world may not like, but if we have to do it, we'll do it.
Natasha, really great points. I want to follow up very quickly in just like 30 seconds. How can young people help older or decision makers see young people as meaningful partners? Because you say that's the shift that needs to happen. How can you help that happen, or what needs to happen to make that change?
How can young people help decision makers see that we're actually part of the solution? Well, I think the first thing we can do as young people is to understand that the older generation or the decision makers that may not necessarily be young are not giving us a deaf ear. I think sometimes that's the attitude that many young people can sometimes go with, thinking as though the older generation does not want to hear us, or maybe they feel as though we're not capable enough. I think when we get rid of that veil, when we understand that that's not their goal, that is not what they're trying to do, then we can actually make progress and reach out better. And then another thing that we should also understand is we cannot always wait for them to make decisions on our participation for us to actually participate. Sometimes you have to give people a foretaste of what they're missing out on for them to actually realize that they're missing out on something. So I think young people should keep on doing what they're doing and then just accelerate at it. Let's keep on engaging. Let's keep on doing the most with whatever work that we have to do. If we want to see certain change, let's not wait for the government or for this leader to do it. If you're able to do it in your own community, then go ahead. If you're able to provide those clothes, you're able to provide that water, you're able to go and even just talk to the president. We have social media, and that's another thing. We have this amazing tool as young people in this generation and even in these times, social media, and we are so good at using it. It can literally reach anyone. So if we can just package our messages well enough to reach the right people so that we can actually, engage with them and let them know what our pleas are. And let's not give up. I think that's another thing that we need to develop with young people. Be resilient with it. Sometimes they might not always be responsive, but then if we keep on going and going, then we can do more. So honestly, it's those. Let's realize that they also want to partner with us, and let's just go for it. Thank you.
Natasha, some great points. I pity the person who has to follow you, but someone does have to, and that's Lisa. Lisa John, over to you. This might be a time when you're hoping your video connection breaks up, right? No, I'm joking.
No, in fact, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Jump right in. I'll follow up the question.
No, I wanted to just build on that. I was actually going to say something else, but I heard Natasha and I was like, I need to come in right now. I think the amazing thing about what's happening with change right now, and we at Civicus have an annual State of Civil Society report, which we brought out for the last 9 years, is the, really clear signal that change is basically being driven in non-traditional sections, through non-traditional sections of society at large. So it's not the traditional organizations, it's not traditional decision-making spaces, it's not governments, it's not businesses, it's not even the old-fashioned NGOs. It's really people who have in the past had nothing to do with public decision-making, who are coming out in the millions across the world. And the most inspiring part of all of that is that in the last 5 years, we've seen that every single local incident, whether it's a WhatsApp tax or a food related crisis or something else, it quickly escalates into a global movement of solidarity. And moreover, I think the ability of both women and young people who are traditionally out of the table, right, or away from the table of power, to convert that into a call for systemic reform has been phenomenal. And Black Lives Matter represents that, Me Too represents that. But I think in a way for civil society, it's a huge win that, we've spent decades trying to build the linkages between local infractions or local, kind of misdemeanors and the global systemic challenges. Right now, we don't have to do that anymore. I think just the access to information, the ability to make those connections has been so large that it kind of makes it all the more important for governments to not wish away the problems that they need to address. And I think that's the most important task right now.
Let me just follow up with you on that point, because this is the question I was going to pose to you, actually, just picking up on, your I think you've correctly explained that, we're at a stage where movements are really big. They're disaggregated, they're all over the world, they're connected by technology, and they're really big and powerful and important. But COVID has also shown us that, communities are stepping in where public services have failed or been overwhelmed, which is a good thing, another sign of networks and movements, community. At the same time, the civic space is shrinking, and governments in some places are clamping down on free speech and on freedoms. Sometimes, freedoms during COVID, that's done in the best interests of people in mind. But sometimes they're taking advantage of the crisis to stifle dissent. So what is how do you also, on one hand, celebrate the rise of movements, but respond to the shrinking of civic space?
So I think it's just
if others want to come in too, that's great.
So I think what we've seen in the past year is this kind of complete contradiction, where on one hand, you've seen civil society in all its diversity, so every possible form of civic action emerge and thrive and just go out of their way to respond to the pandemic. And on the other hand, you've seen that governments have really disproportionately used emergency laws and emergency measures to repress, restrict, and almost remove civil society in all spaces except service delivery, right? So I think where governments have not felt threatened, and this includes established democracies, so we're not just talking about traditionally kind of repressed and closed governments, but currently 87% of the world's population, according to the Civicus Monitor, lives in contexts where they cannot freely exercise their civic freedoms. And a quarter of the world actually lives in contexts where you can routinely be injured, imprisoned, or even killed for simply speaking out or exercising your right to association or assembly. And the attacks on peaceful protesters were in fact the #1 global violation in 2020. So it just shows this very uneven kind of territory where you need citizens to be more responsible. And like Natasha was saying, or Karina was saying, we need more partnership between governments, between businesses, between citizens. But on the other hand, you've had more laws introduced last year to repress citizens and to repress civic action than any other time in this decade. So I think that's the kind of tension we really need to address and unpack, in this year and in the coming years as well.
Okay, Lisa, thank you. Bayao Komolafe, I want to shift gears slightly, but you should feel free to respond to stuff you've heard. But particularly with you, you host an online course from your home in India, and it's called We Will Dance with Mountains. And I want to read out to people the first line of your course description, because I think it's really illustrative and relevant to our conversation. Your course description starts like this: what would change if we took seriously the consideration that the world is alive, that we derive our being from a never static, ever-changing field of entanglements, and that we are not the center of the universe? I'm going to invite you just to apply that to the social and economic crises that the pandemic has caused and that it's exacerbated and exposed, and talk a little bit about how do we then build a more sustainable future.
I think, with great respect to all my fellow panelists here, I think we're also witnessing at some level a deep exhaustion with systems and how we have been organized to create change. It seems like contemporary activism is increasingly becoming part of an architecture that reinforces the very same things we're trying to outwith or move away from. So what is emerging right now is a conversation around the colonial presence of what some philosopher, Giorgio Agamben, well, he's not some philosopher, he's a very famous one, called the anthropos, or the anthropological machine. It's this way of organizing ourselves that speaks the language of agency, that speaks the language of activism, but that reinforces the very same things we try to escape from. So I guess the course and the things that I talk about and the communities that I engage are saying, what if the nature, that thing we're trying to serve, that which we're trying to make better, what if it's trying to make us a better place? What if the world is vital and alive and agential, and feminist discourses, indigenous traditions have been saying this for a long time, that we're still acting as if we're in charge. We're still acting as if we have our act together. We're still acting as if we're in the center of the room, planning the way forward. Sometimes forward, gets in the way of transformation. So the invitation here is, maybe we can slow down and build wild coalitions that allows the world to be part of its mattering, and not to presuppose that we're the only ones in the room that are, applying agency to a world that is just a passive recipient of our benevolence.
I like the idea of wild coalitions. I would like to be part of a wild coalition with all of you. Thank you very much. Great answers. I'm just actually going to read a bit of social media that's going on, because as you can imagine, people are really engaging, excuse me, with this session. And as you can imagine, Natasha, you're lighting up the hashtag as well. Natasha Mwansa, someone to pay attention to and support, says someone on social. Great quote from Karina Gould: government can be a force for good, but only when people are listening. Someone else, absolutely floored by Natasha Mwansa's passion and energy. And then someone also reminding us, that's what Stefano Boeri said, to make a historical leap forward, it doesn't always take a major revolution, but intelligent acceleration of trends that are already underway. And I like that idea of trends that are already underway, because I want to kind of pick up on that for a few minutes and just open mic session with you panelists. So jump right in to think about, if these trends are already underway, there's got to be a starting point, right? Where do we start? You've all talked a bit about perception and changing our perceptions of each other and our place in the world, but also about institutions. Where do we start? What's the starting point in this process? Or is it, as Bio says, a wild coalition that has different actors starting in different places, all working in the same direction? I hope I haven't answered your questions for you, but I'm going to throw it open to whoever wants to jump in first, or I will point at someone and pick someone. Karina Gould, go ahead, and then Natasha after you.
Well, how about Natasha goes first, because she's got such passion and energy. And maybe just a quick comment on that, Natasha, that I think like as policy leaders and government leaders, like it's important for us to listen to young people, because you energize us to keep going and energize us to think differently about the future. And then I'll get to the question, but go ahead, Natasha.
Thank you so much for that, Karina. I think I love the part where you said we energize you to think about the future, because that's one thing. That's a place where we see young people at, but then we don't realize that young people are young now, and in the future we may not be so young. And this drives me to the point, the question that has just been asked: how do we look at what's already being implemented now, what's already existing, and how do we just advance that? I remember this one time I was sitting down and talking to a lecturer of mine, and we were discussing the sustainable development goals, and he was of the idea that we shouldn't even call them sustainable development goals, because development in itself is supposed to be sustainable. So why then should we add that? Because automatically it should be there in the development. And so that brings us to how sustainable these things are. And I think one way we can actually look at that is by firstly looking at how much progress we've made. Honestly, sometimes I feel as though we do not appreciate ourselves enough for how far we've come, and we don't recognize that sometimes. Sometimes it's really good to look at the brighter picture and look at how far we've come. What have we done so far? This is the progress we've made. This is how far we've come. This is how many lives have been impacted. So why not give ourselves a round of applause? We can look back and say, okay, this is good. And then what else is left? So I think that's one of the big things that we can start with, how far we've come. Then from there, we can look at our past mistakes, just as Miss Lisa had said earlier, that we won't make progress with the future if we don't learn from the past mistakes that we've made. And so I think it's also sitting down and looking at what's not working and how we can get rid of that to replace it with what's actually working, or more of what's actually working. So it's honestly something that we will not be able to achieve immediately. And it's also something that we need a lot of patience with as a result. But then I think these are two key things that we need to look at. And then we also need to look at a system and involving people in the system that will make it more sustainable. And that's why we cannot ignore the fact that young people have to be involved, because in as much as we are going to be the future, we're also the present. And we can take up the leadership now, but then also later on, it will be on our responsibility to not just lead it then, but then also take care of those that are coming up. And so this is why we need to be meaningfully involved, because that's where the sustainability key is, because it's not just the now, it's the future as well, and even the past. And we are that right now as young people. So I think these are three key things that we need to look at. Let's appreciate the progress we've made. Let's learn from the mistakes, but let's also involve young people, because they are key to sustainability. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Rajesh. I think that was a great way to start it. And I guess I don't know if wild coalitions is the right way to talk about it, but the collective consciousness that we need to have to make these changes, I think, is really important. Because if we think about climate change or biodiversity loss, it's not going to be any individual action, but it won't also happen without collective action. And so I had this wonderful conversation with Mary Robinson around this time last year, the first female president of Ireland, who said, we need to be thinking both in terms of collective action and individual action, because to make the changes to actually address the climate crisis and the even bigger crisis that's looming with the biodiversity collapse, we have to collectively make different choices, but we also have to be willing to make those choices as individuals. And so I think it's recognizing where we are today, but in a really honest way. There are some things that are incredible. I mean, in terms of, what we've been able to do and health or nutrition, education, we have made incredible gains for humanity as a whole. And we've been able to assert some of that control that humanity has been trying to have over nature for, since the beginning of time. But at the same time, also recognize that our actions have an impact and that we can't operate in isolation from what's happening around us. And so we have to identify and address the things that we're doing that are harming the planet, which ultimately harm humanity as well. But we can't do that just as individuals or just as a collective. And so I think this rising consciousness that's happening around the world is so important. And that's where civil society plays such an important role, to push governments to make sure that we are responding to what people are asking and demanding. And I think, that's the exciting part of being in a democracy or being in a civic space, is having that, that collective conversation and actually working for change. So anyways, I'll leave it there.
See if I can jump in here. Since the 1970s, we've been trying to combat climate change. We've been, Lisa, did you want to say something?
No, please go ahead. I'll come in.
Sorry, just thank you. So we've been trying to combat climate change. I mean, since the very first Earth Day, when the first book was released and said we have to do something about climate change yesterday. The questions that some of us are asking, and I don't think it's a small group, I think it's many people are beginning to ask or have been asking, is what if the way we respond to the crisis is part of the crisis? I mean, there is a sense in which, and I know this is not something to be said, maybe it's not something to be said in a UN meeting, but there is something deeply spiritually amiss about the ways we speak about development and continuity and the expectations that we will continue in an unbothered fashion. People like me and communities like mine have been the recipient of good intentions. For a long time, we've been told that if only we sit like this or posture our bodies this way or learn these ideas or these terms, that things will get better eventually. But there, and I cannot stress this enough, there has been this toxic cyclicity. We just keep on repeating the same words, repeating the same dynamics and going back over and over again. I feel my response to this is an invitation to be humble. Like if anything is paramount in a pandemic and in the Anthropocene, it's the need to come down to earth. It's the need to be humble about our senses of continuity. It's a need to revalidate or recalibrate our bodies to a world that exceeds us, that is inviting us to re-notice ourselves within a larger scheme of happenings. And that is probably the most difficult thing to do. I know we can come up with beautiful solutions. What I'm trying to say here is that our solutions have often come in the way of the needed transformations we seek. And this is not just on nation states and civic society, it's on all of us together. So this is more than just individuals, like my sister Karina said, and more than collectives. This is an invitation to find the middle, to find the more than human, to notice ourselves again as actors within a larger stream of actors, and not to rush forward, because it has been to the racialized suffering and pain of not just nature, but people that look like me.
Okay, I don't want to cut off your flow, but I'm just got one eye on the clock. We only have about 3 minutes left for the session. Lisa, I'm just going to invite you to make a quick point, then I have a really quick fire round to finish with. So off you go. Okay.
So just to say that the movements of the present are both intergenerational and intersectional. And this is, in fact, a terrifying time for activists, journalists, human rights defenders, because the level of violence and intimidation that we've seen in the past year has been unprecedented in the last decade. But it also shows, I think, just the sense that, people with authority, whether state or non-state actors, know that every single person has the capacity to be an activist today. You don't have a kind of an elite group of change makers who are sitting and talking about change. It's every single person who has the access to information, who's thinking about systemic change, who's speaking up, who's acting for change, and that's why it's so hard and so unstoppable, really, in terms of the momentum that we're seeing and creating right now.
Okay, thanks, Lisa.
That's quick enough.
In actual fact, that sort of feels like an end point, a last thought. And actually, my last quick fire round to you all was, how do you want festival participants to think differently in the future to help redesign the future we want? So Lisa, I'm going to just extrapolate what you said into that as basically saying, start thinking of yourselves as activists and movement makers and change makers. Bio, how would you answer that in just 30 seconds? What do you want festival participants to do differently?
Start learning to live in a world that is irreparably uncertain, where certitude and confidence might just be a luxury. Start learning to lose our way and to be humble about the next. Maybe I'll leave it at that.
God, I love that thought. I want to do your course. I sure want you to take your online course. Karina, and then I'm going to finish with Natasha.
Yeah, thanks. No, I think something that we need to take away and think about is approaching our work with more humility. I think Bio's point about the role of development, both in terms of something that has, obviously encouraged development and greater human dignity, but on the other hand, in some cases, re-entrenched institutional discrimination or racism is something that we need to really reflect upon. And I think that, just like the Black Lives Matter movement has had an impact on, broader society, it also has to have an impact in terms of what we do as a development community, how we think about things, and the approach that we're taking. And certainly from our perspective in Canada, we're trying to think more about how we work as co-creators, how we work as partners, and not as, someone that's going in and telling a community how to work. And so I think that's a really important takeaway to build a more inclusive world.
Okay, Natasha, take us home. You have exactly 30 seconds. What do you want people to do differently?
Thank you so much. what Bio had said earlier on about how sometimes, we keep hearing the same things over and over again. And sometimes you wonder, what is it that we're not doing to actually actualize what we've been talking about, And so for me, the key thing is really that we should be able to hold ourselves accountable for what we're doing, and we should be able to act on it. But then we should also be able to tell the stories, because honestly, there's a lot that we could have missed out on if we didn't have such a panel for people to tell their stories in a certain way. So I think that's key in doing that. And I think I've run out of time. So really, I believe that the key is, let's be accountable, and let's tell these stories, because with these stories we inspire people to actually do more, and that's the turning point for everyone. So let's change the world together, and it's been awesome being part of this panel. So thank you all, and yeah, have an amazing festival left.
There you go. There you go. I have a feeling people are going to be hearing much more from you, Natasha, so don't worry about running out of time today. Panelists, thank you for a fascinating conversation. Thank you for setting the scene, really whetting people's appetite for the rest of the Festival of Action. Nadira, with that, I'm going to hand it back to you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, this is Simon from the band Bomba Stereo from Colombia. I'm very happy to be sharing our music and our energy with this festival and this initiative. And I think music can be a way and an instrument to help with the environment and with planet Earth today. So thank you very much, and I hope this gets to very, very much people around the world. Thank you very much.
Corazón, 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 tus ojos me están llenando solo con verlo. No necesito sino abrazarte para sentirlo, y ya no tengo que esperar para saberlo. Cuando el amor es amor, es amor, es amor, es amor. Cuando el amor es amor, es amor, es amor, es amor. Y somos dos, somos dos, somos dos. Y somos dos, somos dos, somos dos. Y somos dos, somos dos, somos dos, somos dos, somos todo. Ay, qué emoción, qué emoción, qué emoción. Ser parte de tu sonrisa y de tu alegría. Y para más, para más, para más de toda una vida. ¿Y qué me importa si esta noche es solo tuya, es solo mía? Cuando el amor es amor, es amor, es amor, es amor. Cuando el amor es amor, es amor, es amor, es amor. Y somos, somos, somos. Y somos, somos, somos. Y somos, 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 somos todo. Ah, el amor. Ay, mi amor, ay, mi amor, ay, mi amor, ay, mi amor, ay, mi amor. Mi cuerpo sobre la arena se desvanece y me deja venir el tuyo tendido aquí en el mar. Las estrellas llenan el cielo que resplandece. Cuando el amor es amor, es amor, es amor, es amor. Cuando el silencio se calla la boca y no pide perdón. Es cuando el alma se siente completa y te da la razón. Cuando tu cuerpo está conectado a tu corazón. Y somos, somos, somos. Y somos, somos dos, somos dos. Y somos dos, somos dos, somos dos, somos dos, somos todo. Y somos, somos dos, somos dos. Y somos, somos dos, somos dos. Y somos, somos dos, somos dos, somos dos, somos todo. Es amor, es amor. Y somos, somos. Somos dos, somos dos, somos dos, somos dos, somos dos. Mientras los mundos se juntan, lo nuestro lo hacemos los dos. Y que no haya nada más que tú y yo. El resto desaparece. Quiero quedarme con esto para siempre. Y para siempre. Y para siempre. Para siempre. Estaba pensando en la noche que te di, la misma que me abandonaste sin pensar, y yo te entregué mi corazón. Una noche oscura sin mirar atrás. To my love, 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 to my love. Yo te oh my love, se fue corriendo y no volvió más. Yo te di, oh my love, me fui corriendo y no volví más. Estaba mirando tus ojos y me fui, sintiendo tu sonrisa, oyéndote hablar, y yo te entregué mi corazón. Una noche oscura sin mirar atrás. To my love, 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 to my love. Yo te oh my love, se fue corriendo y no volvió más. Yo te oh my love, me fui corriendo y no volví más. Esa primera noche que me diste fue la última noche que te vi llegar. Solo una bastó pa' sentirte. Quiero darte el cielo y quiero darte más, pero no necesitamos nada más. Ya no dimos todo lo que pudo dar cuando entregamos el corazón. Esa noche oscura hasta el final. Yo te oh my love, me fui corriendo y no volví más. Yo te oh my love, me fui corriendo y no volví más. 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 Algo está cambiando en mí, puedo verlo. Algo está cambiando en ti, algo bueno. Me voy a buscar un sonido para guardar todo este silencio. todo lo que tenga que dar y seguir creciendo. Soy lo que soy, lo que tengo que ser. Voy a donde voy sin tener que perder. Soy lo que soy, lo que tengo que ser. Voy a donde voy sin tener que perder. Me estoy liberando del tiempo sola. Y ese sentimiento, estoy caminando con ciencia y libertad. Camino despierto. Yo voy a navegar con el ruido del mar, muy lento, mirando para el lado que tenga que cruzar, sin miedo. Algo está cambiando en mí, puedo verlo. Algo está cambiando en ti, algo bueno. Me voy a buscar un sonido para cantar todo este silencio, dejando todo lo que tenga que dar y seguir creciendo. Me estoy liberando del tiempo sola. Y ese sentimiento, estoy caminando con ciencia y libertad. Camino despierto. Soy lo que tengo que ser. Voy a donde voy sin tener que perder. Soy lo que tengo que ser. Voy a donde voy sin tener que perder. Soy lo que soy. Voy a donde voy. Soy lo que soy. Estoy caminando con ciencia y libertad. Camino despierto.
Well, it's almost that time. We're coming to the end of the 2021 SDG Global Festival of Action. We've heard so much over the last 2 days about the importance of this moment. We've debated, we've challenged, we've been inspired, and we're all feeling ready now, I hope, to take action. But how? How do we keep up the momentum of this moment to guarantee that 2021 becomes a true turning point for people and for planet? That's what we're going to reflect on in our closing time together. And of course, we want to hear from you. So tell us what you're thinking using, I know you know it, #TurnItAround and our handle @SDG Action. And for that matter, follow @SDG Action on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, everywhere. It's up to us to bring the UN to the world. Now, as we begin this closing conversation, we're so glad to have a special message from a longtime partner that's dear to all of us. Here to tell us how Germany is turning it around for the SDGs, please welcome the Minister of State for the German Federal Foreign Office, Niels Annen.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear virtual SDG Action crowd across the continents. It's an immense pleasure to welcome you all at the Virtual One Conference Center at the Global Hub for Sustainability and Climate Protection. I'm very happy to see thousands of people from the SDG Action community connected from all corners of the world, most of them young people from the Global South. At this Festival of Action, we want to contribute to building the future of our planet. Because we want to have a livable future, it has to be a sustainable future. Germany takes this seriously. The German government adopted the new German National Sustainable Development Strategy this month. It addresses these questions of existential importance. It centers on nothing less than living life in dignity, justice and peace, while at the same time protecting the natural resources on which life depends in Germany and globally. This is why the strategy widens its view beyond the national scene, also looking at German contributions to global sustainability. We are deeply convinced that peace, security and sustainability are mutually dependent. This is why Germany's foreign policy promotes the international drive for sustainable development in an effort that we call diplomacy for sustainability. German diplomacy promotes multilateral solutions because we believe that our common challenges can only be solved through cooperation. An outstanding case in point is the Alliance for Multilateralism, which was launched by the German and French foreign ministers as an informal network of countries to promote important issues of joint interest, as well as the rules-based international order. We are united in our conviction that a rules-based multilateral order is the only reliable guarantee for international stability and peace. Consequently, Germany strengthens international organizations across the board, being the second largest contributor overall to the United Nations. German diplomacy for sustainability furthermore supports many activities and initiatives worldwide, often together with partners. These ranges from peace and stability support in crisis areas in the Middle East and Africa to better controlling small arms and light weapons in the Western Balkans. From climate and water diplomacy in Central Asia to fighting inequalities in oppressive regimes. From promoting the rule of law to ending impunity, together among others with the International Criminal Court. And last but not least, human rights take center stage in the implementation of the SDGs, as they are an indispensable element of sustainable development worldwide. At this year's high-level political forum on sustainable development in New York, Germany will take the opportunity to present its activities and visions in its second voluntary national review. Germany and German diplomacy are putting their weight behind worldwide efforts on the SDGs, jointly with many partners. We want to strive forward, and the Sustainability Hub of Bonn, even in this virtual format, keeps contributing to shaping our sustainable future. At the end of this Festival of Action, I would like to ask all of you to be bold. Let's now move from analysis to action. Let's unite behind multilateral thinking and behind diplomacy for sustainability. Let's fight for the SDGs as a global success story together. And despite difficult pandemic times, allow me to call on you, keep up the positive spirit and make things happen. Vielen Dank and thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Anand. And now for a bit of impromptu inspiration. I'm blown away every time I get the chance to sit down with our next speaker. And you could probably see why if you watch the In Conversation segment we did together earlier today. But when I asked him in our chat what moved him, we were also moved by his answer that we knew we had to save it to share here with you at the end of these phenomenal 2 days. He's a lifelong activist, a mobilizer, a campaigner, a leader on human rights and environmental justice at the likes of Greenpeace, Amnesty International, and Africans Rising for Justice, Peace, and Dignity. Who am I kidding? You already know who it is. Here's the great Kumi Naidoo. If I could just close out lastly, we would love to hear what inspires you because you've been inspiring us for decades. So is there a piece of art, a piece of music? You've mentioned many people. Is there any sort of one closing piece of inspiration you think our festival participants should go check out?
I would say the thing that inspires me most at this moment is this moment, right? This moment offers us two substantially different routes that we can go. One, we can do what we've always done, which is pretend that the way the world is ordered is more or less okay, and all we need is some incremental, small baby step changes here and there, and it's all okay. So what we do is we do a couple of charitable projects, couple of bailouts and so on, and actually the system of control remains exactly as it is. But there is another route, and another route, this moment for that other route is what inspires me. There's a convergence of energies. New constituencies of people who are directly affected by issues are standing up and speaking. We are seeing people who didn't speak out before, even in big business institutions, who are standing up to say, it's clear, my children are also going to die if I don't do something about climate, right? So I am inspired by this moment, but I'm also equally afraid of it, right? So I'm inspired because I think if we muster the kind of courage that young people are forcing us to do, indigenous peoples, the women's movement and other progressive movements, then I think this moment has more opportunity than any other moment that I have known in my activist life, right?
That's incredible.
And because it is such a precious thing, it's also scary that we could blow it. And I am inspired to believe that we have a chance not to blow this inflection point in human history, for us to eventually say that we refuse to accept that the world we live in is the best that humanity can create for itself. We refuse to believe. Anybody who says this is the best has no ambition, should step out of public life and should go find a nice quiet place in some rural area and live a good, peaceful life and enjoy nature. Not a bad option, by the way. Always
and leave the rest of us to save it.
Yeah.
I'm still cheering. Definitely look out for that In Conversation session with Kumi to post soon in our virtual library at globalfestivalofaction.org. Up next, it's my pleasure to turn things over to the head of the UN's SDG Strategy Hub at the UN Office of Partnerships, here to talk with some forward-thinking guests about the important year ahead and find out what we all can do to play our part. Welcome, my dear friend, Dauda Jabarte.
Thanks so much, Nadira. I'm really, really excited to be here. You and the team and all of the participants have done a phenomenal job at the festival this year, so congratulations and a huge well done. This festival embodies the promise of the SDGs, the spirit of a decade of action, and illustrates much of what needs to happen around the world every day, everywhere. Really, really quickly commenting on Kumi's last reflections, I think he's absolutely right to be equally inspired and afraid and worried about this moment. You know, throughout the festival, we've heard from young people, from old people, not old people, older people, about what the potential is to turn this moment around in history. And you know, we can't take anything for granted, and we can't take the assumption that we might stumble across success, because success doesn't happen by accident. It happens with bold, decisive investment, policies, action, and intention. And we need to constantly really, really just push ourselves to make sure that we're doing the best that we can at all stages. You know, the festival for me is an opportunity to hear from people around the world, and to really, really reflect on the reality of their lives. And as Kumi said earlier, you know, we need to be talking in a way that people around the world are talking, and in a way that resonates with them, and they're able to take that space from us and for themselves. You know, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie said, you read books to get facts, but you talk to people to get their truths. And what we've done here today is we've really heard the truths of young people, of climate defenders, of feminists, of committed government officials, of fellow UN colleagues, and the activists around the world that are on the front lines every day, which reminds us that the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals at the core are really a people's agenda. By the people, for the people. Everyone has a sphere of influence to affect change. And one of the things that we need to do, again, as Kumi said, is humbly figure out how to harness all of these diverse passions and collective experience to make a dent in the world's most ambitious agenda, to really, really move the needle. Everyone has a role to play. We've heard that over and over and over and over again, including from the first intervention from the UN Development Program's administrator himself. He pointed out at the start of the festival that, referring to youth climate activists, that they really are leading government policies because of their actions. What young people are bringing to the table to this conversation goes well beyond hindsight of what we have done before in the past, but is really, really focused on what we need to do in the future and what comes next. To tell us more about this moment and to share some concrete plans for the road ahead, I'm really, really pleased to be joined today by three amazing youth leaders and activists. First, we have Abel Coca. He's a program coordinator and gender activist from Restless Development. We'll also be joined today by the founder of Mojo Studios, climate activist and designer Runa Ray. And finally, a very, very warm welcome to Vice President and Poverty and Inequality Activist of Assembly por Tecno Internacional, Inés Yabar. Thank you for all coming and joining us today, and welcome. I'm going to really, really quickly ask each of you in turn two things. My first question is about inspiration. We'd really, really like to hear from you in terms of what your motivation for becoming an activist has been. And secondly, I'm going to put you on the spot and ask you, much like all of the participants before us, one thing that viewers can do this year to play their role in turning things around. So Abel, what is the source of your passion, and how can others join you in this journey?
Yeah, thank you so much. And first,
Abel, are you there? Sorry,
can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Yes, I was talking, sorry. Can I start now?
Please.
Yes, I was saying that I grew up in a family whereby my sister did not get the right to education as myself and my brothers, because my parents, by then, they believed that women belong to the kitchen, but also girls should stay at home and wait for their time to get married. And as much as I was not okay with that situation, I couldn't do much to change that, because I didn't have that knowledge on gender equality. So I promised myself that one day I should change the situation and start learning about gender equality, women's rights. And it's when I realized that women deserve a seat at the table, but also they have a place in the community to drive changes and development in their families and community level. And at the moment I finished my university studies, it's when I was looking for a platform to amplify my voice, because this is what young people are missing, a platform to amplify their voices, but also the place to unleash their power and to their potential. So I joined Restless Development, working to build the capacity of young people to drive accountability against their decision makers, to deliver their gender equality policies commitment. But also through my own initiatives, I was carrying sessions in secondary schools, universities and colleges to build the capacity of young people, because young people are forming the majority of the world population. And until and unless they join the fight for gender equality, it's when we can accelerate the realization of gender equality in the community. So I saw that as an opportunity for me to work with young people in the community to build their knowledge and place them at the front and center of bridging the gender gap in the community. But we all know that it's 25 years since the adoption of the Beijing Platform for Action. And much has been done, but we are still lagging behind with the progress. The progress is very slow to achieve gender equality. So from my own perspective, if you ask me what should be done in order to accelerate the achievement of gender equality, I should tell you that for the decision makers, first, we should treat young people as key stakeholders in the achievement of gender equality, in the designing, implementation, and achievement of gender equality. and not merely beneficiaries. But for men and boys, we should see this as an opportunity, because gender equality is not for women and girls only. We all benefit when women and girls have equal opportunity and rights as men and boys. But for my fellow young people, we are forming the majority of the world population. And whatever is being done, whether to achieve or not to achieve gender equality and the SDGs at large, will impact us more than anyone else in the community. So it's time now we should come back from the backbenchers and stand in the front line in pushing for policy change, changing social norms, tradition, and customs which are discriminating against women and girls in the community. Because if we were envisioning for the better community and better world, that will not be possible if women and girls are not placed at the center of gender equality, but also the achievement of the SDGs. And how can we engage then? How can we force our engagement and our active participation? We have like intergenerational dialogue happening now in the Community Generation Equality Forum. It's starting next week in Mexico, and then it will be followed by France. We can force our participation. Although people are not seeing us as key stakeholders, let's forge our participation, because somebody said that if there is no a seat at the table for you, bring your chair from your home, from anywhere, and put it there for you to be listened and to air your views. But there are various organizations which are carrying various initiatives. For instance, Resource Development, we are launching a Feminist Action Lab, which is an online course to build the capacity of young people to know the history where the Beijing Plus 25 process beginning, where we are, and where young people can drive this journey. And I should tell young people now is not the time to be passive. We should be aggressive if at all we want to see the community whereby women and girls, boys and men have equal rights and opportunities for the sustainable development of the community. Thank you so much.
Abel, what an absolutely powerful voice and powerful words spoken. Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Runa Ray, climate activist and founder of Mojo Studios. Runa, really, really briefly, what is the trigger for your activism, and what's the one thing that you would like to see people around the world do this year?
Thank you, Doda. Definitely very insightful and important questions. But before I start off on that, I would like to congratulate the team behind this fantastic, beautiful festival. I'm almost sad that it's coming to an end. But like I said, I'd like to congratulate the team, the panelists with me, the moderator, and the fantastic audience. To answer your question as to what inspired me to become an activist, it was basically three things. So I'm a fashion designer, and we know that fashion is one of the largest contributors when it comes to climate change, and also the non-transparency that exists within the industry, like child labor, gender inequality. So I decided to delve in deeper. So it was curiosity that was number one that got me to understand the industry from different aspects apart from the glamour. Secondly, the love for people and planet got me concerned with what the industry was doing. And especially with like the textile dyes, the plastics, animals slaughtered for the fur that was not being used. And I took it upon myself that it was important to get this message across to people so that they start making better choices. So that led me to communication, and using communication with fashion as a form of activism to educate and advocate for policy change. So these were the three things. One was curiosity, the second one was concern, and the third one was communication. I also feel that the SDGs operate on the similar platform. And we have several events happening this year, like the UN Decade of Ocean Science, the UN Decade for Ecosystem Restoration. You have the pre-COP, you've got the COP26, you have the UN Office of Partnerships, which requires young people to be a part of very, very important decision-making. So I would like to tell everybody who's watching here to please follow these events and try to become a part of this important choice-making and decision-making process. Lastly, to the one thing that people could probably do now to turn it around, I would like to think that we are like a big family. Now, this is something the pandemic has taught us. And we are one large family, and we're kind of, in this boat, and we're rowing towards a more resilient future. Now, if you just got like a few people rowing, we're probably going to get there a little later, or probably not even get there. But if you're going to do it together, we're definitely going to reach our goal. So the word would be unity, to unite, to look at the SDGs as one unit, as your guiding North Star, to place your actions upon the SDGs, and together, united, we will not just survive, but we will also thrive. Thank you so much.
Runa, I couldn't agree with you more on all of the points that you've raised. Thank you so much. Last, but certainly not least, I'm going to pose the same question to Vice President and Poverty and Equality Activist Inés Yavar of Assemblée por Tecno Internacional. Inés, what can you share about your inspiration, and what is the one thing that people can do to make a real difference?
Thank you. I think these are really powerful questions. And I'd say when I started at 15 years old being an activist, I didn't even know I was an activist. I think this is a word that has kind of come up. But for me, I just wanted to do something. I believe that we can all be activists and we can use our force for good. So that's what I wanted to do. I started building houses in shanty towns with Techo. I started doing beach cleanups with Loop. I didn't yet know what I was interested in, if it was humanitarian action, if it was plastic pollution, if it was climate change. I just wanted to do something to help and have that power to actually do a change for good. So I also wanted to be excited, and I wanted to do things that stretched me. I think being an activist has taught me so much more than I could have dreamt. And even it has complemented my studies as well. So I think it was just the desire to be active, to do something and to learn something, and just I was hungry to build a new approach and to do something as a young person, to have that power. And I maybe wasn't going to be paid for it, but I loved it. And I still am an activist today, and I still do activism next to my job. And I'd say that's what I would tell people to do this year, is just find what you're passionate about, find what you love, find what you want to do. In my case, inequality is a very cross-cutting issue. It can be inequality in access to education. It can be inequality in terms of poverty. We've seen it with COVID. There's inequality everywhere. So that can be what you're interested in, but it can also be any number of topics. And we've seen it throughout this whole summit. There's just so much that we can do. So find what you're interested in. And if you don't know what you want to start in, for example, in terms of inequality, there's the Food System Summit in July, and Abel said some other summits that are happening, Runa as well. So get engaged in those spaces. And together we're stronger in whatever topic that we're doing. And lastly, if you like to read, there's also a book called Make It Happen, How to Be an Activist, that one of my fellow activists launched at the beginning of the year. You can read that, and it's got a million different tips so that you can be an activist yourself too.
I will definitely pick that up, Inés. Thank you. And just to really, really quickly recap, we've heard from our three speakers a handful of really, really important things. I'm just teasing out a little bit of what it is that they said. Youth need to turn up their volume and be given a place. If they're not given a place, they should bring their stool to the table and force it through. Boys and men must play a role in gender equality. We saw Runa talk about her love for people and planet through fashion, through her curiosity, concern, and the communications around that, and the idea and the reality to follow events where influence can happen both at home as well as on the global or regional stage. We've heard that only together will we succeed in our goal, and that's around unity and being unified, and using the SDGs or the global goals as the guiding star. And we can't forget that the word activism has a very, very important word there, root word, the act. And in order for anything to happen, you need to act, and you need action to follow that. Hope needs action. And we need to use our voices for a force of good. Inés talked about, finding your passion and finding a way to scale it and connect it to other things as well, to again, drive that action that needs to happen. Thank you to the speakers for joining us and sharing your inspiration. I know I am very inspired by what you've said and what you've done. Please keep it up and push your way through and push your way to that table. Really, really quickly, We've heard over the last 2 days and, previous years, the power of people power. Everything is driven, whether we're talking about institutions, governments, companies, private sector, organizations, civil society, is powered by people. These institutions and organizations don't run themselves, and we cannot forget that for even a second, that it is about connecting. It is about making sure that the decisions that we make and we take have planet and people in mind. And we have to recognize that every single decision we take, every decision we support or choose not to support, has implications in it as well. And everyone has a role, everyone has a voice. The voiceless need to be given more profile and more platform. And we need to just make sure, I had a whole bunch of notes that I'm not referring to, but Martin Luther King Jr. talked about the urgency of now. Now is our moment to turn things around. We can't wait. We can't leave it for others. We can't expect others to make sure that it's done in the right way. Everyone needs to play a part of that. And in the mantra and the framing of the Decade of Action, we need to continue to mobilize everyone everywhere. We need to demand ambition and accountability and act now for the SDGs. That's all for me. Again, a huge, huge congratulations to the SDG Action Campaign team, to Nadira, to the moderators, to our amazing sign interpreter who's been on every single screen throughout the entire show. That's all for me. Now let's head back to my dear friend, Nadira, in the studio.
What a great session. Thank you so much, Dauda, Abel, Runa, and Inez for everything you shared and for everything you're doing to make a difference. Well, we're almost at the end, and I am not exaggerating when I say it's been emotional and spectacular, but it's not quite time to say goodbye yet. First, I've obviously got to ask you one last time to post up a storm on all your social media platforms from now straight through to the next festival using hashtag #TurnItAround and our handle @SDG Action. And we've seen so much inspirational and enlightening content over the course of the festival that we'd be truly remiss if we didn't take a moment to reflect on what we've achieved in just 2 short days. So joining me now on the virtual stage, please welcome my wonderful colleagues, UN SDG Action Campaign Director Marina Ponti and Global Event Strategist Hannah Messenger. Welcome, welcome.
Hi, Nadira.
Hey. So each year the festival evolves, bringing new people and new insights into the program, but never more so than this year. Hannah, for many of us behind the scenes, you're the backbone of the festival, which this time around obviously meant a huge leap into the unknown. So tell us, what went into taking our physical festival into cyberspace?
Hey, Nadira. Yeah, so 2020 wasn't just a difficult year. It was a year of extremes. So on the one hand, we saw these incredible expressions of solidarity, and then on the other, these glaring examples of injustice and inequalities. So at that time, we started thinking about what we could do. So how could we play our role in offsetting the relentlessness of this pandemic? How could we seize on that tiny glimmer of hope behind the despair, the hope that there could be opportunity in this moment? Like, how could we push through the noise and support this community to stick the world back together differently before this finite window closes and we run the risk of going back to the way things were before, or possibly even worse? So thinking about how we could, kind of harness this moment, we thought about the tools at our disposal, and what we had was this platform, this annual meeting of minds, of ideas, of different voices. So, we just knew that we needed to go full steam ahead into a new virtual world, learn a whole new language of tech platforms and production sheets and sting videos and transitions, and keep that momentum going forward. So at first, obviously, we were unsure.
Just by how fast you're going. You've got the full lay of the land now.
Yeah, I mean, we were so unsure, would this work? Would the essence of the festival work in an online space? That essence of connection and collaboration, that human togetherness. But yeah, we knew that we had to try. So we thought about all of these interactive formats and frameworks to foster interactivity. We thought about connection lounges and meeting spaces, different functionalities. And then we looked at social media campaigns. So how could we gather the different voices together So we called upon our friends, our colleagues, our partners to bring their stories, their networks, their campaigns, and their skill sets. And I have to say, you know, we were just absolutely blown away by the interest, the enthusiasm, and the commitment from everybody that we spoke to. You know, I've just felt so inspired at every step of this journey through the conversations that we've been having with all of these amazing partners and speakers. And, you know, when you call upon this community, something that just can't be denied is that they answer, and they answer boldly and loudly and unapologetically, because they have something so important to say and something that we all need to hear.
And why was it so important to share? Like, what does the festival offer that just needed to exist?
Well, you know, I think at this turning point, at this moment, the most critical offer that we could bring was to actually bring this community back together to ensure that everybody felt connected to the actions and the ideas that each other were taking at a time when everybody is just so physically far apart. Because we know and we've seen that when this community comes together, truly incredible things can happen. You know, from the Kumi Naidus through to the volunteers on the help desk, this festival is just packed with change makers and solution holders. So, you know, the true magic of this moment of being able to come to the virtual space is that this now can live on, and this is a vehicle for momentum. So, you know, what an absolute honor to be able to bring all of those people together and share these ideas far and wide.
It's an incredible vehicle, and it's also a vessel, just as we all are, for solutions, hopefully. But do we actually know what our reach has been over the course of this first ever virtual festival, speaking of the platform?
Yeah, so I mean, that's the thing. It's quite hard for everybody to get a sense of just how big this moment is when we're sitting in front of our screens. But when we said we were going bigger and bolder than ever before, like, we truly, truly meant it. So our final figures show that over the past 2 days, we've reached over 24,000 registered participants in the virtual platform itself. Yep, and via Zoom as well through our workshops. So, you know, that's just an incredible moment for us. You know, we've also seen that the conversation on social media has just exploded. So we've seen over 110,000 people carrying on these conversations outside of the festival walls. And of course, one of our main goals was to create a space where people could meet and forge connections that will hopefully lead to those collaborations and that action. And in this virtual platform, we've seen that we've made a whopping 14,000 connections between different participants across the 2 days. So we couldn't ask for more than that right now.
Not at all. And I have to underscore, those 14,000 connections are happening in the virtual world. I mean, that's the beauty of doing the festival every year. And you've been able to replicate it here, which is something we absolutely have to applaud. And it's like you always say, the festival doesn't belong to the UN SDG Action Campaign. It belongs to this entire community that's driving action every single day. And speaking of our community, if you're already feeling nostalgic for the past 2 days, and I know I am, I hear we have some awesome festival highlights to share. So let's take a look.
We are the possible. We are the remarkable. We house within us tremendous capacity to turn it around.
We shouldn't sit back and just assume somebody else is going to take care of this for us.
We really need all the decision makers on board so we can make the necessary changes before it's too late.
It's about a new era. It is about a new dawn, and that we don't come back to doing things the same way.
Connect the present that is often, both legacy and opportunity to that future. And the SDGs are, in many ways, the connective tissue.
We continue to discuss our solutions and continue to empower different voices within our movements. We can work towards building more sustainable and equitable horizons for everyone across the globe.
So good. I'm starting to get goosebumps. And you both must just be feeling beyond proud. But that goes for the whole amazing team. Marina, I know you wanted to talk a little bit about the team and all the people who made our festival possible. So go right ahead.
Thank you, Nadira. So many people and organizations made this event possible. So we made a short video to capture everyone. But before the video starts, let me say a huge thank you to my team. As we heard from Hannah, the festival is way more than a two-day event. It's a journey, and I'm privileged to make it with each one of them. As I cannot invite them on the stage, like in previous edition, let me show you with great pride and enormous gratitude my team. To the team, Hannah, Xavi, Anand, Caroline, Marta, Tina, Brittany, Lisa, Sebastiano, Jade, Nadia, Martin, Zuha, Krisha, Annie, Natalie, and Anne-Catherine. Thank you also to the UNDP Japan team for the beautiful Japan stage. And then as you watch the people and organization running on the screen, including you, Nadira, please allow me to thank again our content, session, and workshop hosts, and our exhibitors, our speaker, and our performers, all of whom created this wonderful program. And as we had French, Spanish, and sign language interpretation for the first time, thank you so much to all the interpreters for doing such a wonderful job. And also thank you to UN Web TV for the live broadcast. Last, a shout out to the donors that you saw featured in the platform, the Japan and the German government, the BMW Foundation, Canon, Oculus, and the Lavazza Group. And finally, of course, my biggest thank you of all goes to every single one of you that's tuned in and has taken part across the past 2 days. You are why we do it. Thank you.
Wonderful. And of course, we'd like to thank you too, Marina. It feels like yesterday you were taking the stage for your first festival as director of the campaign. And now here you are pushing to keep us going through the most uncertain times. Thank you for being our leader and just encouraging us every day to change the world. We love you. Now, before we say our final goodbyes, I can't let you two go without one last question. What's your own personal standout moment from this 2021 festival? One that made you stop and think, or that you just know you'll remember forever? And like I always say, don't think too hard. Just tell us what's on your heart. And of course, be quick. Marina, why don't we start with you?
Okay, so when Bebe Vio, Paralympian, said that for her, the word impossible doesn't exist. And when CEO of one campaign said, we have one pandemic, please, let's not have two futures. And lastly, I saw so many young women, not only talking about wanting to have their voice heard, but wanting to run for office and occupying the space in public and private life.
Yes, amazing. I'm falling out of my chair just cheering for that. What about you, Hannah?
So for me, I don't think it's one specific moment, but rather, you know, kind of transition that we've seen through the messaging at the
Hannah,
festival this year.
Cheating me out of the question? I'll allow it, but just this one.
I will keep it brief, but it's, you know, it's more of a moment within the festival itself.
Fair
and
enough.
I think that's the power that we're seeing of, you know, the focus of the conversations now are focusing on achieving the goals through the people and the humanity. So we've seen Otto Sharma say that it's time to activate the intelligence of the heart. And we've heard Mitzi tell us that it's love that drives revolutions. And I think this transition is showing that we're moving from thinking of the SDGs as complex policy issues into thinking of them as based in humanity. It's like the soul of the SDGs is front and center. And that for me, I think is just beautiful.
That is beautiful. And I see that you wanted to have multiple moments, not just, which is wonderful. That's a great workaround. And I know I was supposed to think of a moment too, and I have to tell you, there are so many. But if I had to choose one, it would absolutely be my in conversation with Rob Bilott, who is the lawyer that's played by Mark Ruffalo in the movie Dark Waters. we are really lucky in these venues to have the opportunity to be in rooms with so many amazing people. And that's wonderful. But every once in a while, you're sitting in front of somebody who you just know listening to them or getting the chance to talk to them is absolutely going to change the way you look at the world from this moment forward. Oh my gosh, here I am again, tearing up at the festival. It happens live and it's happening right now in our virtual world, but it really moved me. And that's what I felt talking to Rob, because he was so brilliant and so humble and so passionate after 20 years of fighting to keep chemicals out of our water, that I just walked out of that conversation, even though it was virtual, even though it's in this whole new world that we're all struggling to find our way in. I walked out of it feeling not just like we need to change the world, which I always feel, but like we actually can change the world. So once again, in this new environment, I am as inspired as I ever have been by this global festival, and maybe even more. So thank you all for that. And thank you especially Hannah and Marina for just making it possible and making us feel and live in that culture of possibility. With that, we are almost at the end now. So Marina, we'd love to hear some closing thoughts from you. Please bring us home.
Thank you, Nadira. Well, to summarize these past 2 days is a tough job. How can I do justice to 300 speakers and 24,000 participants? But what I will say is this. Together, you reminded me what a privilege it is to be part of this community. My goal for the festival was listen to you. I wonder, are we ready to make this a turning point for people and for the planet? Do we have the vision, the passion, and the courage to reinvent how we live? Can we seize this moment? Well, I have my answer. Yes, yes, and yes. Whether you come from government or the arts, activists, or civil society, you have said it loud and clear. You are ready. Conversations on climate change, inequalities, and the sharing of resources have reached powerful momentum. New energy is flowing around the Sustainable Development Goals. Problems once considered too inconvenient to solve are now high on the world's agendas. World leaders are finally beginning to see that bad habits can be broken, that we can turn away from short-term gains in one area that exploit weaknesses elsewhere. Over the last few days, I've loved hearing the inspiring voices of the young people, many women leading the discussion. They're full of energy and drive to save their world, a world that previous generations, including mine, have failed to protect. I've also enjoyed watching panels with so many women, realizing this is still far from the norm. Let's make it the norm from here forward. As we conclude, I ask you to remember, if we fail to make 2021 a turning point, it will be too late. The time is really now. I urge you, be positive, be proactive. Above all, be the change. It is possible because it has been done, because there are enough of us to start a butterfly effect felt around the world. Let me close with a quote from Eddie, who opened the festival and whose sentiments I like to echo. I believe so much in you, in your capacity, in your brilliance, in your grit, in your imagination, in your insistence in holding leaders to account everywhere. And I like two things to add these words. One, together we're stronger. And two, this is just the beginning. Thank you all.
Oh, Marina, I'm going to try to make it through this next minute without tearing up, but that's how inspiring this festival is, and that's how important this work is. So yes, yes, and yes, that says it all. We come to the Global Festival every year in the spirit of yes. You and your whole wonderful team clearly willed this all virtual, practically all-encompassing festival into being in the spirit of yes, because you knew we needed it. And it's my sincerest hope now that all of you will head out into the world in that same spirit of yes. But the joy of our virtual space is that you can always come back. All our amazing content will start posting tomorrow on globalfestivalofaction.org. So keep spreading the word, keep changing the world, and let's just live in possibility. Let's hashtag turn it around for people and for planet. And that's a wrap for the 2021 SDG Global Festival of Action. Thank you, and we'll see you next year.